Take a look at the futures this morning. We're down, but not out at this point. Looks like the Dow futures are off by about 15 points. S&P futures down by 4. The NASDAQ off by 38. Joining us right now is Ed Yardeni. He is the president of Yardeni Research. And Ed, it's great to see you this morning.
Thank you.
You have had some pretty interesting calls and changing theories, at least for the near term. You say that you are much more risk averse, at least for the near term right now. That's based, I take it, on what you're seeing develop in the Middle East.
Well, honestly, it's almost become day by day, depending on the news from the war. I mean, it's the fog of war. Everybody on Wall Street tries to be a military expert, but even the military experts can't kind of predict where this is all going. I'm encouraged by the fact that tankers are actually getting through the Persian Gulf.
Even if they're only Iranian and maybe a couple of Indian tankers?
A great majority of the oil that goes through the Persian through the Strait of Hormuz actually is going to China and India, and that's a big chunk of global demand. I guess I've come to the conclusion over the past few days, and things are moving pretty quickly here, that the initial number that everybody threw out was that this was going to shut out 20 million barrels per day in or 20% of global consumption. I mean, that's horrible. And the market, I guess a Saturday ago, jumped up to like $120 per barrel. But now I think a more realistic estimate is something like 10 million barrels per day.
Yeah, yesterday, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, told us on this program that it's 10 to 14 million barrels a day. There is some that's getting through the Strait. There's more that's getting taken out through the Red Sea.
Well, Iran doesn't want to shed its oil from going out.
Right.
And we just took out all the military defenses in Karg Island as a warning that we might take over the island or really take out some of their oil installations.
And probably the bigger question is, how long does this last?
Well, I think you're right, clearly. And anytime we see a drone hitting anywhere coming out of Iran, obviously that gets people nervous. But the stock market has been remarkably resilient in all this, which has been...
It really has. I know you're telling people that you wouldn't necessarily advise buying the dip, but there hasn't really been a massive dip.
But, historically, geopolitical crises have been buying opportunities,
Yeah.
and I was thinking this could come up with a 10 to 15% correction, which again I view as an opportunity to buy. But we might have actually seen that 5% drop from the record high, I guess yesterday, the day before.
It was 2 days ago, and then yesterday it got us back to less than a 5%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we kind of bounced off the 200-day moving average. And I think the markets over the years have kind of gotten resilient about geopolitical crises. They don't panic as much as in the past. I mean, oil's at 100, it's not at 120, and that might have actually been the top in this particular spike.
So are you advising people not to buy the dip if it's 5% or less, but if it got down 10 to 15%, you would absolutely buy?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think here you're just going to stay put. These geopolitical situations, more often than not, don't last very long because the consequences of a long crisis are pretty severe, and all the participants realize that. Iran has a lot to lose. The U.S. and Israel have a lot to lose. So at some point, there's going to be some calming down of the situation. I'm not saying there aren't going to be some rogue Iranian groups that aren't going to continue to launch drones, but I think they're going to be less and less effective. People want to, get on with business, get on with their lives, and so I think that's what the market's doing, is looking through it.
You also are standing by your forecast for the end of the year. I think 7,700.
Yeah, I think this too shall pass. Look, I'm still hanging on to the idea of a roaring 2020 scenario.
Yeah.
Suddenly, because of the war, we've got an alternative, which is not a happy one, and that's kind of a replay of the 1970s all over again with stagflation and interest rates going up and all that. I don't think that's good. There's parallels, but I think the big difference is the U.S. now is an exporter of oil and gas. We are independent. We weren't that way in the 1970s, so the shock. And as a matter of fact, yesterday we saw that while Brent stuck up above $100, the West Texas Intermediate actually dropped, and I think the differential was about $6. So I think people are starting to realize, well, wait a second, WTI is homemade brew, and we don't have to worry too much about keeping that.
Although, Ed, you did raise your odds of a recession and a bear market, I think, to 35%
Correct.
from 20%?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there is a risk of that. There are people still talking about this getting worse, not better geopolitically. How's China going to react? There's a lot of uncertainties about, whether the Chinese might view this as a great opportunity to invade Taiwan. The Russians just don't seem to want to let go of Ukraine, and they're threatening other areas in Europe. So it's all about geopolitical risk at this point. And again, the markets say this too shall pass, but I can't conclude that there aren't dangers that they may not.
What do you do from the inflation perspective? WTI, as you mentioned, came down from the highs.
Yeah.
But most people that we talk to say they don't expect it to get back to the 60s anytime soon. And that has implications not just for energy prices, but all the way through food and beyond.
I mean, the oil market also seems to be looking through this. I mean, again, we're not at 100. I mean, there's Wall Street analysts talking about 120 to 150. It's all kind of winging it. Everybody's become a military expert, and as you're absolutely right, it depends on how long it all lasts. But I think a big issue was the Strait of Hormuz, and it's not 20 million barrels a day that are trapped back there. It's maybe more like 10 million barrels per day. And it's the old saying, the best cure for high oil prices is high oil prices. The market adapts remarkably well, and you had that great interview with Scott Bessent, and he made it clear that the U.S. wants oil to flow, and the Iranians can't afford to just be suddenly shut off in their ability. And by the way, geopolitically, the Chinese have to realize that, you know, if they do start to warm up to invading Taiwan, we could take over Karg Island and limit the amount of oil that China gets. So there's a lot of play here. Talk about war games.
Right. That is the constant interaction for everybody on Wall Street. Ed, I want to thank you for joining us. Good to see you.
Meantime, when we come back, the Property Brothers, Drew and Jonathan Scott, to help home buyers on a budget. They're going to tell us how they view the nation's housing affordability challenge. We're going to talk to them next. Do not go anywhere. We're coming back right after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Senators Marshall Blackburn and Peter Welch calling for a halt to the new version of ByteDance's artificial intelligence app, C-Dance, which generates videos of real people and licensed characters. It raises copyright and intellectual property concerns. In a letter to ByteDance's CEO, first obtained by CNBC, the senators argue that the C-Dance 2.0 is the most glaring example of copyright infringement from a ByteDance product to date, and you must immediately shut down C-Dance and implement meaningful safeguards to prevent further infringing outputs. Now, ByteDance responded by saying the following. It says it respects intellectual property rights and is taking steps to strengthen current safeguards. Unclear, though, exactly what those steps are, Becky.
All right, when we come back, we have the Property Brothers joining us on set, plus NEC Director Kevin Hassett on the cost of the Iran war, the spike in oil prices, inflation, the Fed meeting, and much more. He will join us right after the Property Brothers. Or maybe we'll put them all on the set at the same time together. Squawk Box will be right back.
back to Squawk Box this morning. OpenAI executives are finalizing some plans to refocus the company around coding and business users. That's according to a Wall Street Journal report that said the company's looking to deprioritize what it's calling side projects to focus on the core business. The report says the do everything all at once strategy has put the company on the defensive as it looks to compete with Anthropic and other rivals. OpenAI executives expected to notify staff about the changes in coming weeks, and this is really more about, they went down the sort of Sora route, doing video at one time, trying to do consumer, trying to do coding, and so now they're going to try to, I think, go after Anthropic on the coding front. The question is whether they would do better doing that or whether they'd do better actually just focusing on the customer.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of what they've been signaling. Every time we've talked to anybody from OpenAI recently, this has been what they've said. We're more about enterprise customers. That's going to be a much bigger part of our business. Right. They've been hinting at this for a while.
We'll see.
That and the adult stuff.
Right. Yes, we could talk about the adult stuff. But meantime, let's talk about housing, because the topic of housing affordability front and center in Washington, it's the big topic, and right here at the table as well. Drew and Jonathan Scott, the Property Brothers, are here. They help people try to buy homes and renovate them on budgets. Skills, of course, important and maybe more than ever as customers try to navigate what is turning out to be a very tight and expensive housing market. Do you think that the affordability gap is somehow meaningfully worse than it ever was, or this is a feeling that's sort of a vibe?
100%. In fact, every time we come on your show, it gets worse the next time we come on the show, and it's because nobody's really addressing it. And it's a combination of factors. It's just the world we live in right now. The NIMBYs are the worst part of it. You can't develop projects without the costs skyrocketing. In fact, if I was going to do an affordable housing project today, if I was just going to build a building that cost $20 million, just to build it as an affordable housing project using government funds, it's about 40% more expensive. Yeah, it's because of all of the regulation in order to do it.
Because of rent.
Well, honestly, to be totally honest, the union wages jumps up. Like we have some projects we're looking at doing with LAUSD and whatnot, and that makes a difference. Obviously, tariffs, costs, timeline for building.
Yeah, but why for affordable housing in particular?
So there's a lot of stuff like they have certain set wages, prevailing wages. Even though when we're building a building, we're paying good wages to everybody that's involved. But
if you take government money for it, they say you now have to. That's
so we have so many partners who are big builders, and they're just not incentivized to build low-income housing.
And if you look at it too right now, I mean, it's not a rate issue. Like rates are one thing. When rates come down, everybody gets excited to buy. It's a supply issue. There's no supply, and even if you look right now, I think it's 80% of people have mortgages under 6%, the rate under 6%. So nobody wants to do anything with it. They're holding on to it. So all these people looking to buy, you just don't have inventory.
I will also say, just firsthand, where you point out, not in my backyard, the NIMBY situation with it, some of the laws, at least in New Jersey, that I can speak to with familiarity, that have been set up to try and incentivize more affordable housing, really have been abused by developers who come in. We say, okay, we're going to devote all of this space to affordable housing, but they come in, they force the project. They'll put in 1 or 2 units that are below the market average, and every other unit there is more than $1 million.
100% agree. I think
there's not affordable housing that's coming in under these affordable housing.
No, I mean there needs to be some sort of stricter guidelines. I mean there's so many layers of issues. It's also if you're looking at building ADUs like second units on properties, it's not a quick easy process like it should be. I mean the timeline. I have one right now. I'm putting an ADU in my house. It should have been done in a weekend. We should have gotten our approvals. Like it should have been fast. And it said 5.5 bias because his project is taking so long.
Yeah, 5.5 months they had nothing to change. They just literally had to say, go ahead. I think the big problem too is when you talk about affordable housing on a big scale, especially large multifamily projects, a lot of people assume affordable housing means it's going to be a slum palace. Like it's going to just be a terrible place where there's drug. That is not the case. I am a strong believer that people should be able to live where they work. These are nurses, doctors, teachers, people who are going to be in that community working.
So how much of this is about building versus somehow trying to just free up and create this mobility issue, which is the mortgage issue, meaning the folks who are not going to sell because they're screwed if they sell because they can't go and buy something else. I mean, how much of it is that?
I think it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I think it's everything, right? Because we have the opportunity. Density is a big problem, right? So we're in a lot of the big cities. If they can allow more density, allows people to build a secondary unit or multiple. I'm allowed now where we are in California, I can have 2 guest suites, and so I can have 2 rental suites. But I think on top of that, it's getting people a little bit more more people are renovating right now because they can't afford to sell and move on to a house that they want. So people are staying where they are, getting together with family or friends, and
What about all
finding
the
creative
folks who basically invested? There are, by the way, Treasury Secretary talked about it before, this idea that there's people who own multiple properties. They're planning to hold them for a long time, but a lot of them also don't want to actually get taxed on the way out, and so some of them are trying to hold on to them.
Yeah, I mean, you have
basically gift to heirs. And
you have your 1031 opportunities. Like you can get out or you can move from one property to another without having to pay the tax. The one thing you see that institutional investors that own multiple single-family dwellings are now being penalized because they're saying you can't sell or you can't own multiple. Well, I have a portfolio of 250 plus houses out in North Carolina. So now I can't just go and sell that because it's one person owning that many. That's not a solution because institutional ownership of single-family dwellings is, I think it's around 5% or less than 5% of the market. So when the government's trying to say, we're doing something for the people, and then they're focusing on that, that's not really going to make a difference. There are other things they can do. They need better incentives for developers, better incentives for people to get into developing affordable housing.
Speak specifically. What would you do if we put you guys in charge for this?
If I buy a building, I can't pull very much money out of that building so that I can continue developing or building other things. So you look somewhere north of the border in Canada, there's opportunities where you can pull out up to 90% of a multifamily project, 95%. Whereas here, 60%, maybe 65%. So that means investors are leaving a lot of money in these projects, and it prevents them from building even more.
I'll give you the example. In Canada, I have a portfolio up in Calgary. The Canadian government has a program called MLI Select with CMHC, their government insurer.
MIL Select with
MLI Select.
Okay.
And anyway, the program, it allows developers, it incentivizes developers, if you hit a point system for sustainability and affordability, you can refi up to 95%. It gives you about 1% below market rate for your funding, and they'll do a 50-year amortization. So right there, multiple things that really encourage a developer to get into affordable housing. Yeah, it brings your rates way down.
And then the other thing is just convincing neighborhoods that it's a good thing. I mean, if you look anywhere in the world, any city that has embraced affordable housing, low-income housing, they flourish. And so I think there's this mindset that people think it's going to devalue their properties if all of a sudden there's a bunch more multifamily somewhere. That's just not the case. So
who's done it well? What's a city in the world that has done it?
We were actually just talking about this the other day. I would love to actually come out, and I don't have it on me, but I know, for example, in Utah, they've done a bunch of work in Utah where they've almost eliminated the homeless problem that they have, and I think that's a huge thing. And people don't like seeing, it's totally supply. In fact, when you look at affordability, and I think in California it's one of the most expensive places in the city, housing is the #1 element that they need to conquer. Housing, regulation, and taxes.
Well, what Freddie Mac says we have in the U.S., we have a 3.8 million house shortage. So there's a lot that has to be done, and especially in your major cities, and we're focused on it. We are owners of a modular company. We're trying to see if the modular angle is a way that we can come in and bring price down. But then you have to make sure you're not just selling a house at a lower cost, because we can build up in Canada. We're building one-bedroom units for $180,000 Canadian. And so to bring that model out here to the U.S. would be great, but you don't want to have somebody buy that and then just turn around and sell it at current market rate, because then they make the margin and it doesn't affect the house price. It doesn't bring the price down.
Does the rental properties like a VRBO or Airbnb, does that have an impact particularly on cities?
I don't know exactly what the percentages are, but it can, and that's why I think a lot of cities, like even where we are in Pasadena and a few others, have a lot of restrictions about how many short terms you can have.
Well, there's a stat that came out too, and again, I can't quote it, but it was saying that so many people own second and third homes that they just leave vacant all the time. And that's another thing that's really affecting, the market. Like, we need housing that is actually going to be housing people. It's fine if somebody wants to have a second or third property and they can afford to do that, that's great. But the government can't look at total inventory and say, oh, well, we have all of these properties. If most of them are sitting empty, that's not helping the problem.
Guys, I want to thank you. I want to also thank you for we should tell the audience, just jumped off a plane.
Do it look like I just got off a plane? Because we literally did a red eye, landed,
they said,
came
yes, Jonathan, you can change. I was literally half naked in the bathroom when your producer's like, get out of here, we're going.
They only wanted me. They actually tried to distract you.
He's
and
not
bring me-
wearing pants.
Yeah,
No pants on right now. So.
There's pants.
That's a different
There's
crisis.
pants. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's always
You
great
guys
to see
are
you.
great
Appreciate it.
sports, and
No coffee either.
we
I don't
really
know what's going
appreciate
on
you
there.
talking us through exactly what's happening on the ground. You guys see so much.
I'd love to
Come
see
back.
us
Yeah.
figure out a solution.
Yeah, come back. I think let's brainstorm some more about this
Yeah.
because I think it's from people who are actually in the market seeing these things that we'll get
That
better.
actually care. That aren't looking to take advantage. Yeah.
Thank you guys very much.
Thanks.
All right, folks, our next guest will weigh in on the Iran war, energy prices, and much more. Joining us right now is White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. And Kevin, good morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Let's talk a little bit about the situation in the Middle East, what's happening in Iran, and what that means for oil prices and maybe inflation longer term. We have seen prices spike. They came back down yesterday, but there are many questions about how long this will last, how long the Strait of Hormuz will be closed. And I just wonder how you're starting to figure this out, how you're starting to try and anticipate what that will mean for prices.
Yeah, well, we are basically getting briefed on every nuance of the war every day, and then thinking through the economic implications. We, have an enormous amount of success so far in the sense that we've destroyed the military of Iran. We've coordinated 135 countries in the UN, including no veto for China and Russia to isolate Iran. And we've coordinated a strategic reserve release of 35 countries, which could go up if it needs to. The bottom line is that the timeline that President Trump has stated over and over is that it's a 4 to 6 week war, and that we're ahead of schedule. And so already you're seeing tankers are starting to dribble through the straits. And I think it's a sign of how little Iran has left. And so I think we're very optimistic that this is going to be over in the short run. And then there'll be price repercussions when it is over for a few weeks as the ships make it to the refineries and so on. But we've really got a plan for every corner of the disruption, from fertilizer to getting fuel to the West Coast and so on. And we're highly confident that we've got this thing under control and that it'll end soon.
Let's talk that through. When you say end soon, you think a matter of weeks, not months?
Correct. That's right.
And when that happens, where do you expect, let's just say WTI? I mean, we can talk through any of the energy prices, but most of the analysts that we've had on, and granted, they're all kind of dealing with the fog of war, trying to figure it out themselves, have said that they don't think prices will come back down to the 60s anytime soon. Do you? Is that in your forecast?
Oh, if you look at futures markets, they've got them going down into the 60s again by the fall, and I think that's relatively
I think 75
pessimistic.
was what the WTI was for the December contract yesterday.
It goes all the way down to the 50s past the year, and so I think that you've got to understand that there's going to be we believe, an incredible risk premium for ending the terrorism, really, of the Iranians. The way I like to think about it, Becky, is that if you go back to 1975, Iran was the 18th largest economy on Earth. Now it's something like the 50th largest economy on Earth. They've destroyed their own country, but they've also discouraged investment in the entire Gulf region. I mean, don't forget that it's not just the Iranians, right? The Yemenis have been, charging people blackmail to move their ships around, and so we're moving towards a world where the energy of the Middle East is accessible through free markets without extortion. And that's going to be a place where there's more investment and more oil, and it's going to drive oil prices down in the long run. But the final thing is that the U.S. economy is still, through this, fundamentally strong, that we're still seeing strong signs of productivity growth. We had the Business Roundtable CEOs in town in Washington about a week ago, and everybody was talking about how solid things look. And so the other thing to mention is that Iran's strategy appeared to be that they could hurt the U.S. economy, and then that would make President Trump slow down. In fact, they're not hurting the U.S. economy very much at all. While gas prices are higher, the economy as a whole is sound. And there's no way that President Trump's going to back down until he sees this through to the end.
What does that mean? Sees this through to the end, meaning regime change,
Well,
meaning
he
the
will
strait is
decide,
reopened?
But he wants to make sure that Iran cannot harm its neighbors and the U.S. ever again. And so he's destroyed the Navy, destroyed the Air Force, finish off most of the missile sites, and we want to know for sure that Iran is not going to challenge the world again with terrorism. And once we have a sense that we've accomplished that goal, we've defanged them, then President Trump will make the call on his own that the war is over.
Kevin, certainly we're in a better position than a lot of our European or Asian other Asian countries are, because they're so much more reliant on energy coming through the Strait of Hormuz. What kind of pressure do you think, A, they will put on us politically, and B, what kind of pricing increases might we anticipate from things that we import from those nations?
Yeah, well, one of the things that you know, Becky, we've talked about it before on the show, is that the U.S. is a net exporter of oil and finished product, but that we have pockets of the country, especially California, Alaska, the East Coast, where they're importing oil, in part because of the Jones Act, which we just don't have enough U.S.-made vessels to move the oil around. And so I think that one of the concerns which we're following very, very closely is that the Asian economies, which are much more reliant on Middle East oil, they actually sell a lot of refined product in to the west coast of the U.S., and we're seeing some signs that they might be pulling that back to make sure that they have enough energy for themselves. And we've got a plan for that, and we're studying it closely, and we haven't seen disruptions yet, but that's the kind of thing that isn't going to happen in the U.S. because we have such sound energy production, but does mean that we might have to move a few chips to different parts of the board.
Kevin, you know, when you think about the president has now postponed this meeting with President Xi in China, and I think one of the big questions is what the impact you think is going to, of what's happening on the Straits is ultimately going to be on the Chinese economy, to the extent that when they get a cold, we get a cold.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, it's interesting, but, you know, the Chinese didn't veto the UN resolution condemning Iran. The Chinese are highly reliant on Iranian oil. And frankly, if the Iran problem goes away, it will be helpful for China as well. And so I think that in this is one case where the objectives of both countries are aligned, that we want, you know, a stable world oil market. And I think that President Trump and President Xi are good friends, and that, you know, when this war is over, which will be sometime soon, I'm sure they'll get together and have a lot to talk about. And hopefully the Chinese will express some gratitude for what President Trump has done.
When you math out the possibilities within your own group about the economy and this impact here, and you say it's going to end sometime soon, what does that look like? Do you say 10 days is one version, 30 days is another, 60 days is another, or are you on a different timeline completely?
Well, again, what we work off of is, first of all, what the president has said, which is that it's a 4 to 6 week program, and we're ahead of schedule, and we're in the third week. And so then you could say, call that a base case. But of course, you know, I get paid to worry. It's my job here at the White House. And then you think about, well, what if it's a little slower? We don't have much simulating to do if it's faster than that. But if it's a little bit slower, what happens then? But the fact is that the U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now, because we're very confident that this thing is going ahead of schedule.
Hey, Kevin, you mentioned that there are so many other things that come through the Strait of Hormuz that we do have concerns about. One would be fertilizer. Another would be helium, which is needed for the manufacturing of semiconductor chips. You said you have a plan. What is that plan to make sure that we are getting fertilizer to the proper places that it's needed? Because you can't get the fertilizer there late if you need to plant the crops.
Right. Well, the thing about fertilizer is that I know there are some people who live in fertilizer land on CNBC, but probably most people don't know about how fertilizer works in the U.S. But it's almost planting season, and there's a lot of fertilizer that usually goes down during planting season, including fertilizer that's based on ammonia and urea and nitrogen. And then there's potash that goes in as well, though the potash usually comes in the fall. And a lot of this stuff is made from liquid natural gas, and there's a facility in Qatar that produces so much fertilizer that it supplies maybe about 20% of the fertilizer in the U.S. And so what we've been doing and really as an insurance policy against disruption, is we've been finding other sources and doing so really quite successfully. We've put licenses, established licenses for Venezuela to produce more fertilizer. We've had discussions with Morocco, which has the largest reserve of potash anywhere on Earth. And so we've been all over the fertilizer problem. And I'm not saying that we can eliminate what disruption there is so far, but we can minimize it for sure.
And that would be available for U.S. farmers or available throughout the world? How does it work, and what's the time frame?
We're focused on U.S. farmers and getting stuff to the U.S. farmers, that's right.
But
so
you're convinced that
we've
this
identified
planting
the
season will be...
supplies that are disrupted from the Gulf and tried to successfully found alternative sources for a lot of it.
Okay. Kevin Hassett, thank you for joining us this morning, Kevin. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Great to be here.
Thanks.
Meantime, when we come up in the next hour, we've got Senator Rand Paul, chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, is going to give us his take on the battle over DHS funding and the upcoming confirmation hearing for Senator Mark Wayne Mullen that's coming up at 8:10 Eastern Time. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. This morning, the futures are painting a mixed picture, at least at this moment. Dow futures are up by about 16 points. S&P futures off by 3. The Nasdaq down by 38. It does come after an up day for all of the major averages. Pretty significant up day, in fact. And the first positive day after 4 days of declines for both the Dow and the S&P 500. Oil prices, the biggest reason for that. Yesterday, as oil pulled back, you saw the equity prices rise. There's that inverse reaction. This morning, WTI is up by about 3.5%, 96.82. Coming up at the top of the hour, Steve Leisman with the CNBC Fed survey, specifically looking at how rising oil prices could impact inflation. It's coming at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
Coming up, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang seeing $1 trillion in orders for its AI chips. He says through 2027, we're going to talk to an analyst out with a new note on the company. You got to hear what he's got to say when we come back. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang taking center stage at the company's annual developer conference, saying he expects purchase orders for the Blackwell and Vera Rubin platforms to reach $1 trillion. Doing this right now is Chris Casso. He's Wolf Research senior analyst. Good morning to you. It was fascinating to watch so much of that presentation yesterday. Some of it's gone viral, various clips. Let's just talk, though, about the $1 trillion. Do you think that's a optimistic take, or do you think that's almost a pessimistic version?
Well, we think that represents more of a floor than a ceiling.
Right.
And they gave a similar disclosure back in October where they talked about 500 billion for 25 and 26. So this trillion is 25, 26, 27. But what's important to note is it's only March 2026. So there's plenty of time to book additional business for 27. And you know, it provides, you know, even as it stands today, pretty healthy upside to where consensus estimates are for 27.
What is your sense? I mean, the other thing that's happened literally in the past week, you know, last week Apple announced these new M5 chips. And there's a whole group of people out there who think that so much of the AI universe is going to move to what they call the edge, meaning effectively to laptops and phones and other things using the actual chips there as opposed to the chips in the data centers.
And it depends on the task. And, you know, certainly if you can outsource the inferencing to a laptop or a phone, well, then, you know, you, the consumer, are paying for it as opposed to the hyperscaler. But the problem is it's pretty limited on that. And one of the factors behind that is the decline of Moore's Law. And if you remember, you know, years ago, every time you got a new phone or a new PC, it was much, much more powerful. And now it's not. And that's the reason why most of this compute capacity has to be in the cloud, because that's where you get the scale. And again, the subsequent generations of NVIDIA chips continue to provide more performance, unlike what happens on your PC or your phone.
What do you think of the competition? I mean, increasingly, obviously, Google's making its own chips, and some of those chips are going to be used by even their competitors. You have Amazon making chips now. I mean, one of the big things we've talked about forever is trying to bring down the price of chips. How quickly is that going to happen, and what does that mean to margin compression?
Right. So for right now, NVIDIA has maintained, you know, guidance of mid-70s gross margins in the back half of the year. So about the same. So far so good on that. But what I think is important is the other innovations that NVIDIA bring to bear, which a lot of which they'll be discussing this week at GTC. One of them more recently, for example, is Grok, which allows for low latency inference. You don't have to wait for your answer as quickly. So the cloud service provider can provide a higher tier of service. If you want your answer more quickly, it's not $20 a month, it's $100 a month. And something like Grok provides that. So even if you're doing your own chip, whether it's Meta or Amazon or whomever, now you've got to answer the question, well, what's my low latency strategy? And that is where NVIDIA has really shined and brought their competitive advantage, because they keep coming up with these things and moving the ball forward. And that's really the key, right? As long as you're ahead of all your competitors, you maintain your margins.
Of their competitors, is there one you like?
Well, we like Broadcom, and Broadcom is the largest providing custom chips, and you know, the big customer there is Google, and Google's TPU is the closest competitor to NVIDIA, and it's a very good chip. But Meta's coming on as well, and you saw there was some disclosures last week on Meta's roadmap, and that's part of Broadcom too. And they've already provided some pretty strong guidance on 27 also. So I don't think this is a zero-sum game. I think there's a lot of winners here.
Okay, Chris, we're going to leave it there. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, almost, and you are watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe is off today. Among our top stories, President Trump saying that the United States has asked to delay his planned meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He was expected to travel to China at the end of the month for the meeting. Israel's defense minister says that Iran's security chief has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. There's been no confirmation yet from Iran. And we are watching oil prices this morning. Those oil prices down pretty significantly yesterday when WTI fell by 5.5%. But this morning, WTI is up by 3.5% once again, all the way back to 96.80. Ice Brent crude at 103.47. Prices jumping as uncertainty lingers about the protection of ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
And how much are oil prices playing into the Fed's decision on interest rates? That is the question this morning. Steve Leisman is here to tell us the answer with the latest CNBC Fed survey. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. 3 weeks into the U.S. attack on Iran, respondents to the CNBC Fed survey forecasting oil prices to remain high, inflation to increase, and growth to take a modest hit. But the Fed could still be cutting. Here's our Fed expectations from the survey of 32 analysts, fund managers, and money managers. The price of WTI seen at $88 on average over a 6-month period. And that's going to boost CPI, the headline anyway, by 0.5 point from where it was last year. And that'll be a 0.3 percentage point hit, a modest one to GDP. 1.8, 1.5 right in there, that average the number of rate cuts still expected from the Federal Reserve. The probability of recession went up a bit to 31% in the next 12 months. That's up 8 points from January, but still relatively subdued compared to other shocks that we've seen. Economist Robert Fry writes in, my forecast is contingent on a resumption of oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz within the next month. If that doesn't happen, oil prices will go much higher, and I will put a recession in my forecast. The GDP outlook, 2.1%. It had been in January, 2.4%, but that's still equal to the GDP numbers from last year, which of course was hit by the government shutdown. And then next year, it resumes up a little bit. Not much change for 2027, so a rebound seen for 2027. Inflation, 2.4 was the number for last year. That's seen going up to 2.9 this year, 0.2 worse than it was before the start of military actions. And then 2.7, so it doesn't really come down next year towards the Fed's target. Now, we asked the question, will high oil prices go into the core, which is much more important to the Federal Reserve? And there's a bit of a disagreement here. 38% say very likely, 44% say somewhat likely. So we're going to want to watch that, and that's going to be one of the key concerns of the Federal Reserve in figuring out what to do with policy. On policy, the average forecast for the Fed funds rate has come down. You can see it's still seen going down. About 1.5 to 2 rate cuts built in this year, a bit more dovish than the futures market, likely because many respondents focused on the negative effects of high oil prices on growth rather than the inflationary impact. So you can see 3.25 would be the end. That's about 1.5 cuts. And then not much more in 2027 at 3.2%. Steve Blitz writes in, says, an oil price spike risks more weakening, not inflation. The Fed will be on alert to ease, not tighten. All that gives Fed nominee Kevin Warsh a window to cut in June. For Fed Chair Powell's last 2 meetings, respondents see no change in the funds rate, likely because inflation remains above target and looks set over the next several months, guys, to head higher still. Andrew?
Okay, so how much expertise do respondents have, though, in predicting oil prices?
I don't think they have much at all, but I think it's pretty critical that they need to predict it in order to figure out what's going to happen with the economy. This is another supply shock in a series of supply shocks that have hit the U.S. economy, and they have to figure it. There's nobody out there in the investment world, I think, Andrew, that is not trying to play oil prediction or oil price prediction expert right now. It's one of those things. Remember in the pandemic, we all became infectious disease experts. So you need to take it with a grain of salt, but we need to ask that question to understand what's underlying the forecast. One other fact is that we asked how long they expect the Strait of Hormuz to be open again, or to be closed. Again, they have no expertise in this necessarily, but they need to figure that out. And it's about divided between those who think it's going to be a month or longer and those less than a month.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
All right, let's bring in Seth Carpenter. He is Global Chief Economist at Morgan Stanley. And Seth, let's talk through what's happening right now in Iran, in the Middle East, and how that's got everybody trying to refigure their expectations for the year.
Absolutely, and one day to the next, 1 hour to the next, I think people are trying to rejigger their expectations. I thought Ross's point to Steve earlier about how much expertise do economists like me or people in markets have in trying to forecast where oil prices will go given the disruption coming in the Straits of Hormuz? And the answer is very little. And as a result, what we think has been really critical, and I think it's consistent with the way maybe central banks are starting to think about things more, Ben Bernanke's advice to the Bank of England, think in terms of scenarios. So you can imagine we could come up with a view for how the situation affects the economy if oil prices revert to something like they were before, $65, $70 a barrel in a week or two. But there's no way you can be certain that will happen. So you should also think, what will happen to the economy if oil stays around $100 a barrel for a long period of time? And then you have to also contemplate the possibility that oil flow doesn't resume, that we get to a point where the global economy really has to shoot prices up to constrain demand to meet that lower supply. And that can be $125, $130, $140 a barrel, and who knows for how long it goes. I think you have to start thinking much more flexibly in that regard across different scenarios, because we're not going to know for sure for a long time.
What is the scenario? I mean, if things revert back to 65, great. I think that's an understandable scenario. If we stay around these levels for the next 6 months, what happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think oil staying around $100 a barrel for the U.S., it's not great, but it's probably not a disaster. So the U.S. has become less oil dependent over the past several decades. The U.S. is an energy exporter on net. We import a lot, we export a lot. The mix changes and it depends. There's a hit, though, to consumers, especially the bottom end of the income distribution, with gasoline prices and other energy prices being high. So it's going to be negative for growth, push up inflation. But, and this was related to one of the questions that Steve showed on the screen earlier, we think in that scenario it's probably going to be predominantly on headline inflation, not that much pass through to core. There's clearly going to be some effect on airline prices, things like that, but mostly headline. I think in that situation, the Fed probably focuses on the hit to spending rather than inflation.
So what is the level for WTI that you think, okay, this is much more concerning?
The higher it goes, the more concerning. I think we've seen over the past few years a few episodes where we've had episodic spikes where we get up to 125 or a bit more. I think if we're past 125 to 130, 135, I think the script really is starting to shift in that case.
Seth, you lay out something that I think a lot of people are trying to get their arms around right now, and that is the idea of this going from an oil price spike to a much more complex supply chain crisis. We just spoke about this a little bit with Kevin Hassett, but the idea that you have things like helium, like fertilizer, that need to make their way through the Strait of Hormuz, or we have to find alternative solutions for this. How do you game that out?
It's super tricky, and I would say the supply chain side of things has got to be critical. And if we learned anything from COVID, other than how to make sourdough bread, is that supply chain disruptions end up having these nonlinearities that pop up where you least expect them. So fertilizer, for example, I think is going to be critical. Different crops have different fertilizer needs. You have to worry about the different crop cycles in different parts of the world. So the implication for agricultural commodities, if you just say fertilizer prices will go up for an extended period of time, that can't possibly be the end of the story.
It's not even the prices going up, it's being able to get it at all in some cases, because you can't get it late or you can't plant that year's crops.
And I think there's going to be a really big distinction if we are in the current situation for much longer. There's going to be a big distinction that everyone's going to have to make between rationing purely on price versus I physically don't have the commodity that I need. And the second one is much, much, much more disruptive.
Okay. Seth, thank you.
Thanks for having me. Yep.
Coming up, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Senator Rand Paul, is going to join us with the latest on the DHS shutdown and so much more. And then later, is America ready for the next global war or already falling behind? A new book by Palantir CTO warning the U.S. industrial base is weaker than we think. He's going to join us to explain when Squawk Box returns. Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are over 1 month into the funding lapse of the Department of Homeland Security, and this week the president's new pick to lead the agency will take the hot seat. Senator Markwayne Mullin is set for his confirmation hearing tomorrow. Joining us right now is Republican Senator Rand Paul. He is the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee. Let's start with the question you want to ask Mullin. What's your position on him and what you want to know?
You know, if I let you know that today, you wouldn't come to the hearing. We're going to have a very fulsome discussion at the hearing. I think there will be really important questions asked about whether or not he has what it takes to lead these agencies. But I'm going to save that discussion for tomorrow. But I think it's an important one. I mean, look, the agencies are closed down because a lot of Americans, myself included, were upset at the improper use of force in Minnesota. I think Tom Homan came in and corrected a lot of those things. But really, ultimately, I think for Democrats to refund this, there's going to have to be an admission that the policies weren't being obeyed, the rules of engagement weren't being obeyed, and that they're going to do a better job. Now, whether or not this new nominee is willing to do that, that's an open question. Whether the new nominee will be a change in direction or more of the same direction is an open question. So I think we'll find that out a lot more after we go through the hearing tomorrow.
What is your thought, though, going into this? You've worked with him before. You know him. Do you think that he's the right man for the job?
I have some serious questions, and we will ask them tomorrow, but I'm not going to preview them because I want to ask questions tomorrow, and we're going to find out a lot more after the hearing tomorrow.
Let me ask you a different question, and this has been in the news around Markwayne Mullin. The New York Times reported that Mullin has been a prolific stock trader. I don't know if you've followed this. He's argued that he hasn't been making these trades himself, but they go on to document some remarkable trading, by the way, remarkably successful trading, oftentimes with in stocks that he potentially oversaw or at least was exposed to, given the committees that he has been on.
Yeah, the committee, for example, Armed Services, my understanding is that the staff there is forbidden from trading in defense contractors. That seems to make eminent sense to me. I think we ought to address that. Currently, there are no rules, but as far as a congressman or a senator on armed services trading in Raytheon or other companies that are large contractors with our Defense Department, I think a lot of people look at that and say, that doesn't really pass the smell test.
Well, let me just give you some numbers, and you tell me whether this passes the smell test. According to financial disclosure forms that he filed back in 2012, his net worth was $2.8 million to $9 million. You have to give ranges. That's how this works. Today in 2024, remember he's been a senator the entire time. He's now worth between $29 million and $97 million.
Yeah, wealth alone doesn't bother me. I aspire to be rich like every other American, so I think people who make wealth, I'm not opposed to. I think the question is in the details. If a lot of it is defense trading or trading on defense stocks, I think then the public will have to judge that. And I think more and more the public is skeptical of things like this. And so I think trading on stocks where you know any information about the stocks, or even the run up to war. I mean, we're more aware of it here than maybe the public is, although I don't know that that's inside information. But, trading in defense stocks in the run up to war, I think it raises real questions. Once again, we'll reserve judgment till the hearing tomorrow. And I think there's going to be a full hearing of this. I promised the administration a couple things. One, I would do this quickly. I didn't promise my support for the nominee, but I did promise I would do it quickly. And so, as a favor to the administration, I've done this very quickly. This will be done in record time. We will have the vote on Thursday as well. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a hearing without scrutiny. It's going to be a hearing that has sufficient scrutiny, and there will be a public hearing of all of this tomorrow.
Senator, you mentioned the word war. We're all trying to understand what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and how that may end, if it can. How do you see this playing out?
Well, the one thing's for certain is rumors of war, even preceding war, jack up prices very quickly. The oil price went up very, very quickly on the rumor of war and then with the actual war. The question is how sticky is it on the downside? Even if the war doesn't ultimately involve boots on the ground, if the extent of it is, the extensive bombing, which is significant, it'll depend on how many oil refineries have been hit, how much oil infrastructure has been hit, not only in Iran, but in the Gulf states as well. I suspect it's going to be quite sticky on the way down. I just think it's easier. I think emotions bid things up quickly, and then the calming of emotions brings things down slowly. And I think the danger for that politically for Republicans is, the war goes on another month. Maybe the stickiness or the slowness to prices come down isn't really complete by October, November, and has a big effect on the election. Now, I'm against the war not for electoral reasons. I'm against the war because I don't see a national interest in us, expending $1-2 billion a day. But I also don't see it for our young men and women, some of whom I know that will serve in this. I really just don't believe that ultimately it's in our national interest to send our young men and women in to fight and die in Iran.
Can you just explain though how you think this ends? And I ask because Ray Dalio, the investor, said just yesterday, put out a note saying that people talk about an agreement, and he says that no agreement will resolve this war because agreements are worthless. Whatever happens, leaving Hormuz in Iranian hands or taking control away from them is likely to be the worst phase of the conflict. This final battle, which will make crystal clear which side won and which side lost control, is likely to be a very big one.
I think he's probably accurate that there's not going to be an agreement in the end. I don't think we know who we'd make an agreement with. This has been one of my complaints through the years, not only with Iran, but with China and other adversaries, is that we don't have good deconfliction. We don't have good general to general, intermediate level, senator to senator. We don't have a lot of discussion. So I think we have no idea even who to pick a phone up to even call. Most of the leadership has been killed and continues to be killed. I also don't see people that are really facing extinction. I don't see them backing down. So I think this would go basically to civil war in the streets if there is an opposition that rises up. But ultimately, the only way there's new government in Iran is not bombing from the air. It almost never works. I think it's really would take an insurrection on the ground, and that would have to be led by Iranians. I think ultimately liberty is only won by the people who are there. The outside help certainly has destabilized the regime, but ultimately the people there will have to fight. I haven't seen a sense of that yet. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Iranians do rise up and fight. But it could also end the same way it ended last summer in a declaration of success. We obliterated their nuclear weapons until we say we didn't obliterate their nuclear weapons, and they're only a week away again. That canard's been out there for some 20 years. We must attack Iran. It's imminently going to happen. They're getting a nuclear weapon next week. There literally are videos of people saying that 20 years ago. So I think there needs to be a more fulsome discussion of the pros and cons of what our national security is. Often people say, oh, this war is in our national security interest. Well, that's a conclusion, not a debate. The debate is really, why do you think this war is in our national security interest? And I think there's a lot of negative for the war, not a whole lot of upside for America.
Senator, I want to thank you for joining us this morning ahead of that hearing tomorrow. We look forward to it, and we hope you'll come on back and we can discuss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come on Squawk Box this morning, Just Capital's latest list of the most just companies in America. And then Senator Chris Van Hollen proposing new tax legislation that could impact more than 130 million Americans. We'll ask him about the bill and talk about what it could mean for working Americans. Squawk Box will be right back.
Just Capital releasing its 2026 list of most just companies in America this morning, recognizing firms that do right by key stakeholder groups. The rankings span 933 companies in the Russell 1000, and Brandon Gomez is here with the highlights from that list. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yeah, we've covered this list in the past, but two big changes this year. Instead of a top 100 overall, just put companies in the context of their peers across 20 sectors. Now, HP Inc. took the top spot as the most just company with balanced strengths across governance, workforce investment, and environmental impact reporting. Now, other industry leaders like Nike, Hershey, Disney, Lowe's, and CVS round out the list, but the big story this year is disclosure. Remember, public filings fuel this list. There were some gains on several worker-related issues, but 54% of the raw data used in these rankings saw lower disclosure year over year. Now, it's the steepest declines in board ethnic diversity and renewable energy use. One sector that shift showed up clearly is banking. Bank of America, JP Morgan previously led the list, not making the top 100 this year. This, of course, comes as companies face political pressure to maintain or scale back language around certain issues. One last point, Just Capital says the top companies on the list have, in fact, outperformed the Russell 1000 by about 50% since the rankings began, showing stakeholder priorities and investor returns can go hand in hand. Andrew.
Has the success of just companies shifted at all? I mean, if you really look at that index over time.
I guess the question is like what the barometer of success is, but in terms of performance on the market.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, again, year over year, this index shifts based on those companies. I think the idea is not that by being just, you therefore are more profitable. It's the idea that these things can go hand in hand, right? The idea that you don't have to sacrifice return for shareholders to prioritize.
The whole idea, I thought, was that you'd outperform, right? That would be a meaningful outperformance. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, again, if you're sort of looking at the indexes in which we're tracking, right, you sort of see that 50% in terms of the broader market. But I guess, again, it depends on what the question about performance looks like.
Is it a tougher time for just, given what the Trump administration is saying about DEI, the shift that there's been just in terms of green energy or any of the rest of this? I mean, the Biden administration was funding all of that. The Trump administration is not a big fan of it.
Yeah, look, and we could talk about that too, right? The number of disclosures in the companies that are leading with this language that they were previously in the past administration is going down. A lot of that comes from that political pressure. You've had Robbie Starbuck on the show before, who's called out a lot of these companies. They've pulled back the language. One thing Just did do that was interesting, and I will point this out, is that they did note that the EEOC fines that typically go hand in hand with a lot of these issues, if you are seeing a pullback, also declined. So while these companies are maybe using what I guess we would call backdoor language as opposed to front door language, right, saying these things out front, but they all said we're still going to do the work behind the scenes. Well, if those fines are still going down, then perhaps these companies are actually following through in their commitment to do the work, even if it's not plastered on the front, on the home
Again,
page.
the administration is like, we're not looking into this, so why would we find stuff like that?
Right. It could also go hand in hand
It just
with.
seems like it's a much tougher sledding for marketing this, given the political environment.
It's a harder conversation to have, and again, it's a different conversation that we were having in 2019 as to what we're having now in 2026.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, up next, Senator Chris Van Hollen on his new tax legislation proposal, the Iran war, and much more. And then a stark warning from the Chief Technology Officer of Palantir about America's industrial and defense capabilities. Squawk Box will be right back. welcome back, everybody. A group of Democrats introducing the Working Americans Tax Cut Act, which proposes a permanent tax cut to Americans making between $46,000 and around $80,000 a year. It would be paid for by a surtax on millionaires. Joining us right now is Senator Chris Van Hollen. He serves on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as well. Senator, let's talk about this proposal. There's a long list of Democrats who are working with you on this proposal. What's the meat of the bill?
Well, good morning. It's great to be with you. The fundamental idea behind this bill is that if you are earning an income that's pretty much just keeping pace with your cost of living expenses, your basic cost of living expenses, in other words, a living wage, that you shouldn't be paying a federal income tax. These are people who are living paycheck to paycheck. Costs are going up, and we do have a huge affordability problem in the country. As we work to bring down costs, the other side of the equation, of course, is to make sure people have a little bit more income in their pocket that they can keep from their paychecks. And so that's what this bill does. It is paid for by a surtax on millionaires, the first dollar over $1 million.
The way that you're paying or proposing to pay for this is to have a surtax that comes in on millionaires. I think a 5% tax to the first dollar an individual makes over $1 million, an additional 10% tax on the first dollar an individual makes over $2 million, and a 12% tax to the first dollar an individual makes over $5 million?
That's correct. Those are the surtaxes that help fully pay for and offset the cost of the bill.
Some of the criticism that's come in on this includes things like the Tax Foundation, which says that on net they expect both of these plans, this and another plan that came from Senator Booker, would reduce long-run GDP while increasing the federal government's budget deficit. What do you say to that?
Well, these are two very different proposals. People shouldn't mix them. This bill fully pays for itself. So unlike the, Republican tax giveaway to the rich last year, which increased our debt by $4 trillion. This doesn't increase our debt for 1 penny. So it's important that people distinguish between the different plans. Also, as you know, when you put more money into the pockets of middle-class workers, they go out and spend it. So actually, you're going to get a bigger boost than you do by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
Senator Van Hollen, under this plan, though, the number of tax filers with no income tax would increase from 37 million people currently to $66 million. And there are people who have questioned for years the idea of having millions of people who don't pay any money into the federal government, essentially.
Well, of course, they do pay. They pay in their FICA taxes. They pay Social Security. They pay
Social Security,
Medicare.
which comes back. Social Security comes back to them in the end.
And as you know, unlike many countries, we have a federal system, so people are paying their state and local taxes. I mean, in many European countries, for example, the central government is the primary payer for education. In the United States, it is paid for locally. So people are paying taxes to support the services they're getting. But let's ask the question, do you really think if you're making just the living wage that the federal income tax should take away that money? So yes, it does increase the number of people who don't pay federal income tax. As you point out, there are already millions who don't, but they are paying these other taxes.
No, but the question becomes, when you get to a point where you are voting on a federal level, most people would say, sure, I'd like to pay no taxes if there is no skin in the game. And I understand having a graduated tax system, a progressive tax system, that makes perfect sense. But as you get more and more people who are paying in nothing on the federal level in terms of what those taxes are representative, you end up with a more and more populist government, or more and more populist proposals that come through that basically say, yeah, I don't have any skin in the game, go after these other people for it.
Well, as I said, first of all, people do pay state and local taxes. They pay their FICA taxes.
State and local, yes.
And I guess
Federal, no.
the question, right, but the question for you is really if someone's making a living wage, right, if they're just covering their basic cost of living expenses, should we tax that away as opposed to asking the folks who can afford to pay a little more? I mean, they're making $1 million.
We work hard for it, you idiot.
They pay a little bit more to make sure
Let them work for it.
$45,000 a year. is able
There's
to meet their
probably
basic
ways we
living
should go after
expenses.
affordability so that people are making living wages. Absolutely. I guess the question.
You know, I was flabbergasted back during the Clinton. I didn't vote for Clinton. I didn't like him, but I was flabbergasted that he did welfare reform. And it made a whole different shift in our economy. That one bill. And we're so deep in welfare now, especially with all these illegal criminals that come over the border. I mean, we added another 10 million welfare beneficiaries to our system. Just like that. It was already in debt. It had gone deep in welfare. I mean, Bill Clinton at least tried, but it didn't last long. People went to work. I remember people whining and complaining. They were on food stamps most of their life, and they had to go out and look for a job. And I swear to God, I'd never live like that. They didn't. I mean, I knew so many people that were on welfare that just kept putting out them babies, and it's every single year they talk about this shit. Yep, he's a Democrat. David.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Take a look at airline stocks right now. They're all higher this morning after Delta and American both raising revenue guidance. Delta CEO joining us earlier in the program and talked about the strong corporate and leisure demand that they are seeing.
Well,
they're all going high. Corporate is up double digits, almost every sector that we cover. And leisure demand, particularly in the premium cabins, are doing well. Domestic's doing well. Main cabin, which has been a source of consternation, we're looking at our unit revenues being up somewhere kind of in the mid-single digit range year over year. So the revenue side is really strong. And the cost side, though, we're going to have them to cover it.
Meantime, a dire warning from the Chief Technology Officer of Palantir. He's across from me right now. If the U.S. wants to stop World War III, it must reboot the American industrial base in fashion. Sankar is here. He joins us on the set. His new book is out. Its topic and its title is Mobilize. It feels like we're mobilizing already. This is timely in that way.
Very timely in that way, yeah. I mean, really, I wrote the book as a clarion call to the American people. As someone who's worked in the bowels of the Department of War for the better part of 20 years, I think it's very clear to those of us in there that we've kind of frog-boiled our way to a place where we've lost a lot of deterrence. Go back 12 years, we had the annexation of Crimea, the militarization of the Spratly Islands in 2015, breakout capability for Iran with the bomb in 17, the invasion of Ukraine, a pogrom in Israel. If you just look empirically, you would say our adversaries are not afraid of us. And this has been really a slow journey since the end of the Cold War. And one of the arguments I really make to the American people is that the industrial base that won World War II, the industrial base that we had in America in the early Cold War, is very different than the one we have today.
So you don't believe, and you don't believe that people are scared of us, that other countries are scared of us at this point?
Midnight Hammer, Maduro, the present moment have done a lot to restore deterrence. People are looking around and saying the Venezuelans bought $7 billion of Russian air defense systems that seem to do absolutely nothing. So yeah, the use of our force and the will in the present moment is reestablishing deterrence, but it had been eroding.
So how much of it is it about using it versus having it?
I think the dominant thing, well, obviously it's both, but the dominant thing I'm worried about is having it. So the real lesson of Ukraine should have been that the stockpile is not the deterrent. It's the ability to generate the stockpile. When we went through 10 years of production in 10 weeks of fighting, that should have been a 5-alarm fire.
How do you change the industrial setup of the country, though? It's not something that can be done overnight, and it's hard to convince industrial titans to do this without having some serious backing.
We got AI now, baby.
Well, you definitely need serious backing from the government, and you know, I think the primes they've gotten a lot of crap for a lot of things. There are things they could do better, but the real thing is defense is a monopsony, right? There's only one buyer of a thing there. So if you're not getting what you want as the government, that's your fault. Right. You got to change the incentives. This administration really understands that, and they're working very directly.
Ultimately, the president wants to raise the defense budget enormously. By the way, at a time when politically he had told the country that he didn't ever want to go to war. So the question is, do you think we need to raise the budget materially? For a long time, I thought that the defense industry was saying, we can do this so much better for cheaper, that we can make this much more efficient.
I think we do need to raise the budget, and I've really I used to say that as well. I think it is true. We could do this cheaper and more efficiently, but if you think the pathing of getting there, you first have to raise the budget before you can reduce it. And here I'll tell you this. We have 8 days of weapons on hand for a major fight against China.
Who's this guy?
You need 800 days.
I'm done with you. You have to raise the budget to lower the budget. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, sir. We've been raising the budget for years. He lowered it a bit. You have to raise the budget to lower the budget. Attention deficit disorder. I need help. You're fired. I just lowered the budget. Woo! Spies at resistance. Spy is at resistance. I already said that. Mister's up again. It was a good buy when I called that one out. I'll be right back. You've got to raise the budget to lower the budget. Who is this guy? You're fired, you dumbass. Okay, get back on track. Now, I know you got to raise investment if that's what you're talking about, but it'll take years to manifest itself if...
To power a lot of what you're doing in terms of AI, and obviously there's a huge debate now, more than a debate, the Department of War describing them as a supply chain risk. Do you believe that they are heretics?
I think, first of all, it is in our national interest for every AI lab to be in the fight with us, collectively as a nation. So I hope we find a way of resolving this. But I also think it's important for us to recognize, as technologists, to have some epistemic humility. That just because we have deep knowledge in one area and really are inventing technology, we may not have all the facts in other areas here. And I go back to Theodore Hall and Edward Hall. So Edward Hall built the Minuteman missile. His younger brother, Theodore Hall, was one of the youngest Manhattan Project scientists. Theodore Hall was a genius physicist.
I'll be back.
Wisdom, he thought, well, because I'm a genius physicist, I'm also a geopolitical strategist. The world will have world peace if two countries have the bomb. And he walked into the New York trade mission of the Soviets and gave them critical secrets to the bomb. You might say every death since 1949, since the Soviets got the bomb due to communism, some of that blood's on his hands. So there's a need for epistemic humility. We have elected officials who are accountable for these policies. Do we, the degenerate cases, it's tyranny by tech bro.
But let me ask you about tyranny by tech bro, because this is interesting. Anthropic, we had Emil Michael come on from the Department of War. He's the one who was negotiating this transaction that ultimately didn't happen. And he made an argument that Anthropic has a constitution inside its model that could be antithetical or at odds with whatever the Department of War wants to do. However, the truth is that all of these large language models have a quote-unquote constitution. They may not call it a constitution the way Anthropic does, but even OpenAI, which has now made a deal with the Department of War, has a system of guardrails, a persona, things it will and won't do, things it's supposed to try to do, and things it's supposed to try to avoid. And so the question is this a distinction without a difference? Meaning we can call one can say it has a constitution, and one can say it has a brain or a mind or guardrails. But are they all the same thing ultimately?
Look, I hope we can resolve this because it is absolutely in the national interest for every single frontier lab. AI is an American phenomenon. And the reason to resolve it is not just because the Department of War needs this, because AI, think about the moment that it's coming. First of all of the innovations coming within a 50-mile radius of a single place on the West Coast. Second of all, it is going to transform our economy. And I don't mean building data centers and I mean the second order effects of how do you give the American worker superpowers? How do you make the American worker 50 times more productive than any other worker anywhere in the world? That solves the math equation of how do we reindustrialize. You were just saying how hard it's going to be. It's not going to happen overnight. Well, look at, I work with Panasonic Energy. They build every battery in the Tesla Gigafactory in Reno, Nevada, Sparks, Nevada. The employee base there is prior casino workers. Before AI, it would take a 3-year apprenticeship to learn how to operate this exquisite Japanese equipment. Now it
I know somebody's got Panasonic
workers. One of the amazing opportunities with AI is the antidote to the 20th century's managerial revolution. All this power that got sucked away from frontline workers towards this amorphous middle blob getting pushed back now with AI to the vocational workers with specific knowledge.
Can Anthropic go work with other nations?
I'm sure they can.
And do we drive them to do that by not working with them ourselves?
It's a good question.
A different question about just machines versus people and how human in the loop things are. Long term, do you think that there are a lot less people in the military?
I think there are a lot less people in harm's way. I think we're more effective. This speaks to overmatch. So if you think about the first offset was nuclear weapons. Second offset, we decided, hey, we're not going to outbuild the Soviets. We don't want to be in that game. We're going to invest in precision. We're going to have many fewer weapons that are much more precise. We should not forget that in World War II, only 6% of bombs dropped hit their target.
Right.
It was atrocious. So our precision-guided munitions, that was underwritten by American industry. It was the fact that Intel had built very, very cheap semiconductors. So the Apollo program in '68 was 96% or 98% of all integrated circuits purchased that year. There was really one customer for the integrated circuit. But because they kept investing in that, Moore's law enabled us to get it so cheap that every missile had many, many integrated circuits, on and on. I think in the present moment, it's overmatched through decision advantage. We can cut through the fog of war. We can see what's happening. We can be much more precise. We can move much faster than the adversary. That is deterrence.
Right. I've got a hard one for you. It's about decisions. You maybe know what I'm about to ask. There's a big question about whether we targeted accidentally a girls' school in Iran. It's a tragedy. And whether effectively your systems, Palantir, and potentially Anthropic systems were used.
Can you people shut up?
20% and about 4.5% to the downside.
PLTR?
About 37%.
Responsible of the killing of the kids?
Here would be this trade. And remember, you wouldn't have to hold it till expiration either, this example trade. You could just, if you do get a move that would be
I was just looking at Lulu.
in a considerable way, you could just close it and just, move on.
All right, thank you, Rick. That's an example trade there for Lululemon. Earnings due after the bell today. Crude oil still higher, but not as high as it was earlier this morning. Right now, up just a little bit more than 2%. So now you've got
so this is yesterday. It has to be.
S&P Mini is now better by 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 futures ticked higher as well, higher by a little bit more than 0.1%.
No, it might be now.
Dow futures better by a little bit more than 0.25%. Small cap futures also higher right now as investors look to possibly extend yesterday's gains. Thank you so much for joining us today on Morning Movers. I'm Diane King Hall. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stay with us. You've got Opening Bell with Nicole Petalini up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Is there an echo in here? Is there an echo in here? I don't know.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. All right.
Hey, baby.
I'm Nicole Petalides. Welcome to Schwab.
No cleavage.
This is Opening Bell, and we are live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And we have a big hour for you. Of course, we're going to look at NVIDIA and oil and anything you want covered. We got it. Okay. So we'll start with the latest on the war in the Middle East. Crude oil right now, 95.16 the barrel as oil moves up. Sometimes stocks come down. Trump asks for a delay in his China summit, focusing here at home on obviously this war. In the meantime, we'll look at Jensen Huang, the keynote yesterday. Right then when he said
we broke resistance.
That's when the stock took off for NVIDIA, and we'll talk about that. The CEO of Venue will join me right here at the desk. Really looking forward to speaking to J.W. Roth here to talk about the capital raise, the
Can I come talk to you?
entertainment industry, what goes on live on stage, and all the venues that they have. In the meantime,
You have a good day when you have cleavage.
markets. We are seeing some up arrows. I'm seeing major averages up about 1/4% for the S&P 500 futures at 67.74. The Nasdaq futures up 0.2%. The Dow futures up 1/3%, and the Russell 2000 up 1/4%. And as I see oil and gold both higher, gold's at $5,016 a troy ounce, up $14. Oil's right below $95 a barrel, up $1.50. 22.67 for the VIX. The 10-year at 4.20. Right, that's somewhat of an improvement from 4.25 if you're looking for rates to come down. And the Bitcoin trade, you know, it's been at the highest level we've seen in some time, all right? It's pulling back a little bit here at 73,840, but it's notable. It is notable. Alex Coffey is with me, co-host of Next Gen Investing, and wanted to get you set up for the trading day. Of course, oil has been our lead story for 2 weeks, and we continue to focus on that. And we will, of course, look at NVIDIA too. But let's start with the oil story.
Yeah, crude oil continues to be driving the ship, Nicole, as you mentioned, and you see it again today, up modestly. All things considered, though, I think in the context of the war still raging on, mid-90s is probably something that the market can stomach. It may explain why you did see a bit of a turnaround in the equity futures here ahead of the opening bell. That said, if it continues to creep higher and meaningfully above that $100 mark, not only is that psychologically important to the trade, Nicole, but it's also symbolic of continued stress on not only this marketplace, but potentially consumers and businesses across the world as arguably the most important commodity there is, continues to see its price pressured as supply is constrained due to some of those straight blockages. Now, you did see crude oil above that mark yesterday. It retreated back to the 1 week exponential moving average, which now sits in the low 90s, where it did find support and continues to cling to that mark today. It tried to rally a bit overnight, got up to about 98, 99 in the active month April futures. So again, if you're looking at sort of a checklist of the marketplace, it may look at, maybe you're always looking at the S&P 500 first, but shortly after that, you're checking crude oil, you're checking volatility. Right now, volatility is down, but crude oil up modestly, certainly a development to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and look, I heard, the White House senior advisor Hassett is saying that the coordinated oil reserve release could go up if that were needed. And that the U.S. is still fundamentally strong. So for those who are worried about an economic setback, for example, that is not in the picture at this moment. At the same time, we know that President Trump has delayed his meeting with President Xi. We got a sense of that yesterday when he was speaking. Scott Bassett yesterday said that may happen, and so we got that as expected, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think this does a couple things. It allows, the president and the American side to, delay a little bit on that front to focus a little bit more on the Middle Eastern front that is really dominating, mental, physical, and everything resource-wise. And it also is probably a welcome development from Beijing and China's perspective as well, as you think about the uncertainty between these two, powerful nations and the kind of constant negotiations that have been going on for several years now. It gives both sides a little bit more time to kind of game plan and plan for that. But it also means status quo continues for at least a temporary period of time. And so from a market perspective, it doesn't inject new uncertainty. That said, though, it does kind of knock down some of the momentum of kind of working with the nations and getting things accomplished that, hopefully are, as much as they can be win-win for both sides.
Understood. All right. So you do have some tankers going through the strait, according to the senior White House Hassett, as you noted. So we'll continue to follow this story, but I'd like to see oil pull back even more, but it's certainly down from 120 where it was last Monday. The Federal Open Market Committee, the meeting begins today, and so what do we think about that?
Yeah, the story, Nicole, is very, very likely not to be about policy change, but rather forward guidance from the committee, notably from Jerome Powell at his press conference. If you look at the current implied probabilities based off Fed funds futures, you can see this on the CME Fed Watch tool. You're talking over 99% chance based off of the market pricing that rates will remain unchanged. That kind of outlier risk still remains
99%.
A rate cut. So rate hike is just not on the table. That would be a tremendous, multi-standard deviation, black swan-like surprise, how unlikely that is at this point. But as you start to go out in time, again, the similar story becomes, even if you go out to the April meeting or the June meeting, the odds are overwhelmingly in favor of rates being held where they are, as this pressure upwards on prices as a result of the geopolitical tension and also growth remaining resilient in the U.S., or at least it has over the last several months, continues to kind of keep the Fed at its standstill as it has been for a while. All that to be said, forward guidance will do a lot to shape those future policy probabilities, and all eyes and ears will be on Jerome Powell when he takes the stage tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Alex Coffey, thank you so much. Always great to see you. Really
Alex,
appreciate it.
I'm having some coffee.
Now we turn our attention over to senior market
Break
expert
out.
Kevin Green and more on NVIDIA. Let's hear what's going on here.
Where we did see obviously some enthusiasm yesterday after Jensen Huang did speak at the conference here that they are holding, which is Something that actually did hit the tape was the $1 trillion in cumulative AI chip sales, basically through 2027. We did see a pretty sharp reaction after that announcement. It did abate just a tad bit here, but we actually did see the stock close positive on the day. Now, this is going to be driven by the Blackwell as well as Rubin architecture. And Jensen Huang actually did state that demand when it comes to compute has increased by 1 million times over the last 2 years, and they do believe that that trajectory is going to continue. And they talked a little bit more about the CPU space. We know that GPUs has been really a headline driver for this company, but the CPUs, it continues to try to expand their product offering within that space, as well as the software offerings and just providing a complete set for data centers as well as end users here. So overall, we actually did see a lot of stocks, especially in the technology space, really catch a little bit more of a bid because of this positive commentary. And today, we're just looking for a little bit of follow through here, Nicole, when it comes to the technology space, and this conference is still going on, so we might get more announcements over the coming days.
Yeah, you know, I was really excited when we were hearing, about NVIDIA. We were talking about some of the things that he may or may not talk about, and that was Blackwell and data centers, the $1 trillion, the language of the $1 trillion, which I was sitting here and I was reading the likelihood from the betting sites, 98% likelihood he would say Blackwell and data center, an 89% likelihood that he would say the $1 trillion, which really talked about that addressable market, and whether he was going to talk about photon or photonics, which really would mean a faster move to revenue, from the roadmap to revenue. And the minute he mentioned the $1 trillion, the stock went from 183 up to 187, and I said it right there at the closing bell. I was waiting for it, and the minute he said it, and Sam and I were sitting here, and then the stock took off. It didn't take off when we talked about what was changing in gaming. In fact, it really did nothing and dropped a buck. But when he talked about this $1 trillion, foresight going forward, I mean, that was really what gave a boost to the stock. Also, there's a partnership, too, that was maybe worth discussing.
I have a resistance to break on the SPY.
Also partnering up to create a global robotaxi.
I have a resistance to break on the SPY. Does anybody know what it is? Question was asked. Correct. Anybody remember? $674.10. $674.10. I said it. La la ti da. Hey, there's Bug. Good morning. La la ti da. Say let me be. All let me. He's just acting like himself in the middle of the shelf. I love you, Nicole. You mean everything to me. Not sure why we split up.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to
Decades?
With real-time insight across
Jeez.
products and sectors, we deliver what
I didn't know
active
that.
traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
671.97 is O.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane.
And I'm his mom. Sometimes
Damn.
you know you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Man, he ruined it. Don't ever take your mother on a blind date. Okay? You just don't do that. You just can't do it.
Jay is with us, Chief Market Strategist of the Wealth Consulting Group. So glad you are with us. Of course, front and center is 2 weeks of the Iran war. We still are seeing back and forth, ammunition. It's for lack of a better word. At the same
Ladies
time,
and
the Strait of
gentlemen,
Hormuz is-
I just now realized that we had a quad top here. We broke the triple top to the quad. Now we have a triple top counting the wick. So I put a new resistance on here, and that's going to be the pivot point. And I think we can come in at open and pull this thing back, and then come back up and re-break that resistance and run it up to the 674.10. Who's with me? Okie dokie.
You're seeing people walking around. What are they saying?
We just
What's
hit the pivot
mood
point.
there? You know, it sounds.
We just hit the pivot point. Ladies and gentlemen, we just hit the pivot point on the SPY. This is a triple top. Do you understand? 1 of them, 2 bits, snake, breakout, pullback into inverse head and shoulders, hitting the right shoulder on the second time, coming up to the pivot point, creating an ascending triangle. Let me repeat that again. Creating a ascending triangle where you have a horizontal resistance and higher lows. Boom. Bullish.
And the broader economy is much more energy efficient now than it was in past decades. So let's not get carried away here, Nicole.
Yeah, understood. Can we go back to IGV? I didn't hear. Did you say you like that, or which ETFs have been the ones that work for you or will work for you in the future? Do you think?
For sure. So in fair disclosure, I did sell XLY. That's the cap-weighted consumer discretionary ETF. And XLF, that's the financial sector ETF, back in early February, because I did not like the way they were acting heading into the new year.
You didn't like the way they were acting.
Prescient. But now I think, given the parabolic move away from a rotation out of consumer cyclicals, I think this is a nice kind of potential contrarian entry point here, on the condition that we end the war in the next days and weeks, and oil comes back down the way it wants to go. So I'd be looking at the equal weighted consumer discretionary RSPD. I also like software for different reasons as a contrarian, because I think the selling similarly got overdone. So IGV is another one to keep on your list here, which is already working.
And how likely do you think it is that the war ends in days and weeks? Does that seem more likely than not to you?
You know, that could be the big surprise to investors here. I think when it comes to the oil market itself, which is in what we call a state of backwardation, where the front month futures contracts are quite a bit higher than the outer month's futures contracts, the market itself here at home, as I say, doesn't believe that these elevated domestic oil prices are sustainable over the long run. The bond market is sending a similar message as well, judging by the five-year forward embedded inflation expectations in the Treasury market, which have been rock steady around 2%. And that has been the case over the past decade, Nicole. It seems like the bond market treats these energy spikes as temporary or transient supply shocks, not long-term hits to inflation expectations. So I would take that, if I were a policymaker, as another reason to keep lowering interest rates as the unemployment rate drifts higher here and payroll growth is still pretty weak.
So lower rates, you're a little worried about the labor picture. The Fed not likely to lower rates tomorrow, right? You're not expecting that, but you would like to see, what, 2 or 3 cuts this year?
Yeah, well, it's a good point. There's a big difference between what the Fed is likely to do and what it should do. I'm talking about what it probably should do. And I'd be in the camp of a full point lower. If you consider where the federal funds rate is now, it's 3.5 to 3.75%. Pick your underlying prevailing rate of inflation, it's probably 1% lower from there. So I think there's plenty of scope for the Fed to keep lowering those rates to defend growth and jobs right here, Nicole.
I wanted to ask you about the XLF, which you did get out of, which obviously was prudent, obviously, because we're down about 10% on financials this year. And we are seeing the rate still at the higher end, right? We were at 425 yesterday, we're 420 today. When will you get back into financials? When will you find financials attractive again?
So that's a good question. I think it similarly it relates to the headlines and the pressures on the private equity and credit space.
What's up, Jimbo?
Not much. Just trying to get a grip here.
Yeah. We swept a bunch of hourly highs just now.
Yes. SPY. I got.
I still think we can go to 68.10 on ES.
Oh God. Yeah.
That would be, yeah, that would be another big hourly high another day.
Yeah, that wouldn't be asking for much.
20 point pop off the open seems very likely, actually. All my EMAs on the clouds are full stacked.
We'll come back and retest. Probably $10 drop.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a pullback, but I think we go up for that.
Right now, 6777.
The 5-minute RSI is burning up right now.
I'm gonna create an alert above that 6777.
Because that's our 5063 cloud. 6775 is.
Yep.
And then 6760 is our 200 EMA cloud.
IWM just hit resistance from yesterday, 249.77. Well, it's going to be a breakout day. Randy doesn't like these kind of days.
I don't like it when we pump for no reason. I don't see anything in the news.
The only thing that I see is technical bouncing off the 100 and the 200 that I showed yesterday on the SPY on the daily that we pulled back on Friday.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
You need a miracle in RITM. Randy is here. Man, I got to get this guy out of his down and outs.
What I don't like, if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
is that ES is sitting here pumping. But Bitcoin has flipped the cloud red on hourly.
Uh-oh. They were really excited this morning on Bitcoin. They were pumping it this morning on StockTwits.
Back, we can pull back all the way back down to around 71.5.
Damn girls, no cleavage today. I'll tell you what.
Like an entry point in tomorrow, though. Pulls back on business tomorrow, just to ride it up. Because I think Bitcoin's going down probably 85 before it's all over.
Yeah. AMD's pulling back. We got less than 3 minutes. I don't think I want to jump into anything unless it's a put. But we'll see, because AMD might, this pre-market dip, Apple just knifed right here. Let me see AMD. I'm going to see if I can trade AMD at open. Make sure I got both these platforms up.
Make sure and watch the hourly.
AMD right at open March 20th. The 200 strike or the 205. I'm gonna go for the 205. Oh. Good morning.
5 seconds.
Right on. Okay, breakout on Meta. And I'm going to jump in this here AMD. And once this here spread tightens up, you get 5 to start with. Damn it. Don't do that to me. I missed it.
Mara's done.
Yeah, Mara had a good run. Okay, Nvidia's dumped, knifed. We got Apple at the 200. And I'm trying to get in this. Trying to get in this. When I mean spread, I'm talking about the bid and the ask. When they're kind of far apart, I'm a little leery of getting in a trade, but when they tighten up, which they have now, with 10 cents.
Might see if it runs all the way to that 68 pin level I wanted, and then I'll short it. Because that'll be way overextended on the RSI.
Yeah, at 6,800 is a good target signal.
I told you that 1 hour 200 SMA is at 67. Well, we're at it. We're at the 1 hour 200 SMA right now.
Come on, quit going up. I want to try to get this trend line in here. Yeah. There's your target right there. 4 more bucks maybe. And I missed my opportunity on AMD. I got to focusing on a, damn, look at that. That'd have been 30 cents. Well, I think you're getting there. $68.05. If it gets there.
I want that 68.11 sweep.
Okay. Ah, that ain't what I wanted. Dadgummit, I missed that trade. Okay, we're getting there. The resistance rose a little bit, but SPX, see how high these puts are. $69, $67, $6,700. And the puts fill. I'm gonna grab one. This is a megaphone. I just now realized what I was looking at. We got a freaking megaphone pattern here. So this triple top megaphone. The now I'm just taking this trade on a risk. The 6,700 strike at 560 if I can get it. Might go 570. There it is. Boom. Well, it gave me a gift. Do you ever buy something that gives you a cheaper price?
Did you have market order?
No, I did the limit. That hardly ever happens. Let's see if I got it right. The 67 at 540. That was on the 5-minute also, that megaphone. I just now know, I'm surprised I didn't notice that when I put that line up there. Come on. Don't fail on me. Yep. Come on. So I should have grabbed one more. I'm gonna grab one more maybe. So I got another one at 490. That's all I'm going in this. You might have got you support here, Randy, at 940. Double bottom, an RITM. Think about two more.
It's pretty much determined that it ain't gonna give me my sweep I want, ain't it?
Yep. Vegas says the tape's very bullish. But I'm going to see here.
I mean, American Airlines is up 5%. That's somebody knows something about oil that I don't know.
Now, they were talking about forecasts and guidance.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. The
Their guidance any good if their fuel costs are through the freaking roof.
the executive airfare is up 20%.
Yeah, but aircraft fuel is freaking crazy right now.
Oh, yeah, I understand. I wouldn't think it'd be a very good time to be buying airlines. Not at all.
Aqua's up 7% already. So there must be some freaking, or maybe everybody's just rotating into quantum. Okay?
Oh, quantum. One chick mentioned that this morning. Regetta. And now what's that other one? What's that other one? It starts with an O. I think it was you that told me about it, ain't it?
Yeah, Onyx.
Yeah. Quantum.
There's a lot of weird stuff pumping with no news. Even Archer is up 3%, and Archer's been getting beat to hell.
Yeah, Onyx. ON. It's a bear flag too that's going up. We've got a new high right here. Dang it, don't do it.
So Aqua just went up and hit a big 4-hour trend line.
Just broke.
Or are they gonna give him a sweeper one?
You're just a few bucks shy of your 10.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
I had 577, so.
I'm not short it when it sweeps those contracts.
Come on, baby, drop. IWM new high, QQQ had new high, SPY and SPX. I'm just 20 cents over my resistance level on the SPY. And I'm still holding the put here. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. I thought about getting 2 more of them down there, and I'd had 4.
I think they're going to roll the hourly over and then drop it.
Ooh.
Drop it with the new hourly candle.
Yep.
And the VIX is pretty freaking bottomed out right now.
The news flow is supportive of this this move.
All right. And, you know, we heard.
I think Kevin Green's a good trader. The market's jumped up pretty good size this morning already. It was flat. Here, 2 more. Should have let me. Today's loser is Walmart. It's really not down much, 50 cents. Not too much losers going on. Kroger's flat. And today's winner is Shop. Love. CrowdStrike up 14 bucks. We got PANW up today. And Morgan Stanley. Lulu's up $4, $3.69. Chipotle had another pullback and starting to move back up. This thing ain't, come on, drop. Drop. Spies hit the 21. So if it's going to have a day like yesterday, it'll bounce here. If not, we'll have a good pullback to $1. For $1. We're getting ready to squeeze right now. The 9's above the 21, which means it's still bullish. NVIDIA down to a day low, a little below a day low, interday, open day. Man, I'm waiting. I don't know if this thing's going to hold or not. I mean, I think it will hold. Man, that was a good call on AMD off the 200 this morning. I could have got 2 scalps off that. Meta's pulling back. Oracle had a breakout this morning. Magnificent Seven are up. NVIDIA leading the pack in volume by 3 to 4 fold. Oracle just pulled back as I was talking about it. Okay, well, come on. I'm going to get out of this thing green at least. We've got a head and shoulders on the SPX. Right shoulder, not much of a neckline on this one. Kind of shows a formation of a head and shoulders with a rising wedge with 3 white soldiers. Come on, drop.
Trying to break through the bottom of the cloud.
Yep. Vegas beat a bet on me, so I got to make sure that this thing pulls back so I can get a little bit of clout.
They didn't really freaking miss my sweep at $2.50.
IWM, new high. Apple had a nice bounce off the 200 first thing this morning. Called that one out.
Pending homes data at 9.
Less than a minute, or 9 my time.
It's going to be at the hourly rollover.
There's so much potential upside to SPX right now. So it's on the hour. All right, come on, baby. I need 515. I should have got more of them. Damn it. I would say I was going to get 2 more of them. I'd be even. I don't think he's going to let me have my number. I'm so damn mad. I should have got that 440. I got 67.31 coming up, or 36. Another $5 dip. Yeah. Once I identified this Head and Shoulders, I should have automatically bought the put, added on. And I didn't. I just sat there and watched it. There's a perfect resistance level. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, baby, pump Nvidia. AMD pulled back to the 50. We got Meta pulled back $7. 5, I mean. SPY hit the 63. So that's pretty tough resistance.
Is still probably in the cards here, Sam, when you're looking at WTI.
Okay, I'm going to be speaking to an oil guest.
Meta hit my support.
So no doubt we'll unpack some of that as well. But just shifting to what you've just mentioned around the tech sector, obviously a very headline-driven market today. We've got Nvidia, which is just fractionally lower, while all the other Mag 7 are higher. That $1 trillion through to 2027 was very much the visibility that the market had been looking for, very much expanding and extending that outlook now for another year. Interesting moves also. Another takeaway from that I'm seeing this morning in some of the opticals down as traders have been digesting Huang's comments around some of the copper wiring versus the opticals. Just talk us through some of the price action this morning and the headlines we're tracking out of GTC.
Yeah, you are seeing NVIDIA slide here a little bit. Microsoft also looks like it's going to go from green to red here, and that probably will provide some pressure for the equity markets. Yesterday's comments, I don't think were outside of the norm. The market was actually looking for that $1 trillion guide. I think at first people probably thought that he was talking about sales of $1 trillion in 2027, which is why we saw that rapid spike. But once you started getting a little bit more clarification,
you're about to get in.
That's when you started seeing a little bit more of a normalization.
Try along here. We just bounced off the 63 cloud again. That was a breaking a retest.
We're a slow volume right now.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I don't like it. A lot of times when that happens, you get ready for a squeeze for a breakout, but right now the 9's crossed down below the 21, and we're below the 9, so we're not as bullish as we was. I think I'm gonna go make my salad. I wish I'd have got more than just that dip. That dip would have really done me good right now. $4. That's where I was going to buy them at. Now we're definitely at a support right now at the 50 on the X. So I got to make a decision if I want to sell these. I don't want to sell them. I want to wait this out. I'll put the Fibonacci on here. We're at the first support on the fib. Major one 677724 off the 100 on the 5 minute. So I'm green. Ta-da! I did it! Barely. You cockroach. This lady posted on Facebook yesterday these little cocoons that she found in her bed. She didn't know what they were. They were roach larvae. She had roaches in her bed. I mean, if you got roach larvae in your bed, you got to have roaches pretty bad. $5.30. Come on, Randy. Had mice sleeping in her hair? Oh, God. I slept with a few chicks that were kind of sleazy like mice. Oh, they got the young guy on here. We're definitely at support right now. $6. Woohoo! Unbelievable. That's what balls takes. Oh man, I can't tell you how happy it makes me. Woo! For I'm Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and a disciple of the Lord. Amen. James, how dare you? Now, thought about that dip. Jim, you know what? I think you made a big mistake by selling it too early. Because you could see 67, 16.91. Yeah, I said it. But it's best to get out now, like you did what you did. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Look at right back to support, which was resistance, the triple top on the SPY. So what was resistance now becomes support. So this is the pivot point. Now, for people who are new to trading and chart patterns, this is what I called when I said that we were coming up to what you would call an ascending triangle. That's when you have a triple top right here. We had that triple top break. So this is when you have an inverse head and shoulders down here. You see he came back and touched the right shoulder. Then we had the breakout into an ascending triangle, which now that previous resistance of that triple top now becomes support. For it to remain bullish, you have to hold that resistance level, which now becomes support. And that's a triple top and ascending triangle, which are both very bullish. But you hear me talk about a triple top and a pullback. That's not covered when you have an ascending triangle set up. So you have more reason for it to break out into a quad breakout. So you started to form and it came back down and retested that shoulder line, then came back up and broke that quad, which was the next relationship to the triple top on that. That green line represents the resistance line of that ascending triangle. First you just had a triple top. It kind of broke out a little bit and then pulled back. Then you had the breakout of the quad into the triple. And that was the triple top resistance. If you pull this back up to a bigger time frame, well, you can't see it there. I'm happy I got out of that trade. And to call it on a megaphone pattern, triple top on the megaphone pattern is what I was trying to remember. So that's very powerful. And I always expect a little pullback off that triple top on a megaphone. Okay, I'm done. That make any sense? Someone say yes. Just say yes to say it. Oh, God. Detected spam caller. Hello. My phone detected a spam caller.
Hello?
Is this true? Are you a spam caller?
Oh, no, certainly not. This is simply an informational call about Medicare open enrollment and strategies to maximize your coverage. Do you currently have Medicare Parts A and B?
Yes, I do, ma'am. I'm an old man. Could you call me back after
Or
3?
do you currently have Medicare Parts A and B?
Yes. Could you call me back after 3?
Certainly, no problem. We'll get in touch with you soon.
What's your name? Hello, baby. Don't leave. Damn. Can't pick up on call. Damn AI callers, man. I had better luck when it was real people. I've actually picked up chicks, a couple of them, on the phone. Did get the wrong number? That was when I had a better savvy. But I doubt if that ever happens again. We're at the VWAP on the SPY. I didn't even think about looking at the VWAP. We've got a possible squeeze happening on SPX. I'm not sure what direction. All right. Charlie's Angels are up. Nvidia, man, she's turning out to be kind of a pretty girl.
With some of that deterioration in average member drawdown under the surface.
I'm not sure if we're lifting the fog of war, but I think for whatever reason, a day like today is one where investors seem to be focused more on the actual fundamentals sitting under the equity market.
No, they're not.
It's a day in stark contrast.
We don't give a crap about the fundamentals, chick.
The dollar down. So everything going in the complete opposite direction relative to an equity market that is up. And I think some of that has to do with some better pre-announcements, earnings now being within our sight. So it may only last a day, but I think that's more of a fundamental focus right now. Let's just look at the underlying fundamentals.
No, it's
inside
not.
The equity market.
I don't care about them.
Push the war concerns aside for the moment.
No. Very bad advice.
This whole episode.
Fundamentals don't matter.
We're going to be hearing, obviously, from the FOMC tomorrow. But the BOE, the ECB, and the Aussies have gone first with the hike overnight. Just talk us through how important.
If the fundamentals mattered, we would be flying through the roof.
Market central banks meeting. Most of them are going to be on hold for now.
Oh, Bank of America have on watch.
Did raise rates a second time overnight. Their economy was overheating before the war, and
ARC had a big run yesterday.
A sign of what will happen in the rest of the world. But yeah, central banks are really in this tough spot of having to weigh upside risk to inflation and downside risk to growth. And so the question is inflation going to be transitory or not? Assuming these higher prices don't spill over into wages, there's the potential that higher inflation may not last if the downside risks to economic growth increase.
Lizanne, you mentioned the fundamentals. Obviously, that is what is driving things right now. And you and I have spoke a lot about the resilience of this market. And a lot of that has been underpinned by the earnings complex. I mean, obviously corporate earnings have been holding up quite well. I'm just wondering, though, in light of what we've heard from the Honeywells this morning, we are getting clear corporate reads now on how this war is potentially impacting some of these companies. I know Delta is a very different story, but I think that just goes to show the divergence between.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. We got a snake with a symmetrical flag breakout on the SPY. We're still bearish, but we're setting up a flag. I think it'd be a strong buy if we could just sink down one more dip. And I'm going to go make my salad. Oh, we had a triple bottom on the 200 on AMD this morning. Pure's internet's been kind of goofy here lately. I got 2 yeses in the room. Okay. Now, Jimmy just called a flag on the SPY, a symmetrical flag. Do you see it? Yes or no? There's your retest. Now's the time to take it. So, dang, that AMD call was a good one this morning. SPX. A little late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. 6760s. Meta's coming to the 200. I mean, this flag looks strong. We're at 440. Please look at IONQ. It looks like you're going to spend some money. Well, I'd say 34.50 would be resistance. Maybe a little bit shorter than that. 34.35. $28. Yeah, that's a good spot. 34.28 is a pivot point. $360 for these options. I gotta type this in. And when I say resistance to break, that means we break it and we come back and we retest it to make sure that it's worthy. 34.28. And then support is going to be right down here. To hold would be a double bottom. So I set my alert right above that head and shoulders. Inverse head and shoulders. And that would be right at 30, a little under 33. $32.95 to hold to say bullish. What I say, stay bullish. 32.95. If it breaks that resistance, and then that 34, this 200 on the 1 hour time frame will become your hard resistance. And we'll put that right here so we can see that before that. 34.55. So that's going to be your channel of resistance between 34.28 and 34.55. And if that breaks, you'll shoot on up a lot higher. So right now it's kind of breathing. 32.95 holds. 34.55 to break. $34.55 to break. There's a nice bounce. Nice bounce on SPX. So far, we've held support. I'm impressed with that put call. I mean, that come out of the blue. AMD back to the 200 again. We're at support levels. We'll know something soon. Well, that was a put that I was looking at, not call. Yeah, I'm gonna go make lunch. Anybody have any more? Feel free to ask me anything. Not anything. Almost anything. Quantum's definitely in play. There's momentum behind it. Well, there she broke out a little bit there. Hmm.
As time goes on, we get more information, things settle down. In 2022, the big concern was Russian sanctions were taking oil off the market, but the reality is oil is a very important and lucrative commodity for producers and end users. So what happens is people figure things out, right? Humans know what they need, they know what they want, they figure out how to get it, even when there's an obstacle. And I know the Hormuz situation is a little more complicated, but I think ultimately the end game will be exactly the same. We'll find some way to work that situation out, maybe even bypass it in some smaller capacity, and the oil will eventually get to the market. But it's, in the meantime, we're trying to figure out all the details, and it's going to be a messy process.
It's a very fluid situation. I think what the market seems to be taking some degree of comfort in right now is the fact that oil is moving, albeit at a snail pace and mostly to India and China, but it's not blocked. There's no, you and I have talked about that as well, no gate. It is being controlled. KG was talking about some of the tanker rates. He looks at that very, very closely. But I'm also wondering, and you and I have discussed this before in recent weeks as well, as to how much the energy infrastructure story and the blows we continue to see. Even overnight, I was seeing headlines around, continued damage to, facilities in the UAE. How much of that story is going to be the bigger problem moving forward? Because even if we start to see that flow going through this choke point right now, it's going to be getting that all up and running again.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of pieces on the chessboard being played now, and we don't, until we know, we're not going to know. So it's going to be complicated, and this is a very headline-driven market. I think for the most part, obviously, we've seen some slowdown in oil production because there's not enough places to store it until we get things moving. So we have seen some barrels of oil come offline. But I think the market's probably overreacting and probably pricing in more than what's actually coming off, even if we consider all the headlines of things blowing up. We have to keep in mind Venezuela oil, it depends on who you listen to. Some people think it's going to be about 200,000 barrels per day. Some people think it might be 400,000 barrels per day by the end of the year. And by 2027, we might be in the $700,000 barrels per day range. So Venezuela oil is slowly coming online. OPEC is pledging for another 200,000 barrels a day. So we have more oil coming online. There's a it's not, if we thread the needle, it's going to be really, really tough job. It'll take some luck. But if we thread the needle, we're actually going to come out of this with a lot more oil than we started with. And if you recall, we started at $55 per barrel. So, I mean, in a very perfect world, in a perfect scenario, and I'm not saying this is likely to happen, but in a perfect scenario, we could easily see oil in a 30 or 40 handle by the end of the year or early next year.
Wow. Okay. So there are some shock absorbers. It's just such a balancing act, as you say, in these markets with the offset from the likes of OPEC. Carly, we have to wrap it up there. Thank you so much for joining us there. Carly Gardner there, the Senior Commodity and Market Strategist at Decali Trading. Coming up, it's time for Inside Out, and we'll take a closer look at Lululemon ahead of earnings and bring you an example trade for that name when Morning Trade Live returns.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Lululemon will be in the spotlight after close when the
Lulu
athleisure name reports earnings. Analysts are expecting EPS of $4.77 per share on an adjusted basis, with revenue just north of $3.5 billion. The stock is down more than 20% so far this year. And the company is still looking for a new permanent CEO after Calvin McDonald departed Lulu at the end of January. So that's obviously a big focus for this name as well. It's trading up 1.7% ahead of earnings. So let's go inside out on Lululemon. Joining us now is Tom Nikic, who's the Managing Director of Equity Research at Needham. Tom, nice to have you on the program. What are you expecting from this earnings report? Because it feels like it's less about the numbers, more about the narrative.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling that other chick. Fundamentals don't matter.
Stock and, for most of the last 18 months or so, the narrative has been around the North America business, where we've seen, slowing top line trends, negative comp store sales. So it's going to be really important to hear what they say about that. I think the North America business continues to be pressured due to really stiff competition. And really the big wild card is a potential CEO announcement. We don't know whether or not
wild card.
But
that's a good idea.
Way towards changing investor sentiment here.
You've got a hold rating.
That would be a good reason for it to run.
What turns this into a buy? Is it the narrative around the North American sales or the CEO?
A little bit of both would help. So I think, obviously that.
I just now realized something.
Back on track. Covering this sector for a long time.
I think I called this 666 this morning.
These stocks don't tend to perform
Support.
well when they're struggling in their home market. So
Yeah, I
think
did.
that until you get a stabilization of fundamentals, it's hard to see the stock having a sustained move upwards. Depending on who they hire as a CEO, that could be a positive or a negative announcement. However, whoever comes in does have quite a bit of work to do, and especially since a lot of it has to do with product and fashion, which has really long lead times, it's not necessarily a quick fix. So, maybe if they make a compelling CEO announcement, maybe you see a short-term pop in the sales, but I doubt that there would be much sustainability of that upward momentum unless the fundamentals change, and I'm not sure that the fundamentals are changing anytime soon.
Okay, so fundamentals is the big story here. Obviously, a CEO announcement, depending on who it is going to be very important here. But then it comes down to exactly how they're going to address consumer trends right now, and also the competition, you could say, Tom. What are you seeing on that front? I mean, what would this new leadership need to come in and do to address some of that?
Yeah, so look, I mean, competition is very, very stiff right now. I think you've got a lot of up-and-coming athleisure brands that are really just, doing great. Alo Yoga, Viore, Skims, Fabletics. So, there's a lot of competition there. And I think increasingly you're also seeing consumers start to gravitate towards some non-athletic brands and, maybe refreshing their closet in categories.
Had a little bounce on AMD. We're compared to Flag right now.
More fashion tops. So, you see really strong results out of brands like Ralph Lauren, Levi's.
I'll be back.
Etc. So I think what the new CEO needs to come in and do is go and focus on product innovation. Product innovation is what turned Lulu from a little niche brand into one of the biggest apparel brands in the world. And when Lulu is really executing at a high level, it's because they've got great product that feels great, looks great, and it's like something the consumer's never seen before. So I think working on product is paramount.
Yeah, I think so as well, because we've seen how picky some of these consumers have been around the fabrics, the looks, even the colors. Tom, great setup. Thanks so much for the preview. Tom Nikic there, Managing Director over at Needham. Let's trade Lululemon now with Tom White, host of Fast Market. You heard it there, Tom. The bull case seems to be on the assumption that they right the ship here, but, a lot riding on this. So many metrics to look at. How would you approach an example trade here?
Well, the bar is low, Sam. As you mentioned, the fact that this stock is just off of 6-year lows, and it's been just a falling knife here. The option market's priced in about a plus or minus 9.5% move either way, just under $16 in either direction on a one-day move. So implied volatility levels are elevated at this point. Just kind of going off your guess outlook here as far as what their rating is, basically a neutral rating. I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of that. I think one of the keys is you've got to remember it's got a small share float. It's got a higher beta, so it might have that chance to move, but you can take advantage of high implied volatility in a neutral strategy such as this. So I looked at a short iron condor. We sometimes call this a short iron butterfly because I'm selling the call and put on the same strike in this strategy. I went out to the March 20th monthly options, so just 3 days to expiration on this trade, where I'm going to sell the at-the-money straddle, the 162.5 strike call and put. We're going to sell both of those. And then on the downside, on the put side, we're going to buy the 145 strike put. And out of the money on the upside, on the call side, we're going to buy the 180 strike call. So a short iron condor here, you're going to collect roughly a credit of $12. That's what you can potentially make if the stock settles in here around 162. Now it takes your break evens on the downside to $150.50. and 174.50 to the upside. So you've got a nice wide range for this stock to trade in over the next 3 days. And what will happen is that you'll see that crush in volatility, and that'll lower the price point on this short iron condor. But it's a neutral strategy, taking advantage of higher implied volatility with the expectation you're going to see the stock consolidate, but your risk to find this one also.
All right, good look at Lululemon for us this morning. Going to be out with earnings later today. We'll be watching, we'll be breaking down these numbers. Really appreciate it, Tom White, as always. Trading up around 1.5% right now. We do have stocks on the move higher today. We continue to see this rebound. These oil prices do come off a bit now. We are at $94 a barrel on WTI. Thanks so much for joining us. We've got Trading 360 coming up next. Have a great rest of your trading day.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So what are the most important ways?
Areas to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
We're at the 63, so it's kind of like a pivot point.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it.
I swear.
Everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we took.
I saw this commercial and this guy's eyes were closed. And I haven't seen it since. But I swear I saw his eyes closed. His. But I haven't seen it since, so I can't. It's got an inspirational though. It's got a nice house.
Good morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day here on this Tuesday. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Alex Coffey, in for Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. We've got a big show planned, and here's what's coming up on today's show for our 360 Spotlight. We're going to focus in on the energy markets. The energy markets continue to be driving market volatility, with crude oil seemingly being the key marketplace to watch for traders. And we'll, of course, cover the latest when it comes to news and geopolitical headlines out of the Middle East. We'll also, for our disruptor, discuss a major partnership announced today between NVIDIA as well as Uber, as Uber looks to really ramp up its participation in the driverless autonomous vehicle marketplace for rideshare. So that'll be a fun discussion. Kevin Green will have an example trade for us as well in our disruptor segment. And then for our 360 round, we're getting late in that earnings season, but one of the big retailers, one of the most powerful companies when it came to apparel trends in the last 5
Uber has
years,
a deal.
Lululemon is slated to report. We'll get some thoughts from our two panel guests during that segment to close out the show. Before we kick things off, though, let's take a quick look at where markets sit here now, 90 minutes into the second trading day of the week. And what you'll notice is a very festive green color on the screen today. Of course, St. Patrick's Day. Being celebrated
that's why.
in financial markets, at least here in real time, with a rally across the board for the four major averages. S&P 500 up just shy.
It makes all
points,
perfect
and
sense
NASDAQ
now.
100 up about 200.
Uber's got some kind of deal.
In real time, 0.75%. The Russell 2000.
Uber has some kind of deal. TSM's up again today. Some of these You know, I know they've been talking about get out of tech, get out of tech. That's all hogwash. I guarantee it, they're climbing right back in it. Now, fundamentally, they were overbought. Same as technically. But their narrative always changes, you know. Especially the more I listen to them and called Apple this morning, first thing this morning. See how it bounced right off the 200? We had second chance to pick it off the 200 EMA. I called that one out this morning. Then we got Netflix that's kind of forgot about. I think that's the time you want to start watching it. And I think that's it. Go get some MSOS. It's still down. General Motors still overbought. Broadcom is at support, 3-day support. AVGO, I'd have to read the news to figure if it's worth, gets a boost. NVIDIA stock gets a boost from GTC event. Delta. God. Raises guidance, revenue guidance as jet fuel doubles. That sucks. That means they're going to raise rates. And they were just getting down. I mean, they were just getting down to a respectable price. I mean, I was looking at vacations that were $400 or $500 cheaper. Some up to $1,000 just for 3 nights. Now, I mean, I get on there every day and try to look for a deal. And I did it all during Biden year. I mean, that last vacation, I shopped and shopped and shopped and shopped. I really liked the resort, but the beach, yeah. That's a pretty good pump. It's cup and handle. We got pivot point coming up at 64.85 on Dow. It can move up a lot. I mean, it's had a pretty good sell-off. I'd see if we get it back down to this here pivot point area for support at 61.80. A triple top breakout. Set my alert just a little bit above it. And Love was up huge this morning. See, this has had a good sell-off too. Nice little pop. Man, that's a... Got a Head and Shoulders right here. Okay, we're getting to the 200. Get ready. Pay attention. Pay attention. God, I don't even want to look at them puts. You ready? Damn it. Phone rings. Always clean as Jim.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Out from Affordable Care Services.
Yeah.
I'm here to help you get the latest subsidies and benefits released under the Affordable Care Act. So for that, can you please confirm with a yes or no if you are under the age of 65?
No.
Sorry, it looks like you don't qualify for the device. Have a great day.
Well, that sucks. Damn her, she caused me not to miss this trade. Oh. I didn't hang up on the bitch. Okay, get ready. From Washboardjim, I'm one of the best scalpers in this country. The /ES is at the 200 SMA. I caught my first fill here, the 6750s at 390. We've been hovering here for 4 minutes, three and some minutes at support. These are the 6750s at $3.90. Can I have quiet, please? I don't want your damn welfare. This is how you do it. The 6750's at $3.90. Let's do it. I'm not sure how he does it, but he's gonna do it. Blake it. Good morning, Sheba. The crowd is going wild. He's trying to take a chance here. Come on, baby. You can do it. Break it. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to try to cook. Oh, my stove is on. Oh, it's nice and warm. My stove is. Oh, my God. Jim, you're up $20 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? No, I can't. Jim, you're up $20 a contract. You're up 30. You were up 30. Now you are. Jim, you're up $50 $60 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? Oh. See, it won't give it to you. There it is. Da, 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 da. Who's the best trader out there? Woo. Uh-oh. Jim, you're up $50 a contract. Why didn't you sell them? Because I don't think we're through. I mean, you can go ahead and take you're up $70 a contract right now. Please make a business decision. You're up $140 a contract. Jim's out at $5. He's back in the saddle again. He's back in the saddle again. Hit the 63 MA.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go again. Damn it, I missed it. How much? 350. This seems like a little bit more risk, but I'm taking it. Off the 200. 390. SNY they're talking about. I'm down $10. Was up. It could go down to 67.23 in between that. You got that triple bottom. Around 67.25. Okay. I have grease on my expensive shirt. Retesting again for the third time. $2.90 come on. There it is. Okay, added more at 290. I got 3. One at 350 and 2 at 290. That's what I should have waited for. Right there. Damn it. That cost me $90. $250. Yeah, we'll see how lucky I am. No, God. If it doesn't hold, I'm going to stop out because I don't want to lose a lot of money. Oh. Now I got 3 black crows. Damn. Them puts. Well, we've hit the first support on the /ES. On the Fibonacci, the 38.29% pullback, or 0.2%. Woo! Knife, damn. It stopped out. Now was it reverse? Ah! Well, there's my loss for the day. Damn it. 6,700 puts went to $10. The ones that I had earlier. Well, I tell you what, if we 50% retracement, it's coming up. $67, $62.06, yay. Jim, how was your lunch today? Well, I'm trying out a new salad dressing from, I don't know, I gotta see where it's from. It doesn't have, I'll be right back. Today's Emperor commercial comes from Hidden Valley Ranch Dressing, Avocado Ranch. If you're stuck at the ranch and you have nothing else to do, whip up a salad from your garden and add a little avocado dressing, ranch dressing to it. Don't forget your croutons and your sliced tomatoes and your pickles and your radish. But it all levels out to a nice palate in your mouth of soft milkiness. And it makes you horny in 15 minutes. This is ranch avocado dressing from Hidden Valley. Have a great day. Here's another one. Jim, you have one red trade today. What are you going to do? I'm going to make it up. Now that dressing kind of grows on you a little bit. Jim, we love your info commercials. Do they happen to sponsor you by any means? No. I haven't got any sponsors yet. I've been working on one. Love bounced off the 200 EMA. What a coincidence. On the daily,
That's why she uses U.S. Bank, Bank Smartly Checking and Savings.
Before, let's get it now. Now, baby, there's no time to mess around. Breathe, baby. Four, yeah. Bingo.
Partners, Japan, South Korea, most of South America, certainly all of Central America and the Caribbean, and now Europe and parts of Asia. They're looking to America for cleaner energy, right? It's not just about available energy. It's about energy that's cleaner than diesel fuel, cleaner than crude oil, and you're going to see this pop up. I don't think it's going to be short term either. I think those are structural changes that the U.S. LNG industry and the LPG industry, those exports are going to stay strong for years and years.
Really insightful, thoughtful conversation. Tucker, we really appreciate you taking the time and wish you the best and a great day. Tucker Perkins, President and CEO of the Propane Education and Research Council. Take a short break, then it's time for our 360 round as we preview Lululemon ahead of earnings with our panel right after this.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim.
Is that
your
true?
Trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade
man.
with Schwab.
Adrenaline rush.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing.
Jenny
where we
Horny?
track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving.
We're retesting the old resistance.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
That's not every trading day. Jenny.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving.
Good morning, Bobby. Van Halen, baby. The video is at the 50 SMA on the 1 minute. Apple is free above all the moving averages. Meta needs to break the 50 and AMD needs to break the 50. I think I'm getting like a salad dressing. Kind of makes you want to keep the salad in your mouth a little longer. Don't forget your tomatoes. Don't forget your cabbage. I got some red cabbage in here. Don't forget your feta cheese. Don't forget your carrot. I think that's it. Oh yeah. Most important thing, don't forget your romaine lettuce. Always clean, may I help you? I'm in the middle of eating a salad right now. How can I help you?
Good morning. something as per our records from your local county in the state of Missouri. So just quickly, both Part A and B of your Medicare are currently active, right?
That's right, baby.
Perfect. So our records indicate that you haven't claimed your free upgrade, which offer benefits like food cards, $300 cash back, flex cards, and very low premiums. So let me get a benefits specialist online who can activate these benefits on your current coverage free of cost, okay?
No, I'm busy right now. You're online live on YouTube. And could you call me back a little bit later, around 3?
That's fine. I am putting your number in our callback list.
All right, baby. James, you handle that very professionally, and we're very proud of you. That could have been a horrible situation, but it turned out to be a nice rosy response.
Awareness that rises above the competition.
David, as we look at this earnings, I know you said you're not expecting a lot. I know you're more of a long-term, in terms of your analysis. But if you had to say, hey, I lean towards beat, I lean towards miss on consensus this time around, you got a feel for Lulu?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, Lululemon often beats quarters, even in quarters that aren't that good. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if Lululemon beats the estimates that are out there. I think probably people anticipate that most of the time. So, yeah, that wouldn't be surprising.
All right, guys. David Schwartz of Morningstar, and, of course, Melissa Otto of S&P Global.
F&P?
Well, Lululemon after the close.
I don't know about that.
The end of earnings season, it's up about 1.3% here in real time. Equity markets stabilized, but have given back a lot of those gains. Thanks as always for tuning in. This was Trading 360. I'm Alex Coffey. We have Fast Market coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for an...
Washboardjim's going to come back and prepare to call out the reversal trade to the upside. Now, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is that we've hit some major support levels on technical analysis of the 100. And you heard me say this before, and we had a hell of a bounce. Every time you've heard me say this, almost, we've had a heck of a bounce. So, as you're going over through a slow period right now, pull up a yearly time frame. And daily candlesticks. Pull up your watch list. We got Home Depot. Home Depot, look at all the volume on that. We're definitely at a support level. Look at this. Look at this. Now, I'd have never saw this, but we got a triple bottom here on Home Depot. Each one of these candles representing a year. Oh, well, this thing's in the way now. Move it there. $342.37. I go right to the straight first ticker I see, and I like it already for a swing. We've got a triple bottom down here at 338.89. We've got a head and shoulders right here, so I'm going to put a head and shoulders alert. This is Home Depot. 340.81. Alert set. Move on. Lulu's earnings tonight. I think if they, like that guy said, if they pop out with a CEO, I think that'll make that thing bank. But that's that's an odd chance of that happening. But if it happens, Kroger up too much. Go back to the yearly time frame. See, this is way overbought. General Motors needs to get 68.87 for your first pullback to the 200 EMA. CrowdStrike, we're under the 200, both the 200, so this is oversold. I'm going to set an alert back here on this previous pullback. I still think it's, let's look at the 3-year. Now on the weekly, we're not oversold. We're still way overbought, but we had an opportunity back here about a month ago to buy this stock. That'd have been a heck of a trade. That'd been $100 in a month, 30%, 25% gain. So I don't know. We'll go set an alert right on the bottom here. Where did I see that? Where did I see that? Fuck. $416.49. Actually, could go a little bit higher. Oh gosh. Oh. $419.25. The firm's almost to the 200. There's definitely a pivot point right in here. Oh man, we missed that one. That's right there too. Perfect. So I'm going to set me alert for, see if we can come to that support line there. Affirm 45.69 off the 200. Now I'm setting all these alerts above the 200. This one I'm setting above this yin yang. Watch it trigger again. 45.32. So that's a firm. Shop. We've got a head and shoulders. Resistance right now. And we broke it. I don't know. Okay, we got a double bottom down here. SPY. We're below the VWAP on the /ES. Okay, prepare ye in the name of the Lord. $60. 6730s or the 6735s. $67.35s. They're at $350 right now. $3.25. Built around there. I should have bought them. Fuck. That sucked. Oh well. That's $90, $70. $100. Just a sec. I think I was just a few seconds a little late. Oh gosh. Oh. God. That sucks. $5. Hello. This reminds me of a song. Well, you can't date them all, nor can you trade them all. Sometimes it makes me sick to my stomach to get rejected. I called this trade out, but I was a few seconds too late. Don't ever ask a chick out on a Friday for a Friday night date. Damn. got 3 calls right there and made $600 in a few minutes. But I was playing around, having a good time. Now she left me and slammed the door in my face. If you'd have took that trade, I would have walked that aisle with you. Okay, I've got it out of me now. Woo! See, what used to be adrenaline is punching someone in the face. Now it's playing a guitar. Okay, he's getting ready again. This could be the big setup here for the Head and Shoulders or a triple bottom. That last one would have been a good one. There's your Head and Shoulders. You get one more red candle. I'm looking at the 6735s. We've got 3 black crows. Can we have one more before it goes? 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom. Let's break it to the right shoulder. Oh gosh, Jimmy's cold. I'll be right back. Well, let's do it again. What time is it? Oh gosh, it's gonna be a long day. It's 11 o'clock. 4 more hours. God, I want to get paid for this. I need a vacation.
For 250 years, this land has shaped who we are.
For you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Okay, we're at triple top now. Major resistance level for the breakout. So pay attention right here. 67.35s. Come on, break it. Kind of wants to. Let's go. I hit 480. Okay, get ready. I'm gonna grab. I should have grabbed it when it's cheaper, but I watched it go up like an idiot. $67.40s would work too. But there he is. Take your eye off the ball, Jimmy. That's the pullback we needed right there for it to shoot on out. There it is. That's what I wanted. 450. Let's see if I'm right here. If not, I have to put tight stop. $5. Good job, Jimmy. You can get more. I know I can get more. For I'm Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Would anybody like to lick the dressing out of my salad bowl? Magnificent? There's no bacon in it. Come on, Blake out. Did anybody take the trade of the SPX 6735s? What's the objective? Correct. We have to break the 200 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. I have a problem. Why is this pink? Because it's the 100. Now what the? And what's this over here? Both on the same time frame. And that's the 200. So, huh. Well, that sucks. I was up. Jim, you're up $60 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling? No. Not until I break this moving average. And I'm going to say the 200. You can do it. Blanket. I think it's about time for my famous apple cider. And by the way, today I'm wearing a blue denim shirt. Not really denim, but cotton with stitching in the fiber of gold. One of my most expensive shirts. Now break it. Gold laced stitching. Worn by Washboardjim at Chicks Beach. Jim, you're back down. It's almost even again. You're up $70 to $80 a contract. Why didn't you not sell? You definitely failed a major support level here. Oh, God. No! Well, well. Now I'm really tripping out on this here. This thing's hardly dropped at all. It's at 440. This could be, I think I grab another one. This thing hardly dropped at all. Price. You know, that one chick on here looks just like him. I think they'd make a great couple.
Put. And then that's bearish, right? You're buying that put. That's in the money by a couple bucks. And then against that, sell the 170 strike put. So a bearish $15 wide put vertical. You're going to pay roughly about a $5.30 debit for that. The debit you pay is going to be your risk. So $15 wide, you're paying about a third the width of this bearish put vertical. It takes your break even down to 179.70 to the downside. So you've got a little bit of movement to the downside on a percentage basis, not that big of a move. But the debit you pay is your risk on this one. It can expand to $15 if we go below 170. But Joe, when I look at a trade like
we're
this,
at the
yeah, I'm only
orb.
1/3 the width of it. Yeah, I do need a move to the downside, but I got a little bit of flexibility. I don't have to wait for expiration if I get a move ahead of that April 17th expiration. And Joe, we've seen that 190 level in the stock become a big area of resistance, and it just seems like we can't go up any further. So maybe this would work out if we do pull back.
Yeah, you don't need much of a pullback, just a couple bucks, right? I mean, it's possible you get that by the end of the week, if not the end of the day, kind of given the price action. It's like I said, this one's kind of hard to figure out. It's a little baffling because fundamentally, you know, they're hitting on all cylinders, but for some reason the stock just can't build any momentum to the upside. It is interesting, and I like the way that you constructed it, looking at the implied volatility and saying, hey, that's kind of cheap. I can get
He's in.
basically a 2-to-1 in terms of this put spread.
You've got to break it here.
That, the skew and
See any kind of momentum, or you're at a resistance right here. No, God. Nope. See, that's starting to look a little bit bearish.
Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our Cash Track segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Landon Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio. Taking a look at Lululemon today ahead of its quarterly report card. So, Landon, the shares of Lululemon have been stuck in downward dog for some time now. Listen, sorry, that's an easy layup right there. You've got some new data, and it looks like things are starting to turn around in terms of sentiment. Walk us through that.
Yeah, and I'll put a caveat on this. I mean, yes, it's starting to look like a turnaround, but it's also measuring from a very low bar. I mean, this is a company that, with our data and the stock, has been in decline for quite some time. Even on the last earnings report, they had a good report. The stock went from 184 to 203, and now it's sold off since then back to 161. So there's really no conviction from Wall Street, and no one really believes that Lulu's worth what it used to be. And I think that really comes from this narrative shift where it was this very fast grower with high margins, pretty much the main player in luxury athletic wear, and now that's not the case pretty much on all accounts. I mean, they don't have the fast growth anymore. Their margins have been slipping significantly. I mean, I think gross margins are down almost 3%, operating margins are down 3.5% to 17%. So these are big shifts. I mean, we're not talking about 20 or 30 basis points. These are big number moves. And they're not the only one in the game now. So now as an investor, you're looking at a company that's, it's still premium, but it's growing much, much more slowly. It's got a lot of competition. They talk about rising costs and tariffs taking a piece, currency volatility, threatening some of their margins. But when we look at the story right now, as you can see, Lulu has a significant increase on a year-over-year basis. But again, it's very important to understand that last year they really stunk. I mean, they were very, very low. So the denominator in this equation is very small, which is going to boost the entire fraction. That's why they're at plus 46. Some of these other names have been doing well, and they continue to do well, like OnCloud, for example. So this is, put an asterisk next to this one, but it is a sign of hope for investors that maybe the bleeding has stopped, maybe we've got a bit of a turnaround and the bottom is in, and that case can especially be made when you look at just the holiday data over the last 2 to 3 months. It was very much up on a year-over-year basis, as you can see, plus 46% here. And it's just kind of like, if you look at that chart, it's like Lulu was on this slow and steady decline, then all of a sudden last holiday quarter was a massive spike. And I think it's a bit of a signal, at least to us, that the bleeding has stopped. This valuation may be starting to get a little bit low. Again, it's not what it used to be, but it's being oversold quite a bit at this point.
That you mentioned the competitive nature in this industry. We've seen it, right? Whether it's Vuori, Alo, some of the others in this space that have kind of taken market share. Now you got to battle with their founder, that Chip Wilson, who's basically been coming out and castigating the board. It seems like that's maybe the issue, because now you've got the activist investors in there, Elliott Capital Management taking a big stake. They want their own CEO in there. So it seems like it can be easily fixed, and the stock's just off of 6-year lows. I mean, the bar is pretty low on this one going into the report. But that being said, Landon, you guys have had deteriorating data on this. It's been low for the last maybe 3 or 4 quarters.
Yeah, it has been, and it's kind of a bummer because for a while it was a Lightfolio darling. I mean, every time we came out with data on it, it was positive, it was strong, and then there was a shift, and it's kind of been the opposite story for a long time. It's honestly kind of nice to see this reversal, and I think the reversal's happening on the data side, and we'll see if it carries over to the stock. But it's happening from that holiday shopping quarter that we've seen so much strength in retail on, and you can see it here. I mean, last holiday quarter was just a little blip there, and compared to this one, a huge run up. I think they even talked about it on the last earnings report. They had some insight into that, saying it's starting to look strong. I think it's going to come out stronger than they expected, but still, you've got a pretty sour narrative where it used to be this fast-growing, high-growth, high-margin premium brand, and now it's got tons of competition, slower growth, lower margin, and mostly focused on China and international when it comes to growth. And so it's a tough it's a tough spot to be in as an investor, but I'm here to say that there's hope. There is hope on this last earnings report, the one that's going to come out here. I think that we're going to see a nice move to the upside on the revenue and sales data. Obviously we don't have insights into expenses or what margins may be, but I think that top line number is going to be strong enough to at least make the bears start questioning, saying, you know what, maybe 160 is kind of low at this point.
It is.
Maybe we can see a little bit of a run up and they'll cover their shorts and maybe some cash on the sidelines will start moving in. We'll see about that. But, when we look at the Main Street score of 61 and the Wall Street score of 10 out of 100, it tells us that consumers are, they kind of like the product. It's more positive than not, and investors hate the stock. And so there's a bit of a mismatch there. I think it's come from this, month after month, quarter after quarter of just bad reports and selling off of the stock. And I think that most likely that's probably going to change on this report.
I'm curious to know, because you mentioned
it's on sale.
It's a sharp improvement over what it looked like previously, but doesn't mean it's completely out of the woods yet, right, Landon?
No, it's definitely not completely out of the woods. I mean, there's a lot of concerns, when it comes to competition, the costs, the tariffs, the margin concerns, that getting squeezed. None of that's attractive. However, ask any business owner, sales solves all problems, and revenue is always helpful, and I think that we're going to see a strong Q4 coming out of them, strong numbers out of the holiday and strong from the New Year's resolution cycle, which they do get a bump from as people start to decide to work out more and buy these kind of clothes. And so I think they're going to get on the top line. And it's not like the end of the bear market for Lulu. I just think that this could be a stop the bleeding, reassess, and maybe start the long trek upwards from here. I don't see this one jumping significantly, but I'd be really surprised if it sold off on this earnings report.
All right, thank you, Landon. That's Landon Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio, with a look across Lululemon ahead of its earnings that come later today. Now, for the trading perspective, all things Lulu. Tom, you got some good insights from the Lightfolio team. You mentioned, listen, like you said, it's a low bar. It's been a low bar for some time now. Your thoughts before the example trade?
Yeah, if you look at last quarter, comparable sales were up 1%, but decrease in the all-important U.S. market, that was down 5%. International was up 18%, so they're still doing well overseas. They just need to fix the ship here, but it looks like Landon's data's got it. Now, they did give a mid-quarter update that said that the previous guidance that they gave, they're going to be at the upper range of that, so maybe some of that built in, but I mean, you can't argue with the fact that this stock hit six-year lows just yesterday. So maybe getting a little bit of a bump here today going into this report, but the bar is really low on this. And valuations, the forward PE on Lululemon, which used to be in the 50s and 60s and 70s, is now at about 12, trailing about 11 PE. So yeah, really low valuations on this one too. So the bar's low. So I looked at a strategy that's aggressive to the upside, kind of matches with what Landon and Lightfolio's data says. If you think this thing's going to rebound and bounce higher, this strategy potentially takes advantage of that in this example trade. So I went out to the April 17th monthly options, 31 days to expiration, and bought the slightly in the money 160 strike call. It's got the high delta. It reacts more like the stock. And then against it, the option market pricing in about a plus or minus $15 move either way in the shares. I went up just over $15 to the upside and sold the March 20th 180 strike calls. So there's a $20 wide bullish call diagonal. You're going to pay roughly about a $10 debit for it. Probably get it for about $9.50 right now. But the debit you pay is going to be your risk on this one. So if you pay $10 debit, $1,000 in risk per spread on this one, pay $950 in risk. Anything above about the 164, 165 level is going to be potential profitability in this one. You can see here from the risk profile, yeah, you want it to go up about that one standard deviation or even maybe a little more up towards the 180 strike. That's where you're going to get the expansion of profitability. But because you're paying less than half the width of this $20 wide bullish call diagonal, anything above about 164, 165 is going to be profitability on this. Now, you've also, because you're buying an April monthly option that expires in 31 days, you've got that potential or opportunity to roll that short 180 strike call that you sold in the March 20th monthly cycle. Got up to 4 times to roll or adjust that short call, creating credits, increasing potential profitability. We should see a vol crush post earnings, which we historically do. But you definitely need to move to the upside, but on a percentage basis, well within that 1 standard deviation. In this type of trade, because it's a longer duration, you're buying Vega on this also. You've got some assignment risk on that short option over the next 3 days also into expiration. But this type of strategy, Diane, when you look at it, this relies on, hey, the stock going higher, but more that you start taking advantage of positive time decay or theta in this, where you can start rolling that short option.
Come on, baby,
on
break it.
Basis, creating credits.
We're back at resistance.
Lowering the risk, increasing potential profitability on this bullish.
Idiot didn't buy the dip, but we're back to resistance. Jim's in the green, for God's sakes. The Student Bible Dictionary. As you trade the SPX 6735, Ahab, A-H-A-B, she was so wicked, her name was used to condemn a prophetess in Thyatira, Revelations 2:20. We are now, and her name was Ahab, A-H-A-B. She must have been a Jew. Okay, the Jew here. The Jew first applied to an inhabitant of Judah, 2 Kings 16:6. Later it came, keep going up. Later it came to refer to all descendants of Abraham who were also called Israelites or Hebrew. And that is Jew. And then one more as we go to 510. James, you're up $150 a contract. $160 a contract. Have you ever thought about selling or running it up to 50, 67, 31, 11? Jonathan, John, J-A-H-J-A, Jonathan, J-A-H-N, son of King Saul and loyal friend to David. Jonathan defended David to Saul to help spare David's life. He died with his father in battle against the Palestines. 14 other Jonathans appeared in the Bible. 14 other Jonathans appeared in the Bible. Jim, you are not. Well, you're wrong. Come on. It's retesting the orb. It's retesting the orb. We're at the 63. Oh. Now this is something that I've always wondered about. I'm the kind of guy that always liked a little bit of pain. I don't know if you know where I'm coming from. So, you can train pain response. Pain is not just physical. The brain filters the shapes on how pain is experienced. Techniques like mindfulness, breathing, or reframing can actually reduce perceived pain by changing how the brain processes signals. That's mind over matter. Athletes and chronic pain patients often use this to train their nervous systems. Jim, you're down $20. Just a bit ago, you were up 160. Randy, we're at 420. We have 3 white soldiers. I talked about this yesterday. We're in the 21-9 cloud, and we're using support off the 63 for the last 3 minutes. There's that flag I called out. Boom, 3 white soldiers. Now we just got to wait for the double top breakout. I said, now what we got to do is wait for the double top breakout. If you don't do this, I'm going to be so pissed off. The 200 EMA and SMA, or the 200 EMA, what the heck is this? What's the 9 and 21? Uh-oh. Jim, you're up. Almost. Check it out. We have another ascending triangle I just now noticed. Another ascending triangle set up. That means I'm going to add 2 more. Come on. Right about here. $3.70. Boom. In. Okay. break it. Now green. I need breakouts. We're at 420 right now. I got 370 and 450. Get out even if I'm not comfortable. Damn it. Well, that hurt. You're sitting up there looking good, all of a sudden. Oh, gosh. So you're close to a pivot point in this flag here, this triangle. Right there. Mm. Come on, coffee.
Through the trading day here on this Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day Tuesday. S&P 500 up about 1/3 of 1%, 30 basis points here in real time, about 20 points. NDX up 112. It's about 0.5%. The Russell 2000 up exactly 0.5%, which is 12.5 points. That is off its highs quite substantially. Earlier up well over 1%. The Dow Jones also giving back much of its intraday rally, now up just 100 points on the session. But a very festive green day on Wall Street, despite the fact that it is souring as the day rolls on. We got tons to get through today, though. Tons of stock-specific stories. We'll get through
another opportunity I should have bought the
in
dip.
just a moment. Chart and trade today. We're going to look at both Macy's and General Mills.
But I didn't want to throw no more money in
Rick
it.
can kind of walk us through some charts and some of the technical indicators that he's watching for those names. For FOMO today, NVIDIA, of course, making news for various reasons, from GTC to, of course, this new Uber partnership that was announced. And then we'll get the latest AI broadly with a conversation with Cam Harvey of Duke University. And then under 30 today, we'll talk with Ben Watson. So lots to get through as the show will consume the next hour of your trading day. And hopefully we will end with a green show as much as we have began it. But let's welcome in Sam Vadas, of course, a host across various programs here on the Schwab Network. And Sam, good afternoon to you. Tons of stories kicking off here with Delta, basically spurring an industry-wide rally here today post this JP Morgan presentation they gave at that industrials conference.
I think what's super fascinating about today, as you say, Alex, is we're starting to get sort of these wartime updates on revenue from a number of companies. I mean, Delta, a good story to chew on here, and particularly in light of everything that's going down with the airline industry at the moment. We're hearing about as well. So what we've heard from...
What we heard is from Washboardjim. We broke all major resistance levels. That includes 5 previous resistance levels. I would suggest maybe a little bit of profit taking. Or we could hit the 67.29.95 area for the final resistance and landing. But again, Jimmy nailed it. Oh, yes. $4.90. Yes. Yippee-yi. Yippee-yi. Oh, $5. Can we take it to the limit? Uh-oh. Thank you very much. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy. I bought the SPX calls, scalping the lotto. Strike 67.35. First entry for 2 contracts at $4.50. I got 2 more at $3.70 and average of $4.10, and I'm out at $5.20. Well, thank you very much. Yippee-yi. Yippee-oh. 4 riders in the sky. They're not sure how he does it, but he does it. And he does it well. Or did you get your profit? Profit. I'm on fire. So you got a 1 bit, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits, and a 5B. And I think this, we might need some dun-dun. I think we need some dun-dun. This is another technical indicator that I use when I'm trading. It keeps me from having an erection. Mrs. Dun Dun and her mother.
Life is more legal than you think. Just ask these parents and
Dun dun. Oh. Did we not hit our target? Congratulations, Washboardjim, for that. You get an A+. Give me an A+. Yeah, it hits the target. Nice. Another beautiful trading day. Jim. It's unbelievable. You know, right when to exit. I got out early, but boom. Bingo. Oh, she's talking about DraftKinger.
What the market thinks is a pretty big expense here with making this foray into the prediction markets, and over the next several months they say they do want to be number one in this space, so they're looking very ambitious here. They say that, look, it's an incremental investment, but thinks it can still win without the hefty cost that the market thinks that this is going to come with. So they have been very much trying to push back on this whole idea in the
Lily
market that this is going to be
I know it was overbought.
endeavor for them. But since that interview, in fact, that
You heard me go off on Lily.
the sports books, the fantasy, the predictions, etc., all in one. So that doesn't actually exist, and so it's trying to aim to be a bit of a one-stop shop here. So the stock actually moved higher after that, but as you say, it's come off significantly, Alex, and you know, this is just a small in. When you look at how much it has come off, I mean, you know, it's sort of drop in the bucket over the last 12 months, down over 30%. It's remained under pressure this year. But as I said, we have seen a little bit of upside, you know, in recent weeks. And, you know, looking off the back of the analyst consensus here, I mean, you do have a number of these analysts in the hold camp, like the folks at Argus, have downgraded too. But you do still have a considerable cohort also in the buy camp. So it looks like investors, as you say, largely shrugging this one off today.
Yeah, this is a really fascinating progression as we watch this disruption take place, because the natural conclusion is just tremendous margin compression for a lot of these names as you watch sort of your traditional pick a side betting market go from essentially a 10% wide market to potentially something that's 1% or even, you know, a fraction of 1% wide, much like many listed marketplaces. So something to consider and watch if you're an investor within that space and looking for sort of the direction of sort of growth and earnings. You could see a situation where some of those names grow tremendously, Sam, but their earnings shrink just simply because they're making so much less per transaction on those particular different markets. But let's talk some, you know, speaking of a marketplace that's faced its fair share of disruption over the years and continues to evolve and adapt. Let's talk Eli Lilly as the kind of king of pharma and I guess, you know, drugs is getting downgraded as well, and it's making a big move today.
It certainly is. I mean, as you say, the world's most valuable pharma company here. This is coming off the back of a downgrade from the folks over at HSBC. So they've actually moved to reduce from hold with a price target now of 850, down from 1070. So trimming the fat, pardon the pun. They think the stock is priced to perfection after the run-up that we've seen in this name. Basically, what HSBC is getting at here is that they think expectations for obesity's total addressable market are elevated at over $150 billion. So they basically think that the market might be a little bit overhyped at this point, and that maybe the market is just not as big as many had anticipated or first thought. The market is likely, they say, to be 80 to 120 billion by 2032. They've also talked about some of the price competition here. They say that this is likely to be significant for this company as well. They think the pricing pressure could actually be a risk here across the GLP-1 business. Suffice to say, both Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, which compete in this space, have been facing this pricing pressure. But Eli Lilly has been seen as eating Novo's lunch a little bit here. But the analyst from HSBC still thinks that the company may be at risk of some of this pricing pressure. So they say that actually Eli Lilly's obesity price cuts in 2026 are a headwind, while its guidance implies that it can continue to, quote, defy gravity with volume growth. But they also talk about the oral launch and that might expand across the anti-obesity medications. The compliance and persistence of these drugs might disappoint That's what they've also added here. So they think the oral drug launch expectations for Lilly at this point are too high, which is why they have issued this downgrade. This stock has been an outperformer, as we've seen on the chart, Alex, over the past year. Year to date, it is actually down in double digits. Last month was very fascinating as far as what we saw between Eli and Novo Nordisk issuing very, very different outlooks. And this is the divergence that I think many in the market are watching very closely at the moment and focused very squarely on. The analyst points out that the divergence we're seeing between these two names is actually a little bit of a head scratcher. And they did actually also cut the price target on Novo Nordisk, but maintained a hold rating on that name. And I think what really encapsulates everything we're saying here is the big question, which is what the analyst is posing to the market. What is more accurate, the bearish read on Novo or the bullish read on Lilly right now? And I think that's the big question moving forward as to, what's behind this downgrade today.
Well, it's a $50 billion headline, so quite a bit of a swing from that analyst, and the market reacting
billion.
Very much
We're at the
serious
VWAP.
way with this 5.9% decline. So really, really fascinating, and
Oh, God.
investors, otherwise there wouldn't have been this type of reaction. Sam, really appreciate you helping us kick off the show here today. As always, make sure to check out Sam later on this afternoon for Market on Close. Coming up next, we got our Chartmaster segment. We're going to be looking at a couple earnings names ahead of those reports tomorrow. Rick Ducat will help us with the technicals and previews on both Macy's as well as General Mills right after this short break.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
NVIDIA just broke the 200.
With Schwab. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back. Time for Chartmaster. I'm Alex Koff. You're watching Next Gen Investing here on the Schwab Network. I'm joined now by our lead market technician, Mr. Rick Ducat, for a look at a couple names ahead of earnings slated for, I believe, tomorrow morning. The case of Macy's as well as General Mills. Let's start with Macy's. Kind of a fall off a cliff as of late, but perhaps running into some supportive zones. Talk us through what you're looking at.
Yes, a bit of a decline here from those highs that we saw. 24.41 is where we topped out. From there, down about 30%. So we can see that the general trajectory, we had this kind of breakdown here where we saw a more gradual downward sloping trend line with our blue line here. But then things kind of got punctuated here with a much sharper decline here that took us below those relative lows near about 20. From there, we also took out 19, which was an old high and a subsequent low. 1650 stands out to the downside as a double bottom type shape. We also have our gap beginning and opening, or excuse me, our pre-gap high and our post-gap low at a 1350 and 1525. So those are some other areas that would stand out to the downside in this name that, as we said, has seen some pretty severe declines heading into this earnings event. So our moving averages that we follow, our 5-day EMA has crossed below all of its counterparts very quickly here during the past month or so. Now we see that price is quite close to our dark blue 5-day EMA, near about 1726. Meanwhile, our orange 251-day EMA, the longest term and thus most significant, comes in at 1809. So price has failed to retake that key level here, so that now becomes a potential resistance point to watch out for. Meanwhile, RSI not painting a very positive picture either. Oversold heading into earnings here, a reading below 30 in a trending market, typically interpreted as more of a sign of weakness here. So now when we look at our volume profile study, we can see that the node in which we are now between about 17 to 18, kind of the last stand before we break downward here. Not a lot of trading activity here due to this gap to the upside we saw. From there, the point of control comes in near 12, but things start to pick up again in terms of trading activity. Once you start to get around 14, that would be quite a drop off there if we start to test those levels once again, though.
Yeah, and you can see this stock can move quite substantially in short periods of time, and so using that as sort of the, I guess, reason behind this example trade going into earnings as a potential catalyst, extending duration going out to the April monthly cycle. What I looked at here was buying a strangle. So not a strategy we often discuss on this particular program, but this is buying an out-of-the-money call, buying an out-of-the-money put, looking for a large move over whatever the stated amount of time is based off that option's expiration. So in this case for Macy's, going out to the April 17th expiration, exactly a month away from today, and looking at a 13 put, 22 call. Those are big moves that would be required for this to get into that profitability zone and beyond those particular break-even points, but you're only spending 40 cents. So the idea here is limited risk exposure, big profit potential if you get the move. So maybe not the highest probability of success, but one that can, when it works, really work and work in a big way. So unlimited profit potential reason is there's no capped upside. If it goes to 30, 40, 50 or beyond, low probability again. This would participate penny for penny beyond 22. But 22.40 the break even, 12.60 the break even to the downside. That's if you hold it to expiration. This is a trade that if you got a big move, perhaps if there were open profits, many traders would look to offset that trade, close it out early, and capture those gains if it fits their particular investment goals. But that'll do it for our Macy's trade. Let's bring back in Rick, and we'll take a look at General Mills here ahead of its earnings release. And this one, not the biggest mover. And unfortunately for bulls, it's been very consistent like it often is, just consistent in the wrong direction.
Yeah, a pretty steady downward price activity that we've seen during this past year, mostly taking place between these two blue lines that are parallel to give us our channel. You'd be surprised how often if you were to draw a line going across notable highs here, connecting here, etc. If you were to just duplicate it, the parallel line often matches up with the lows in a noticeable way. Certainly not going to happen every time, but an easy, quick way to kind of project where you might find potential support or resistance based on this repeated kind of price boundary here. But more recently, though, we did see a breakdown here. We established some lows around this area near 43. Actually, kind of almost a head and shoulders type shape here with our neckline coming in at that 43 level. From there, we've had our breakdown, though, bottoming out at 38.59 so far. Short-term white steep trend line still in play here as we approach earnings. Our moving averages paint a picture of decline here as well. They're continuing to diverge from each other. There's not really any signs that the trend is starting to improve. Our short-term 5-day EMA lines up with our trend line. Our teal 21-day monthly EMA comes in at 42.74, a bit to the upside here. That could be another another resistance boundary. RSI, much like our last chart, oversold, actually a bit worse even, a reading of 23 as we approach earnings. So volume in this case here, we have long ago given up the point of control. That heavy trading activity area comes in up here around 50, so that was quite a ways ago, but 46 to 47 here, 44 to 45 were the noticeable pockets to the upside. Starting to see a small amount of accumulation here between about 39 and 40. So once again, even more precarious perhaps than our last chart is this one.
Yeah, you can really see that breakdown, and you can see how those two critical levels coincide, both the break of that channel with that recent low, leading to a little bit more downside. So it doesn't always work that way, but as Rick pointed out, it can. You certainly saw
it can and it will.
A quick look at an example trade as we say goodbye to Rick and appreciate his
goodbye,
insights
Rick.
as always. Taking a look at General Mills. Now, this is kind of, almost awkward given the
General
information we
Mills.
just looked at, but it's a neutral to bullish strategy. This stock's been a consistent downtrend. But if you're looking for a risk-defined way to catch that,
I'll see if I like it or not.
and perhaps add a bullish exposure into earnings, looking for this to be that bottoming point, this would be a way to think about doing that. And so going again out to that April 17th expiration, a little bit of
I'd say this is definitely
selling the 37.5. Put buying the
Oh
35 put, looking for at least 50 cents. If you're able to do that, it'll create a 4-to-1 risk reward, which you see here. Risk 200, chance to make 50, and your break even at 37. So
this is
looking
cheap.
for stabilization in a stock that's really been steady, but certainly not stable and continue to work down. So looking for a change of pace, perhaps earnings being the catalyst on this one. Thanks again to Rick. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll be joined by Kevin Green. We'll be talking one of the stocks.
They're cereal. I mean, if they do the cereal, I mean, they're fucking, they're so high.
Of course, being NVIDIA and all the headlines surrounding it. That'll be our topic of discussion for FOMO. We'll be right back.
When are earnings coming out on the jizz?
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at npetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
March 18th in the morning. Release early.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade.
Before the market opens.
Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every
Who gave you permission to wear that blouse?
In-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away,
He worked hard.
He passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me. Helping with the
Pervert.
distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Disgusting.
Welcome back to Next Year Investing. I'm Alex Coffey. It's time for FOMO. We're going to be joined now by Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network, to discuss NVIDIA. And, you know, boy, there's always headlines with this particular stock, and today is no different. I thought some of the takeaways that I'm seeing in the last, hour and a half are actually quite interesting for what the second half and beyond may look like from an investment profile for those who are actually choosing to put dollars to work in a stock like NVIDIA. KG, what'd you make of it?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we saw the headline, speech by Jensen Huang yesterday, and he kind of talked about the high-level overview of the company, the direction that it is trying to move forward and really trying to focus on. And it's going to be more than just the GPU space here. Jensen Huang actually projected around $1 trillion in cumulative AI chip sales through 2027. And this is going to be the direct result of Blackwell as well as Rubin here. Now, what's also very interesting is the fact that they are actually looking at trying to expand into the CPU space. Now, this is something that they're not really known for, but they are able to try to capture a lot of this market share and really try to eat into some of the other major players like an AMD as well as an Intel. And so they actually did announce several different key products with their CPU offering that also is going to be integrated within their overall data center type of suite, from GPUs to CPUs as well as software. And that's going to be a key driver for them moving forward. Now, they have announced deals with companies like IBM, Adobe, as well as HPE. But for today, some of the interesting announcements that have actually come out of this conference is actually Comcast. They're actually looking at utilizing NVIDIA to deploy their AI infrastructure on the edge rather than actually in the data center itself in order to improve latency. And they're going to focus on three main areas within their product offering centered around what NVIDIA is going to offer. The first thing is going to be personalized advertising agent, also looking at small business concierge agents, and then last but not least, gaming latency reduction, which I'm really looking forward to if that does get actually implemented here. And you also have other partnerships like Supermicro announcing a new rack for their CPUs as well. So a lot coming out of this conference, a lot of enthusiasm. If you kind of look at a lot of the stock reactions though, Alex, what I do find very interesting, not a lot of big moves to the upside post these announcements. Comcast, not really a big mover. I think it's up about 0.5% today. Supermicro, barely in the green so far. So it seems like the market's already kind of priced in a lot of this enthusiasm. But if you're looking at the announcements itself, there's a runway for NVIDIA over the next 5 to 10 years to really gain a lot more market share outside of just the GPU space.
Okay, KG, and so there's one more piece here that I'm going to add to this. I know you got an example trade, so we'll get to that in a sec. But they also said that once they fund their investment commitments, perhaps as early as the second half of the year, up to 50%, they actually say planning to use 50% of their free cash for investor returns. So think buybacks, think dividends. So my question to you, when we get there, seeing that NVIDIA's sort of price appreciation component has sort of stalled, is this NVIDIA trying to appeal to the investor base, particularly institutional investors that have had tremendous performance being investors for a growth reason, and also find a reason for them to stay as this company matures and becomes just more of a kind of blue chip, mega cap tech stock?
Well, at the current market cap, it's really hard to deploy capital in an efficient manner. And I think they have to look to see where that capital is going to be best fit. And if they're not going to look at reinvesting it back into the company and trying to expand their R&D, they can look at dividends and or stock buybacks. Now, if you kind of look at maybe the trajectory of the company, stock buybacks might be a little bit more likely rather than a dividend increase or an asset dividend increase. That could be the case. Maybe they do want to kind of bring on new institutional investors that really do focus on the dividend portion of their portfolio. That might be the case. It just seems like they're looking at cash flow right now that they have to figure out where they're going to put dollars to work, similar to what we saw for Apple over 15, 20 years ago. And Apple still has been able to climb higher at the end of the day. It doesn't mean that it's going to slow down aggressively. It just means that they're just going to look at other options for the cash that they're generating.
Yeah, and I know in many ways NVIDIA has surpassed Apple, but if you think about the kind of trajectory that Apple took as a company, sort of the visionary company, the forward-thinking company under Steve Jobs, and then sort of this financial powerhouse when it came to just generating cash flow and managing a massive pile of cash under Tim Cook. Do you see potentially a similar trajectory for NVIDIA, or is it so far ahead of where any company's ever been at this stage that it's really hard to project?
No, I think they're going to diversify. I think they're still going to be on the leading edge of tech, but they also need to be mindful as well. The ascension when it comes to stock valuation is also something that's unprecedented, and I think they know that, and they want to be able to make sure that they can keep their market share and expand it at a healthy growth rate, and that's how I don't think that you're going to see them completely fall off. And we've heard that same type of argument when it comes to Apple. There's a lot of people that talk about how Tim Cook isn't really that new visionary or doesn't really provide a lot of innovation within their company. But at the end of the day, he's a steward of capital, and he's been doing a phenomenal job over the years in order to deploy that capital in the right businesses in the right areas of the market. I think Jensen Huang probably is going to do the same, and this strategy, I wouldn't shy away from it. I think this is actually a welcoming adjustment for this company once they get to that step.
And obviously no way to know for sure, but he's 63. One could envision, at some point Jensen may step aside and the Tim Cook-like figure that replaces him, whoever that may be, will perhaps take a company like NVIDIA to new heights, but only time will tell. I know you got an example trade, so let's jump to that. Talk us through how you're looking at trading NVIDIA given its price performance as of late.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the last 6 to 8 months, the stock has been trading between a range of $170 to the downside, major area of support, and around $190 to the upside. We've seen it break 190, but it has not been able to sustain. So knowing that we have that very strong support, this is actually still a neutral to bullish trade, but looking to actually sell a put vertical spread, selling the 170, buying the 165. This is for the April monthly expiration. Doing this for $1. So the max gain on the trade is going to be that credit received, $100. The max loss potential is going to be up to $400. And that's if the stock is below 165 at the time of expiration with a break-even point of 169. So kind of leveraging the technicals a little bit. If you look at the yesterday's candle, Alex, obviously we saw a very wide range, but it was more of a shooting star type of pattern, which did indicate a little bit of a reversal, which is why I'm kind of looking at this example trade near that area of support of 170 as your main area to try to sell premium against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin Green, with the example on NVIDIA. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, it's going to be time for a discussion building on our just discussion with KG, the trends in AI. We'll see what consumers are working towards, where this stuff is going, and more with our next guest right after this break.
Oh! Oh! Gosh, he did it again. He did it again. He did it again. He did it. We broke the 200. I'm going to ask, where is the next resistance on SPX? Does anybody have any idea?
She's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up our college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way.
That's how you do it.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. We're now joined by Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers and Fast Market here on the Schwab Network to discuss Lemonade after an upgrade, I believe, from Morgan Stanley, Diane, and doing a lot of heavy lifting, a stock that needed some help and getting it in a big way today. Huge move, 16.5%. What were the details?
Yeah, this is a big catalyst here for Lemonade. Morgan Stanley coming off the sidelines, moving from equal weight to overweight. Their new price target that they're setting on Lemonade is $85. So they're moving up where they see the potential path for the shares. And you can see that big reaction in the market today. The catalyst, they say, a partnership with Tesla to offer auto insurance tied to self-driving tech. So we're continuing to watch this conversation about the developments and deployment of self-driving and autonomy, right? We heard the latest about Uber and NVIDIA. We've seen all the, kind of plans for Tesla and others as well. This is insurance meeting autonomy. We already know that Lemonade is in the AI space when it comes to insurance. And now the questions about, how do you insure these vehicles? What does the data look like? So what Lemonade is offering is a 50% discount when Tesla's full self-driving is engaged. That's a big deal for people because, you think about the offers you get to have some kind of, reduction in insurance prices. Insurance has been going up, auto insurance, one of those. And so, consumers looking for different ways to approach that. Lemonade is offering that. It's behavior-based pricing model. It does remind me of, things like what a Progressive does or maybe what a Geico would do where they, kind of track some of the data in your vehicle. So Morgan Stanley sees this as a first mover advantage when you think about autonomous vehicle data and real world use cases of this. So huge move that you're seeing here in shares. Again, it's certainly helping the shares, as you mentioned, year to date because they had been under pressure so far this year. So this is a big catalyst today. Analysts paying attention to this clearly based on the better risk modeling over time that they see. And then this early exposure giving Lemonade a head start here, Alex.
Good stuff, Diane King Hall.
Lemonade.
This name as it makes a big move today. We'll see if it can build on that into the near future.
Should have thought about that with Rocket.
And we welcome in Cam Harvey, a finance professor at Duke University, and also the host of Cam Harvey Through the Noise, which is a short, unscripted podcast series on a lot of these, really timely market topics. I was scrolling through them, Cam. First off,
that's a
welcome.
$10 bounce. Jeez.
You cover a lot of different things, and AI is certainly one of them. What I know you got one coming out soon.
85.
What are that are really standing out in the world of AI to you right now?
Yeah, just a link to the previous mention, Lemonade and Tesla. So think about the history of innovation in terms of transportation. So we had horse and carriage, and that was completely disrupted by a gasoline-powered car. And in terms of human disruption, it was no big deal because the horse and carriage drivers were the taxi drivers of the gasoline-powered cars. The farm attendants or the stable attendants moved on to pump gas. And then fast forward to another disruption where Uber enters the market and disrupts the taxi industry. And again, there was just a relocation of people. So they went from taxi drivers to Uber drivers or Lyft drivers.
Yeah, and Cam, I think what you're
the current
describing.
innovation
It also brought in a different.
completely different.
That's what I was going to say, because what you're
I was gonna say.
describing was an improvement in efficiency, but one.
It brought in a whole new different clientele. I mean, driver, a whole new different employer. I mean, Uber drivers, taxi drivers were like at the bottom of the list. Now you can go into private business and be your own boss, buy your own car. It's called a gig operation. I've been gigging for over 45 years.
A little bit premature or merited?
Again, historically, this is very interesting because many people have made the case that through history, technological disruption leads to potentially mass layoffs, unemployment. Indeed, it's the whole idea in Karl Marx's Das Kapital that this would be the seed of revolution. And it didn't happen. So technology just created new jobs. So new innovation created new opportunities. But I think that this time is fundamentally different. So again, this is a very substantial displacement of human capital. It is not clear where the displaced human capital goes. And it's not just the self-driving cars. So think about, and let me just pick two industries. Number one, those that do tax preparation. So the current models are able to learn all of the details of the tax code, all of the precedent in terms of legal cases around that, and this is just an algorithm. So you will be able to prepare your taxes for whatever $20 a month you're paying for your AI subscription. So those that are doing that sort of job and those that are providing software to do that sort of job, well, that is at high risk. And the other industry that's at risk is kind of similar in a way, and that is the legal industry. We have 900,000 lawyers in the US. We have more than 300,000 paralegals. And every year, 36,000 new lawyers graduate from universities. And I'm thinking, given that the current AI tools are very high quality when it comes to law, that maybe half are displaced. So we're talking about very large displacements, but, and this is really important, those that remain become dramatically more productive. Indeed, we recently saw the Bureau of Labor Statistics make a revision in the number of people that were employed. And we lost 1 million jobs. And there was no impact. People didn't notice the impact on GDP. And this is just the beginning of what we're going to see, where there will be these displacements, but given the boost in productivity, economic growth will accelerate. So the productivity will really kick in. So I think that this is a very unique disruption. Do I think there's going to be mass unemployment? No. Do I think that many people will choose to work less? And even if they're working less, they could be as productive as they are working full time. So there will be some displacements, but I think that we really need to take the big picture into account, that given that we're at a situation that is historically unique in many respects. So we've talked about AI, but there's actually 4 different technological revolutions happening simultaneously. That's never happened. Indeed, I can't recollect in my read of history a situation where there's even 2, and we have 4 going on at the same time.
Yeah, it truly is a unique time and a very exciting and scary and like I said, unique time. Final thing for you, Cam, and I encourage everyone to check out his series as he puts them out. I believe you got one coming out tomorrow as well on this exact topic, so check that out. But is there a recipe for a pretty massive deflationary shock from what you're describing?
Well, this is interesting because if you look at inflation properly, the prices are going down in many different respects. So I do this analysis of inflation, and just take an example of something we know very well, a TV. And you look at the price of a color TV that might be 27 inches, standard definition, in the mid-1960s. And for that money, inflation adjusted, so taking inflation into account, you could get a 100-inch 8K TV today. It is massive deflation and is not taken into account. And the other thing that's not taken into account is that we're using accounting for GDP that was basically pioneered in the 1930s when the US economy was a manufacturing economy. So it doesn't take into account all of the things that we consume for free. So today there's a massive amount of content that we consume for free. That is nowhere to be found in the GDP number. 70% of GDP is personal consumption, and a large part of that consumption is free now. So there's many issues here. Prices definitely have been going down, will continue to go down. Certain prices, annoyingly, have gone up, like food, which is important, and shelter. But nevertheless, this will lead not just to prices going down, but a surge in economic output. So I am in the camp that I'm definitely, my expectation is not continuation of this lethargic 1.9% real GDP growth that people are satisfied with. No, we need much more ambition, and it is feasible to boost growth with these innovations that are happening into the 5 to 7% range. We've been there before. Other countries are routinely there, like China. So there is this possibility of a surge in growth that's very good for the stock market. People saying, oh, well, given the valuation of the stock market, the expected returns going forward are low. Well, that just assumes we stay on the current course, and it ignores the exponential advances in productivity that will occur with AI. So I'm quite positive on economic growth, and that growth also is extremely useful in reducing our $38 trillion of debt. More growth means more tax revenue, even if the tax rates remain the same.
Cam, I really enjoyed this conversation. I'd love to have you back at some point soon. But Cam Harvey of Duke University, and good luck to the Blue Devils coming up here in the next week and beyond. As we say goodbye to Cam, we welcome in Ben Watson, joining us, Senior Manager of Trading Services and Education for Charles Schwab. Mr. Watson, we're talking Bally's, so another industry being disrupted, not necessarily being disrupted from AI, but by mobile gaming apps and the DraftKingses of the world. But talk to us about Bally's. They just had their earnings yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think an appropriate day to say luck be a lady, right? Because Bally's coming to the table with some pretty decent revenue growth. Year-over-year revenue growth up 28%, hitting $746.2 million. That beat analyst estimates year-over-year for this range by about 75 million. So some pretty positive numbers there. Now, still overall net income a little bit light. Negative EPS at 7.56 for the trailing 12 months. But some wins perhaps at the table here, Alex. The North American Interactive Group, which is the
SPX coming up to resistance levels.
Segment of Bally's revenue stream.
So we got resistance levels coming up on SPX. Triple top, quad top. Here's your triple top pullback into a megaphone. So you got a megaphone. We're at the orb on the SPY. gotta check my phone. If we break the orb, we'll shoot on up. I mean, that's like a solid resistance. You got a triple top and an orb. And you got my green pivot point line. Oh yeah. Salatida.
Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Washboardjim on the market floor, trading moves like a lion's roar. Sneaky snake slithers past the rest, breakout moves, he plays them best. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight, Washboardjim in the trading fight. Pullbacks come and the charts will rip. He calls the shots, never loses grip. Selfless soul with a heart of gold, teaching secrets that never get old. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too, teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight, Washboardjim in the trading fight. Lines and candles, a dance on the screen. Risk and reward in a world so mean. But Jim just laughs, tips his old hat. He's got the moves. Imagine
That remarkables too.
teaching fools like
Me and you.
a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboardjim
Jim
in
in
the
the
trading
million.
fight.
Fight. Yeah? Woo! We got a double top on Tesla, just under $400. Yeah.
What happened to SoFi just now?
Don't know.
Tough.
Your stock.
What? Fix yourself a foot.
Oh. Maybe that son can.
Holy shit. They're getting crushed.
Shares of banks, and there ain't no news on it. Don't see any news at all. No, now I had to move that. I don't know why I did that.
Oh my God, look at it. Look at it. Oh my God.
Knifing big time. I had six. I got a 1695 support. I had one from before. And that's a double bottom on the 20-day.
Oh my God, I just sold 13 track goods for April 26 at $35 per piece.
Oh God.
Yeah. I made $350 for some good goods at 13 track. That's insane.
You made more than that, didn't you?
35 times 10.
Oh, I thought 3,500. They went to 3,500. $35.
I mean, if I'd have sold 100 goods, but
No, one.
I don't have 130,000 goods.
Okay.
I want to know what that freaking drop was. Holy shit. Did it hit all things or just so OPAC?
I have 1695 where I was going to buy it at. I don't know if I want to buy it now.
Oh, I did. I'll buy the hell out of it.
1395. I got solid support. It could go a little lower. I don't know why I put that in there, but it could be 1657.
I sold the 17th of April, 17th of April, $13 goods.
It could be on the yearly. Yeah, definitely the yearly. Maybe.
I'm literally up $40 already. God, what an
You caught it. I mean, you could have been looking at something else and passed you right up. 3 black crows on the 1 minute with a tweezer bottom and a hammer.
That $16.80 was my hard hourly support.
Well, we're real close to each other. You're right on. Well, you're real close too.
I had green touches on it previously. It looks like last Monday or Monday before.
Yep. Yep, mine had been right where yours was, right at 90, 1690. Okay, we've hit the triple top on SPX, or the quad.
I could not be lucky enough for this thing to keep going down and me get 1,000 shares of SoFi for 13 grand. Like, this is one I definitely, hell, want to get a sign on.
Mm-hmm.
This XLF gun. No, it didn't spike. Must be just a SoFi thing.
Well, Lemonade and Rocket have had a good bounce. Boom! She broke it. The SPX 6735s are now at $4.10. Just right out of the money. Now she'll come down and retest the previous resistance. Just like that.
Going through, so we'll have to wait and see. But you make the point. Oil's still at $95, not 120 like it was a week ago, but not 75, and that makes a big difference. Let's talk about some of the historical data. When we've had a surge in oil of 20% in a couple of days, and or we've had wars, almost all of the time in both of those instances, we have up arrows following 6, 12, 18 months after, right?
Well, in general, but if you look back to 1956 when Gamal Nasser seized control of the Suez Canal, that ended up prompting a bear market and a recession. In 1973, we had the Arab oil embargo. That also preceded a recession and was accompanied by a 48% bear market. And then in 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, that was pretty quick. In about a 3-month time frame, we had a pretty short recession, but we also had a 20% bear market. So there could be what happens to follow is something pretty swift to the downside, but I'm feeling comfortable that it'll not turn into a bear market because of the time that it has taken for us to even approach a 5% decline threshold.
So not a bear market, not a recession. When you say 5% threshold, what do you mean?
Not again.
Well, I monitor what's called pullbacks, which are declines of 5 to 10%, corrections, which are 10 to 20% sell-offs, and then obviously bear market 20% plus.
Very good.
So going back to
You
World
just
War II, we have found that anytime it has taken more than 40 days in order for the
very
market
good.
to go from a recent
You got a double bottom right now.
minus 5% threshold, we have had pullbacks and corrections, but we have never had a bear market. Not a guarantee that that would not occur this time,
Yep.
but certainly it's a comforting experience, comforting statistic to say that the market is evaluating the situation closely and long enough to decide that it does not
Very good.
warrant a bear market, because we probably won't fall into recession, but that certainly has to be monitored on a daily basis.
That's huge. That is huge. So I'm saying really that it's comfortable in this sort of range. It took a long time to pull back 5% over 40 days. And when it does that, it means that it's not going to really, take this big leg down and suddenly we're in a correction territory or bear market territory. So that being said, you do have some stock picks for us, and maybe it's sectors or certain kinds of stocks. I mean, you have Archer Daniels Midland, also Walmart, Nvidia, and Palo Alto. Let's go through some of these, Sam.
Well, what I was doing was looking at how did the market as well as sectors perform after hitting a peak in oil prices back in October of 1990. So essentially when Desert Shield turned into Desert Storm, and we pretty much resolved the situation fairly quickly. What happened was that in that 3-month period, the S&P 500 jumped 20%, but financials, information technology, and consumer staples were the 3 best performing sectors, up anywhere from 28 to 34%. And we happen to favor financials and technology for the longer term, but also realize that staples have had some pressure because a lot of the packaging is based on petrochemicals.
Just new low.
A lot of the fertilizers itself come from
On the bodies, not on the wick, but
so companies like Archer Daniels Midland would benefit should we see a cessation of hostilities in the Middle East. And also our Lowry research, our technical analysis arm, is showing very positive trend analyses for Archer Daniels Midland.
It was interesting, as we just heard, as you were looking at Walmart here, and I was just talking with Kevin Green about what we're seeing from Delta Airlines, that the top of the K-shaped, economy is really spending 90% of them are the buyers of what's going on with Delta. But he talked about the surge in demand, particularly in March. Some of those folks are actually shopping at Walmart now, coupled with the folks that used to shop there and look for value. So where do you think Walmart really could be headed, and why?
Well, we have a buy recommendation on Walmart. Our feeling is that should you end up with finally a decline in oil prices, that would take pressure off of transportation, and so we know
SPY came back to the orb,
very good job
and we're at the bottom of the cloud.
In terms of,
so this is where we should reverse.
But also is drawing consumers into their
And
stores. So we regard
the
that area as one of the better
67.35s are
Walmart
$3.
is not a consumer discretionary company. It is a consumer staples company, because more of its revenues come from food than from apparel, etc.
And, as I think about the big picture here, overall, and how the markets are faring, the Fed is meeting, right? We have the Federal Open Market Committee. It starts today. We'll hear tomorrow at 2 p.m. Are they missing the boat? Should they be cutting this meeting, next meeting, or not necessarily?
No, I think there's still a relatively high wall of worry. Oil prices is the keystone right now in that wall. And if we find that oil prices remain stubbornly high, then that would adversely affect inflation, because it will trickle its way through the economy in terms of transportation, petrochemical packaging, etc. And right now, inflation remains fairly stubborn anyway at elevated levels, and that would end up causing the Fed to postpone or maybe even end the prospects of further easing. So I think we're going to be listening very, very closely to the press conference tomorrow to see which way the Fed happens to be leaning. And our concern is they might be leaning a bit hawkishly, at least during the press conference.
But no recession, no bear market in sight. Is that right?
That's our expectation at this point, but we do have an asterisk saying that could change if we find that oil prices do continue to creep higher and remain elevated. There's an old saying that for every $10 increase in the price of oil, that takes off anywhere from 10 to 20 basis points of real GDP.
Okay. Well, it's great to see you, Sam Stovall, always Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all the historical data, too. So watch for that, right? $10 equals 10 to 20 basis points in real GDP. That could shave that off if oil continues to move higher. Thank you, Sam Stovall. Options Corner is next. Tom White is standing by. He'll highlight the unusual options activity and key names. How about NVIDIA, Adobe, Palo Alto? We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
No wonder the volume's not all the way up.
And we're off. We're in the gains like this since early February after 3 weeks of selling. I know we haven't seen that for a year, so take it as you wish. Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with us, and we're taking a look at a few names. It's funny, two of the names here were actually two picks that Sam Stovall just gave us. So let's start off here with Adobe. You're looking at real trades, real time. What's going on?
Yeah, if you look at their recent earnings report, Nicole, they beat on EPS, they beat on revenue. Revenue grew 12%, year over year, and that was just above expectations. And then they raised guidance also, but the stock still sold off. This stock's been in the penalty box for the last couple of years. It's still down about 27% so far this year, off 36% over the last 12 months. Having a decent day today with the rebound that we've seen in the equity markets so far this week. But, there have been downgrades post-earnings because that growth rate is supposed to continue to stagnate, not grow. And I think that's been the big problem for this company, even though
not grow.
Very
Adobe,
very low valuations on a historical basis. Remaining performance obligations were at $22.2 billion last quarter. The current remaining performance obligations, the CRPOs, those were up pretty significantly also. So good news on the report, but it didn't seem to help the stock. But we did see some bullish activity in here, and this is in the March 20th monthly options that expire in just 3 days here. We saw a trader buy over 20,000 of the March 260 strike calls. Paid an average debit of about $2.50 for those, so that break even of $260, $250 over the next 3 days. That's about 3% above the current share price. On a percentage basis, you don't need that big of a move, but at the same time, it's really short-term positioning. There was a lot of open interest built up on this strike, so either adding to that or a new trader getting into a position where we could see some more gains in Adobe, and it might be overdue for some more gains because it was a pretty good report that the company gave, but I still think that there's that overhang that AI is going to take a lot of their growth away.
All right.
And next up, should we get to NVIDIA? I mean, as we started to hear about the $1 trillion in chip sales for Blackwell and such to 2020 through 2027, that really gave an immediate boost to the stock, but it's down to 183 again, sort of where it was after the bell.
We're at
when we were
kind of a
talking
support
about it
area.
and then pulled back. What are your thoughts
That's
on the
120.
trade that you came across?
Wow, days going faster than I thought it
this
would.
reaction to the keynote from Jensen Huang, the CEO, kind of reflective of what we saw post earnings, right? It was a great earnings report. They re-accelerated growth above the 70% level as far as revenue and EPS. And now you get all this stuff coming out of GTC conference, adding $1 trillion in potential revenue growth, and that's just on the AI data infrastructure build out portion of their business. It doesn't even include some of the other portions, all the partnerships that they announced, whether it was Uber, Hewlett Packard, Adobe, others during the conference. Didn't seem to help the stock in the long term, and we saw that same reaction post earnings. Also, you mentioned the $1 trillion through 2027. Then it was initially $500 billion, but that was only through 2026, so they added a year, and they say that the acceleration is continuing to grow for this company. So it's kind of a head scratcher because the valuations have come in so much. The stock kind of stutters and stops out at about the $190 level over the past maybe a few months here, and the stock's been basically stagnant for the past 8 or 9 months here also. So this has been a real head scratcher for a lot of investors because all you do is hear good news, Nicole, but it doesn't seem to be reflective in the stock. But remember, this is the most valuable company out there, $4 trillion in market cap.
Now we are at a
It's hard
support.
to move this stock, and that's probably part of the problem also in this one. But I did see some unusual option activity in
Then we
here
got this one
also
down
on the
here,
April
but
10th weekly cycle.
pivot point
24 days
area.
to expiration. I mentioned
Off
that
the 200.
190 level that the stock continues to fail at. Well, traders sold over 40,000 of the April 10th weekly options, the 190 strike calls. Collected an average credit of about $4.50 on these calls that they sold. So the break even where this trader starts to lose money is above 194.50 over the next 3.5 weeks. That's about 6% above the current share price. So this could be somebody that's speculating that we're going to continue to fail at that 190 level, and they just want to collect some
SPX
option premium, or it might be a
6735s.
big shareholder that says, hey, I got to turn my position into a covered
Do
call
it.
where I'm going to sell some out of the money calls to the upside to create some yield on this position that's been stagnant for the last 9 months. So yeah, big call seller here in the April 10th weekly options series for NVIDIA.
It's funny,
NVIDIA.
you're right, it hasn't really been budging. It's been sort of in this range, but folks will take it because it's only 13% off the high and still has had such an incredible run. So let's see what happens next. Last but not least, Palo Alto Networks.
Yeah, stocks having a decent day today as the market's up, but it's still up about 13% this month, but still in bear market territory. We're off more than 23% from those all-time highs from October. So bear market territory for this one.
Right here.
On the 11th of this month, they announced an additional $1 billion share repurchase program. Revenue last quarter on their earnings grew 15%.
Off the 200.
And
No.
you looked at what they're doing as far as M&A activity. I think that might be the thorn in the side of this company. That, along with, it got a little bit of a pullback from that SaaS apocalypse that we talked about. A lot of software names got dragged down pretty significantly. Well, that went over into the cybersecurity stocks like Palo Alto and CrowdSpace too. So maybe that's putting some pressure. But they've been on a buying spree.
You see it pop of
as far
some
as
sort?
M&A activity. They've seen over 20 acquisitions over the past 7 or 8 years.
No,
and they're,
165.
they're outlaying a bunch of
They can
capital,
easily come down
to
here.
keep up with competitors and
Oh,
broaden
shit.
their footprint as far as what they offer
This is
to
where I add.
all their subscribers and their customers at this point. So maybe that's created a little bit of headwind
Now.
as they're outlaying all this capital. But we did see some bullish activity in here
145.
also. This was out in the April monthly options. So 31 days to expiration. The trader bought over 3,000 of the April 180
Okay, I'm
strike
done.
calls. Paid an average debit of about
I'm
$3.10
done.
for these calls. So the break even where this trader starts to profit is above 183 $183.10 over the next month. That's about 8% above the current share price in there. So maybe trying to take advantage of this bear market pullback that we've seen in Palo Alto. But I think the key is they've given themselves plenty of duration. You know, you've got basically a month in this position for the stock to recover some more.
All right, Tom White, thank you so much. Really appreciate the good look there at Options Corner Real Trades that Tom comes through and finds them for us. Palo Alto, NVIDIA, and also Adobe. Now, coming up, Tom and everybody, I know you're going to want to speak to the CEO of Swarmer. Check it out. The stock's up over 600% since the IPO. We're talking drone technology software. It went public. It's soaring right now. Let's check it out. The CEO is standing by. We'll be right back.
Not doing what it's supposed to. Come on. Triple bottom. Got a hold here.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves.
Triple bottom and then that. I don't know what
from Fed policy
that is,
to
but
global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
bounce. Give me a big old
Whether
bounce.
you're an experienced investor or just
I got a
getting
pretty good
started,
average.
Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning.
No.
Trade brilliantly.
Up.
With Schwab.
You can do it.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're live on the floor of the New York
You can
Stock
do it.
Exchange, but we go right over to the NASDAQ, where drone tech firm Swarmer went public. The stock is up over 600%. Alex Fink, U.S. CEO and co-founder of Swarmer, is with us. SWMR, ticker obviously soaring. And this is a company, when we think about defense technology, drones, software, from what I read, I saw 100,000 combat missions, and one pilot can drive 690 drones. Are those both right?
Yep, both are correct.
Wow, tell me a little bit about the company. You've obviously had huge demand today, Alex.
Yeah, so we started the company because we knew that Ukraine wants to launch millions of drones, but it doesn't have millions of pilots. So the whole purpose was to enable one person to set the objectives and to be able to control a lot of drones that implement those objectives in whichever way is most efficient. Humans are great at making life or death decisions, but they're not great at reacting to data in real time or to helping hundreds of drones coordinate in real time. So it is better to leave that to the software and to the AI to just implement in the best way possible.
The timing is incredible. I mean, there's no doubt that defense stocks have been in favor, particularly because we've had, as you mentioned, Ukraine, and that was your
Come on,
focus.
another megaphone.
Ukraine, and now the geopolitical wars in the Middle East with Iran. The timing for defense stocks was right on for you, was it not?
It was, but we're obviously just focused on building technologies that help the warfighter. And we've had great demand from Ukraine, specifically with smaller FPV-type drones, small quadcopters. Those today account for more than 70% of all the casualties on both sides on the battlefield. Now we're also seeing a lot of demand for interceptors for obvious reasons, and there's additional demand for surface vessels, basically small boats that are operated remotely, for ground vehicles, for launchers, and from our perspective, anything that has a processor, is unmanned, and has a radio is a drone that our system can operate.
Oh, really?
You need to work on more items, more things in the pipeline, that if it's not just drones, what else do you need to work on in the years ahead, or maybe even months ahead? Is there something sort of pending?
There's a lot of stuff pending, and we are trying to expand the team as fast as we can to integrate with as much hardware as possible. So we're making software that can run on essentially any hardware from any manufacturer and can be the glue that binds multiple platforms from multiple manufacturers together. But obviously to get there, we need to work with every single one of these vendors and with every single one of these platforms. And that requires manpower and time. But we're hard at work. We're trying to move as fast as we can to become essentially the standard for making a large number of systems work and be operated by a single operator.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Software on any hardware system, to have that compatibility so you can work with multiple vendors. And I mean, will you also be using not only drones, but maybe interceptors and things like that?
Yep.
Will that software be used for things like that?
Of course, an interceptor today in Ukraine is primarily a drone that just hits a target that is moving in 3D space. Otherwise, there's not much difference in design or in the basic principles. So just as we can help regular attack drones operate by themselves without a pilot and coordinate among themselves in large groups, we can do the same thing with interceptors. And with interceptors specifically, since typically you need to launch more than one to intercept a target, then it really helps to have a group that coordinates and reassigns targets among itself in real time, as opposed to having the human need to make the decision of which interceptor goes after which drone.
Not good.
This is also a tech-related stock. You know, it's going to be hard to categorize it. Is it a defense stock or is it a tech stock? And tech has been less in favor, right? Maybe out of favor a little bit. Software in particular, though, it's made a little bit of a comeback with the software stocks and the IGV and things like that. Do you view yourself more as a tech stock or a defense stock?
Well, I think we are applying all the best practices of developing great tech to the defense market.
Yes.
Right, where we are seeing right now enormous demands because of the multiple active theaters in different countries. Right, but both my co-founder and I, we come from a consumer electronic background originally. I was building cameras and imaging devices. He was the head of computer vision and AI at Ring, which was acquired by Amazon. And then when the full-scale invasion started, he began volunteering with the different drone squadrons, helping out startups in the ecosystem. And that's when he called me up with this idea, and I registered the company the next day.
But looks a lot better
this has
now.
been moving very quickly. We registered the company in May 2023. We got the first investor check in December 2023 from a fund created by Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google. We have the first customer contract in Ukraine in January 2024, the first combat deployment in April 2024. And since then, we've flown more than 100,000 combat missions. We raised the biggest Series A round in the history of Ukrainian defense tech. We brought Eric Prince on board as our non-executive chairman, and now we're the first company from this Ukrainian ecosystem that is going public, and we hope to serve as an example to many more to follow.
It's unbelievable, you know, and I think about how this, so, you know, you have the computer background, you have someone from Ring Camera, you have Eric Schmidt come on from Google, and you formulate this company, license it, and move forward and sort of really help Ukraine. And do you hope to have government contracts from many countries? I mean, it's not a Ukraine story, right?
Yeah, we have sales teams in Ukraine, in Europe, in the US. We're seeing demand throughout the world. Obviously, we will only sell to the Western democratic nations, essentially NATO and NATO aligned. But we're definitely going to be active in all the territories, helping all the good guys win.
Do you feel that demand is outpacing your supply? Are you starting to already see that you're getting orders for more than you can supply at the moment? And how do you do that? Do you need certain chips? You know, what chips are you using for the software?
We are making the software itself, right? We're not making the hardware. So to the extent that anybody needs more chips, it's our customers we make software that we sell to hardware manufacturers or integrators or primes, and they then sell to governments. So our only bottleneck is our own capacity to integrate and test various types of hardware, which is why we're raising more funds to hire more engineers, to integrate faster and be able to support, to onboard new platforms in parallel as fast as possible. But definitely right now, our only bottleneck is ourselves, and we just need to execute.
How many engineers do you have now, and how many do you think you'll have in the future so that you don't have a bottleneck? Because you're raising more funds, you want to have the capital to basically give the supply that's needed for all these NATO countries, Ukraine, Europe, USA, etc. You know, how many engineers do you plan to have compared to what you have now?
Right now, we're only 100 people total across multiple locations: Ukraine, Poland, Estonia, and the US. And the US is the headquarters. We're going to hire as fast as we can find good people. I don't think that the numbers are the bottleneck to hiring. It's finding the best of the best, and that screening process takes time. So we're not going to expand the team too quickly, but we will expand it as quickly as possible.
Very good.
Just right. Okay, well, it's great to speak with you and meet you, Alex, and congratulations to you and the team there, SWMR, looking at Swarmer, which really is
there we
taking off
go.
Today, up over 600% on this IPO.
Move it.
U.S. CEO and co-founder of Swarmer, Alex Fink. Thank you. You think about this drone technology, it's pretty incredible, and the demand is obviously well surpassing the shares that were available. Coming up next, Technical Tuesday. Kevin Horner is standing by, and he'll highlight the key levels on the S&P 500, CrowdStrike, and Coinbase. We'll be right back.
Take your time. I'm in no hurry. What time is it? 1:37. Well, kinda. Break it.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's Technical Tuesday, and that means Kevin Horner is on board, Senior Manager of Trading Services here at Charles Schwab. Taking a look at the market, I was saying how we had 3 weeks of selling, and we hadn't seen that for the S&P in about a year. But these last 2 days, yesterday and today, got a surge in up arrows, and we haven't seen that since the beginning of February. So tell me what you're thinking about and the levels that jump out at you when you look at the S&P 500, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, happy to do so, Nicole. It's great to see you even on a St. Patty's Day like today. You know, it's interesting. We tend as traders to get a little overdone as it relates to short-term action. And that means to me that the bounce we've seen over the last 3 days, Nicole, is a little dubious. Looking at today's intraday high, pushed through 67.45. That's the gap we created last Wednesday into this last Thursday's open. And that gap, we shouldn't be surprised to see that we got there, Nicole, but we want to get through it. We want to see some price action above it. We'd love to see it cleared on a closing basis. If we can start to do that,
Need a
then we
breakout.
can start talking about that 20-day moving average, which we've been below for 21 of the last 23 sessions.
21.
So we've got some trend situation that has not played out bullishly. We've been largely neutral. We should at least make note of the fact that the 200-day moving average resides beneath us, 66.12 currently, but ultimately anywhere between those last lows, let's call it 65.40 up to the 200-day moving average at 6,600 or so, that's going to be a potential zone of horizontal support that we really need to make sure we maintain. So if what we see today here, Nicole, is a bit of a rejection into the downtrend line and basically the continuation of what we've seen over the last few weeks here, then we should be prepared for more choppiness and volatility.
All right, we have to prepare. I mean, especially since oil's up over 40% this month, and still around $96 right now.
Yes.
What about a name like CrowdStrike? Why does this stand out to you?
Mainly because this one is at a make or break level. Much like software aggregately, which CrowdStrike has struggled this year. It's down 10% year to date, but 24% from the highs it achieved in November. Now, after having sold off into February's lows, I saw that there was a bullish divergence in price versus that of the RSI down below, and we've had a nice rally. In fact, it's been a quick 30% pop off of those lows into what could be resistance. And I say could be because it's still could be as resistance as we got into it last week over the last 5 or 6 sessions, excuse me, and we've pulled back. And so we are trading below the low of our high move in this rally back, and that could spell deeper retreat. And that's why the 20-day moving average around 406 calls out to us. If we can't hold the 50-day, we're battling it out at the 50-day as we speak, but if it doesn't hold, then bulls should look for opportunity around the potential of the 20-day moving average between 400 and 406 or so. That could allow us to see a higher low in the short term, and even if we do see this as a rejection in the short run, that could be the opportunity that some short-term bulls are looking for. It should not be lost on us as traders, that is, that long-range uptrend, the white line I've got in there, that is completely coincident with that 450 level of resistance. So kind of former support for us on CrowdStrike could very likely become new resistance, and that's the importance of that 450 level that resides above us here.
Okay, very important. And then last but not least, we've really seen a bid for Bitcoin and what's happening with Coinbase.
Yeah. Certainly happening as a result of recent bullishness associated with Bitcoin, but the ride here has been rough to say the least. You got a stock that's off 68% from its peaks to its trough that was just achieved in early February. We are up 50% from those lows, Nicole, and yet the stock is down 52% off of those highs even still. Now, only 10% year to date, but you're seeing something shift here. Notice that rounding off of the 20-day moving average, it's quickly cruising up toward the 50-day. I've got the 187 level as the 20-day, and it might be a level under which bulls might set their risk. And a potential short-term target becomes that red level above us at 230. That's still about 19 to 20 points away from us here. So there may still be opportunity for bulls who are looking for something a little bit on the short run here, but it is an improving chart. But just remember that it doesn't trade on necessarily all by itself. It is absolutely going to move as crypto moves with it.
Yeah, I mean, it went from 139 up to 211 already. And then let's see where Bitcoin is at this moment, just for fun. 74,850. That's among the higher levels that we have seen, getting closer to 75, right? Haven't seen that really since early February, really. All right, Kevin Horner, it's great to see you. Thank you for that. Every Tuesday, Technical Tuesday with Kevin Horner. Appreciate it. Coming up, our panel is standing by. I want to discuss the housing market. Got today's pending home sales data. We're watching rates closely. The watch list. We'll be right back.
final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day.
This is
Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. We've been getting in a slew of data pertaining to home sales, and the numbers, pending home sales, came in today. Joining me right now, Mike Needler, CEO of Century 21, and Odette Akushi, Deputy Chief Economist at First American Financial Corporation. So, Mike, I'll start with you. When you see the pending home sales up, and what did you think about that?
Yeah, Nicole, happy St. Patrick's Day. Looking to keep everything green here as we speak, but look, when I look at pending home sales and what I get from talking to a lot of my real estate agents across the country is that people really feel like demand is coming back into the market. I think we saw pending home sales. That takes us through February. I'm going to give you a little bit more real-time data. Right now, from last year, this time, same week, we're up from a pending contract perspective by 4%. And quite honestly, we are up every single week versus 2025 in contracts that are going into signing. That's around 82,000 new contracts every single week, except for those big snowstorm weeks that we saw across, the Northeast and the Midwest at the end of January and February. And I think that's being driven, and I bet Odetta can, affirm this, but really by the rate environment that we're seeing right now. And yes, there's been some volatility around where mortgage rates are because of some of the, bigger things happening out there. But we're at about a 6.4% rate, which is really driving that demand. It's the highest we've seen all year. However, it's still considerably lower than it was last year at this time. And honestly, when you compound that with inventory, which we've seen creeping up year after year, right now we're up about 5.7% from an inventory basis from where we were last year. I think you add those couple things together, and we're getting this more normalized spring selling season that we're heading into. So I'm definitely bullish by it.
Yep, more inventory. You talked about, being 4% up year over year on these certain weeks, minus the winter storm weeks. It is really impressive, and even the pending home sales come in better than expected, maybe even much better than expected. Odetta, what do you think the trend is? We saw a 5 handle briefly in February for mortgage rates, and then we saw rates moving higher. What are you optimistic about when it comes to this spring, Odetta?
I'm seeing fragile green shoots in this year's spring home buying season. On the demand side, the weekly data is showing higher pending home sales activity, higher purchase application activity, which is all positive. On the affordability side, affordability gains have been broad-based compared to last year, so across the nation. And that's not just a function of lower mortgage rates, though certainly lower mortgage rates help. It's also a function of wage growth outpacing nominal house prices.
house prices nationally are essentially flat on a year-over-year basis. And then when we look at the regional variations, there are markets where prices are actually down on a year-over-year basis. And so that's helping push affordability higher as well. So I think the conditions are better heading into this spring home buying season.
And what are your thoughts on affordability, Mike? Obviously, it doesn't seem to be that much of a problem at this moment. You're still making the sales. You know, is it that people are willing to spend more and they've become more accustomed to the 6 handle on the mortgage rates? Is it the spring season? Are they feeling more optimistic? I mean, what is it?
Yeah, I think the 6 handle is positive. Again, we're down a lot more than where we were probably the previous, call it 24 months plus. Even last year, this time we're somewhere in the 7 range. I think Odetta said it well, right? We have 33% of the homes right now taking a price cut that come onto the marketplace. Days on market has kind of increased a little bit to about 111 days on market. So it's really bringing this equilibrium into play where buyers have a little bit more room to negotiate, and sellers are kind of getting more realistic than, you know, what we saw during the big COVID run-ups in sales price. But I do think, again, our biggest sensitivity is around mortgage rates. I love the fact that there's wage growth as well, as Odetta mentioned. But, you know, for me, in the buyer category right now, this is the time to be ready to act, to really understand your budget, you know, have a real costing strategy related to rates. We're going to see, you know, the Fed meet again tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen? But, you know, you control those 3 things and be ready to act. And I think the spring season will be, you know, a good one for you if you're in the marketplace.
Who knows what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen. Nothing. They're not lowering rates tomorrow. Not likely, but they may. Right? A lot of folks are hoping to 2 rate cuts this year. We'll see. Odetta, where do you think the rate environment will be? I mean, for 30-year mortgages, and what will move the market in housing?
I think there are a lot of push and pull factors. Market expectations are that, you know, the Fed's going to keep rates the same tomorrow. We might see some downward pressure later in the year, but it really will depend on incoming inflation and labor market data. But I think when it comes to housing, it's really about the fundamentals, which of course rates are important, but about the health of the labor market, consumer confidence, and of course inventory measures. Right now we're starting the year with higher for sale inventory than a year ago, but we still have a lot of existing homeowners who are rate locked into their homes, and so that's preventing even more inventory from hitting the market. So that's really my question mark for this year, is where do we see inventory trends heading for the rest of the year, because you can't buy what's not for sale.
Yeah, and I think about, you know, what's going on in Washington. Mike, that's something you're focusing on too, pertaining to regulation. What's working or not working?
I mean, I think it's exciting that the government is actually trying to get more involved in creating the inventory that we all know we need. I mean, you know, depending on who you talk to, we're about 4 million units short for the amount of household formations. The fact that you got this bipartisan support just last week in the Senate, it's already been through the House in February. They have to do a couple rewrites, but they're really focused on some of the key elements that I think will get more supply into the market around, you know, how do we get quicker through some of these environmental regulations? How do we, you know, increase limits on FHA loans? How do we do things that are going to make it easy for developers to develop in the local market? All those things won't play out immediately, and they won't have an immediate impact on price. But over time, this is a good thing. The fact that the federal government is probably working on what I would call the most substantial bill around housing in a very long time is exciting for me, and I'm glad we're focused on it as a country.
I love how you talked about staging the places, making presentation matters, pricing matters. Mike, just quickly, I mean, right, that's still good old school, good tactics, right? If you're trying to sell a home.
Spy breaking the moving averages.
Nicole,
here she goes.
Location. Have a great real estate professional on your side. Know the market data down to the zip code, down to the street, down to the development. As Odetta said earlier, it is all location-based. What happens in Florida is way different than Arizona or California. Have a great real estate professional on your side. Again, be able to move quickly and know your budget. And if you handle those 3 things, I think you can make a quick, good, well-informed move.
Odetta, you get the last word, quickly.
Yeah, I think it's all about following the general trend, and it's very difficult to time the market. And so I always say, if you find a home that you like, that fits your budget, and you feel comfortable about your job and your ability to repay that mortgage, then it's a good time to buy.
All right. Mike Miedler, thank you. Good to see you both. Odetta Kushi, thank you. Mike Meadler, CEO of Century 21, and Odetta Kushi of American Financial. Thank you both so much for being with us. That's going to do it for us here on the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. I'm so glad you're with me every single day here on Wall Street, on the corner of Wall and Broad at the New York Stock Exchange. 9 a.m. we see you for the opening bell, 2 p.m. for the Watch List. Tomorrow we have a special Watch List for Fed Day. So we'll hear from Jay Powell and what happens there. Right now, stocks are still well in the green, but off the highs, okay? So keep watching between now and the closing bell for sure. Market on Close is next.
Five more minutes to power hour. Look at that pullback right there. Thank you very much.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With
6730s.
Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an educator coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
We have one more minute.
Watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
One more minute.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. here on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Sam Vitus, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We will focus on the volatility in the energy sector and how you could be investing in the space. Later, we'll recap everything you need to know from NVIDIA after CEO Jensen Huang's keynote speech at NVIDIA's GTC conference yesterday. And we have earnings coming up after the close. We'll react live to reports from Lululemon, Oklo, and DocuSign. For now, let's take a look at where markets stand as we approach, of course, the final hour of trade here. And we have got markets in a good mood still. We are continuing to rebound here, although suffice to say we are off the session's highs right now. But the S&P 500 still managing to hold on to that technically important 6,700 mark right now. 0.3% higher. We've got the NASDAQ 100 that continues to power ahead here, up 0.5%. We've got around half of the Mag 7, if you can call it that, 4 out of 7 in the green right now, so that is helping things out. The Dow Jones is up 100 points, 0.2% higher, in the Russell 2000 has been outperforming for us today. It's up 0.5% higher, so we have got more risk on today as we continue to largely look past some of the issues and worries around this Iran conflict, particularly as oil prices have continued to come off those highs. Although what's interesting about this session today is that they are actually up. We're higher by about 3%, but at $96 a barrel, we're still well off the triple-digit highs that we've been talking about. So perhaps markets taking some comfort in the fact that oil is at least moving somewhat through the Strait of Hormuz, even though it is very limited at this stage. But of course, a lot of other commodities
Very limited.
Of concern right now. We'll talk about the broader energy space later on. The setup going into the FOMC decision is interesting. We've got the 10-year yield right now at 4.20. So that's come off a bit, and so has the US dollar index. So we're at 99.33 right now on the Dixie. So perhaps that is helping risk sentiment just a tad today. Gold catching a little bit of a bid. We're at that level of 5,000 right now. Bitcoin continues its march higher. We're nearly at 75,000 on BTC as well. So all in all, of course, we have got some optimism, cautious optimism, suffice to say, at least to say the least, because we are going, of course, into some event risk tomorrow with, of course, the FOMC decision. We've got some more earnings. We've got an inflation print tomorrow by the way of the PPI as well. But let's just get to Nicole Petalides now, who's joining me here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List, of course. For your perspective on the markets, Nicole, as we've seen today, we just continue to sort of climb this wall of worry. I think, you know, it feels like we're just in a bit of a holding pattern. Maybe everything will change this time tomorrow once we've got that FOMC press conference underway.
What I don't love necessarily for this market is that we've lost some momentum. So we are in a holding pattern and that we're both in the green for 2 days. So absolutely on point with that. However, we're well off the earlier highs of the day. And, you know, if you're a bull on Wall Street, you don't want to end at the market lows, right? You know, we were saying that these 2 days were the best 2-day performance for the S&P 500 since early February, since the week of February 9th. And the 3 weeks that we saw the selling that went underway, we hadn't seen that in a year. I will note that as
NVIDIA had more drama.
$94, $95 a barrel, but now
Meta, more selling.
You know, 96.
AMD's at the 200.
Stocks a bit. But Sam Stovall and I had a great conversation. I was so glad he was on with us, Sam, because I had seen that he was saying no recession, no bear market, but he's really basing that on the fact that it took more than 40 days for the S&P 500 to drop 5%. And when it happens like that, when it takes a long time for a 5% pullback, then you don't necessarily get the correction or bear market following. It means that the market was in a somewhat comfortable channel of some sort. So I thought that was actually reassuring.
And it's interesting that you point that out. I think I brought this up on your show earlier today, just ahead of the cash open, that Yardeni was also forecasting that we perhaps were expecting a 10% correction, but the 5% decline, he says, from the all-time high might actually be the extent of the damage. Who knows? But As you say, losing a little bit of altitude heading into the close today. No doubt a little bit of a drag coming from the sag we're seeing in names like Microsoft, obviously Nvidia, which is lower, Meta as well. So some of our heavy hitters here. A lot of the conversation has been centered around the fact that in order to get to new all-time highs, there is a view out there that they need the Mag 7 to participate somewhat. And you just wonder, with all these GTC headlines, if that can't do it for Nvidia, what is? I don't know what your conversations have been like today.
You know, Nvidia is good enough. You know, it could have gone either way, right? You and I were talking, we saw it go from 183 to 187, come back down. It's hovering around 183, 184. And that $1 trillion mark that he's talking about through 2027, right? I think there was a lack of clarity of when that was through. But the point is that
we are now 5 minutes post power hour.
With the demand for Blackwell and Rubin, and it seems unstoppable.
Right.
Continuing to make deals. We had deals with, I know you're going to be talking about Nebius. We talked about Nebius yesterday with Meta. You have Nebius today. There's just one AI deal after another, and it doesn't feel like the AI frenzy based on each earnings report we've been getting is slowing anytime soon.
I heard some of the traders here on the floor today make a really interesting sports analogy, and sports fans are going to like this. And the case with Nvidia almost feels like it's your favorite sports star, and they're expected to make a number of home runs this year, or a number of tries, or kick a number of goals, but it's just not the number that we're used to. But it's still going to be good. And that's kind of like the feeling with Nvidia. But I mean, moving away from some of the GTC headlines, and obviously what we're seeing there, Nicole, we've also been tracking the geopolitics. I mean, this is a very headline-driven market. We woke up this morning with Israel calling, or at least saying Laranjani had been eliminated. Obviously, we continue to see blows to energy infrastructure. I think what's really interesting is that President Trump, just this afternoon, has also been commenting on this Xi meeting over in Beijing, which he now says is going to be pushed out by a month or so. In fact, he's saying they're resetting that meeting now by 5 or 6 weeks now. I don't know, I mean, how much of that is going to move the needle, but I think a lot sort of hinges on some of the trade deals that are likely to come out of that. Everybody seems to be
more drama. Didn't do it.
Whether Iran is a
Didn't hold
good
it
thing for China, whether it shows weakness, whether it shows strength. I don't know what the nature of some of your
wanted to hold that, move back up.
The geopolitics today as well.
I mean, I started to hear, obviously, we knew from yesterday, Scott Bessent alluded to the fact that that Xi meeting was going to get pushed back.
Yeah.
Because of logistics, because it's not the right time to travel, because the president needs to focus on the Iran war, getting rid of all things nuclear for the entire world. So it wasn't a surprise today, as to you as well, right, when you heard that this Xi meeting was being pushed back. At this point now, it does seem like the president and President Xi have somewhat of a good working relationship. So I don't think people are jarred by the fact that they're pushing it back. And don't forget, China's still getting some oil through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes,
some of the tankers are actually passing. Going to India, going to China, so it's not completely shut off, right?
Yeah.
But very few, and he's not really seeing the meaningful coalition of all the different nations to do this. So we have to wait and see. But I think for the meantime, the China story is you know, sort of there. I don't really see that as being a front and center story at this moment.
Yeah, Michelle Gibley over at Charles Schwab put it really nicely. She characterized it as a pushback, not a setback. So I think, you know, obviously it's just going to be, you know, a can that's being kicked down the road for now. So, and then moving on, obviously, we touched on the FOMC, but just in summary, I'm just wondering what your guests were talking about. I mean, I was having a conversation with Lizanne this morning about this. She said the dissents are going to be really interesting, and what's going to be really fascinating to her is obviously what Powell says about his future at the Fed as well.
Well, the question is whether or not Powell makes the really somewhat unprecedented move to stay on the Board of Governors. I mean, most people would step down from their chairman role and move on, and they'll have a slew of great opportunities. There's no doubt he's going to have so many offers for great jobs, but will he stay on for some reason? Less likely to do so. The Kevin Warsh entry into the May 15th date seems to be most likely still. Doesn't seem like it's not likely. As far as rate cuts, that's really a wild card. No one's really, while many of the guests have come on and they would like to see cuts, it doesn't seem, for example, Tally Leger today. Tally Leger was saying, I'd love to see some cuts. I mean, the president's been clamoring for cuts from last week, but we're not likely to see those anytime soon. Also because inflation from oil is not the same as inflation from, you know, what's going on in the supermarkets and life. It's different. more volatile.
Yeah, right. I mean, Australia has also fired the gun on the central bank action this week with its hike. Look, it has some of its own challenges to deal with regards to inflation. I heard Goldman Sachs talking about today that, you know, it's likely to be the exception, not the rule for central banks this week. I mean, obviously we've got the BOE, the ECB, which are in arguably a tricky situation as well, with just the energy shock in that part of the world versus the US, which seems to be a little bit more insulated. But they were also saying they do expect the others to reserve optionality, and I think obviously that's what everyone's going to be watching out for tomorrow as well. Let's talk to some of the stock performances that we've seen today. Obviously we're bouncing around here, but you know, we were talking about Nvidia yesterday, and then one of the partnerships that came out of that was Uber, and I think you know, this is a really interesting one for this company as far as, you know, less about Nvidia, more about Uber as to what it means for market share now against the likes of Waymo and Tesla.
Got a nice move for Uber, right? It's up over 5% here on this deal, making this deal with Nvidia. By the way, Lyft is also making a deal too, but it is a multi-trillion-dollar market going forward. Autonomous vehicles that they hope to launch in so many cities by 2028. Robo-taxis, okay? Are you ready for this? No driver, 28 cities. And just this deal, they're saying this was sort of a last-ditch thing, effort for Uber.
Great news.
And Lyft too, that they just really have been lagging behind with it. Over 1 year, Uber's higher by about 9%, but some of that obviously is from today's 5% move.
Well,
shoot. It's really interesting as to how they're trying to convince the markets about how they're playing the long game, and you just needed 2 words, Nvidia and AI.
Nvidia and AI.
Delta, an interesting move as well. I think this has been one of the most interesting stories in the market today. Not exactly Delta itself, but the fact that we're actually hearing from
Nvidia is a great stock.
They're issuing guidance with the lack of visibility around the energy shock and actually responding to this kind of wartime situation that we're in.
It was interesting because Ed Bastian was so positive from Delta, but we also had Hassett from the White House, from the senior advisor over at the White House, talking about just the USA being fundamentally strong. And so while there are worries about energy, it seems to be, and also saying that there are more oil reserves that could be released. You have the IEA releasing, you have us releasing from the SPRs. But, you know, Hassett doesn't seem to be worried about the economy, and neither does Ed Bastian. Some of the language that he used today, he talked about the demand momentum that they're seeing, March in particular, the demand. 8 of the 10 best sales days were in this particular quarter, that it is very healthy. 90% of the people who are buying these seats are actually in the upper end of the K-shaped economy. So you are having the higher end folks doing this. They raised the outlook, and they're well positioned to navigate the current environment, even though jet fuel is going to be up and tack on another 400 million. That's okay, because they have a lot of demand.
Yeah, it's a premium airline. They're better hedged, exposure to refining. I heard also on the floor here today, maybe they're gaining from a bit of pull forward. If people are freaked out about higher prices down the road, maybe they're booking earlier. I don't know, but it's a really good read from the corporates on this conflict, and the opposite of what we heard from Honeywell. I was talking about that on your show earlier this morning, and since then, actually, I think Honeywell has come out to clarify some of that they're not actually going to take as big of a revenue hit from some of the situation that we're seeing over in the Middle East.
American Airlines was also positive,
right?
Just like Delta.
I think this is really important as we go into Q1 earnings season. Nicole, thank you so much for joining me today and breaking down some of the details of those stories and the movers here. Coming up, we will dive into the energy sector and how you can approach investing in the space during this time of volatility. Market on Close will be right back.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List.
This is the Watch List.
Into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. And just some breaking news out of Amazon. Reuters now reporting that the Amazon CEO, Andy Jassy, has now said during an internal meeting he expects artificial intelligence could help cloud computing, its unit, Amazon Web Services, AWS, achieve $600 billion in annual sales by 2036, marking double his prior estimates. So this is according to Reuters, which has seen a review of the comments now, and what he's been saying is that he's been thinking the last number of the years that AWS, call it 10 years from now, could be about $300 billion in annual revenue, a run rate business, and thinks that what's happening in AI, that AWS has a chance to be at least double that. So we are tracking that line and that news out of Amazon for us this afternoon. Just checking in on the stock right now. We are up almost, call it 2% in trade right now. So we will continue to track those lines and any further commentary out of the company. So that is shares in Amazon tracking higher by 1.8% right now off the back of this line out of Reuters. All right, welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's welcome in our next guest, Sash Graham, Managing Director and CIO at Graham Capital Wealth Management. Sash, thanks so much for joining us today. What are your thoughts on this overall market performance this week, which seems to be taking everything in its stride right now? Seems to be rather optimistic, but you could call it cautious optimism.
Sam, I think you said it perfectly. Markets before the conflict in Iran had several tailwinds that were bullish for risk assets. You had a monetary policy that had been pretty favorable for risk assets. You had fiscal spending and deficit spending that's a tailwind for risk assets. Financial conditions were loose. Capital markets were open. There was excess liquidity. And you had some fight from manufacturing, which for the first time in years, we actually saw
Sophie's at the 200 with a double top.
Actually showed an uplift.
SMA.
So there were several variables that were tailwinds for risk assets. Then we had the conflict. And as you said, there was the initial reaction. And now markets are kind of taking it in stride. And again, we could certainly talk about energy. There are several sectors and industries that are being directly impacted. And there are several others that are indirectly being impacted. But again, overall, you are seeing a market taking this conflict, war, whatever you want to call it, in stride.
Yeah, and I think the clear demarcation as to whether you're being impacted or not is how much of your stuff is getting through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, you know, not a lot of anything really, but at least we're hearing about limited amount of oil, albeit to China and India. Just talk us through what you're seeing across the energy complex right now.
Well, you mentioned this a few minutes ago in a previous segment. You had the initial shock of the conflict, and you saw energy prices move up materially. You've seen it come back, say, a week and a half ago, and then you've seen this slow, steady increase. I think the market overall is actually mispricing where energy prices really should be, and over time, the market will get there. Because you have seen recent developments, Sam, over the last week or so, where you've seen this conflict take a shift. We just had the Shah field have to suspend operations after a strike overnight by Iran. Iran's now showing a willingness, and this isn't the first time in the conflict where they've attacked Gulf located energy infrastructure, but now we're starting to see a pickup in action. And the various geopolitical analysts that we outsource our observations or analysis for continues to have us focus on this respective space. Again, if energy infrastructure continues to get attacked, that's just going to move the floor higher for global energy prices. The U.S., as it's been talked about numerous times, has a degree of insulation. But as we continue to globalize or export our energy products, say like liquefied natural gas, we do get subjected to some global increases.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, the US is seen as better off, so is China as far as how insulated they are from the energy shock. But I think the infrastructure story is really key here. Do you think the markets are adequately pricing that in?
Yes.
I mean, as far as, right, if we get some stuff through the Strait of Hormuz, at the end of the day, it's going to take some time. I mean, people are forecasting weeks, if not months, to get some of that back online.
Correct, Sam. This is going to take more time, and certainly, again, as this was mentioned in the previous segment, the reluctance by other countries to participate in opening up the strait, I think, is very interesting, and it speaks to a longer time frame, especially if there have been mines laid into the strait, which there has been some degree of evidence that has happened in the last 48 to 72 hours. So again, if you have, say, 2% of tankers being able to make it through the strait, again, you're still talking about 20 million barrels that, say, you have several percentage points getting through. Again, most of that is going to get stuck. And there is a risk that you have a lot of these sovereign-backed energy conglomerates have to shut in operations if they have no place to go to help put, whether it's liquefied natural gas, whether it's oil. There's only so much storage that's there. And matter of fact, really, storage is gone. So if they have to start shutting in infrastructure in various projects in various fields outside of attacks like we saw this morning by Iran and the UAE, there's going to be a lagging period just to turn on a field to get an asset producing again, whether it's weeks or months. So there's that natural decay too in operations, which again, when you're talking about commodities, these are global commodities. There is going to be a natural rebound and effect outside of just having a straight close.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen those vulnerabilities, particularly out in places like Asia with some of the rationing that's been going on there. Every market tells a very different story, even when you look at the currency impacts as well. But getting back to the US, you talked about several bullish tailwinds, and obviously one of those being Fed easing, the fiscal policy, the US manufacturing. Obviously, we've seen this global repricing of oil, repricing of rate expectations, and even to some degree, global repricing of growth outlooks as well in at least some economies, maybe not so much here in the US. But does any of that offset what we're seeing here? I mean, or is that outweighed by the potential inflationary pressures that we're seeing now?
No, Sam, and that's a very fair question. As of right now, we're able to, and it's one of the reasons why we haven't seen the Dow or the S&P 500 fall 7 or 8% like we've seen in various Asian markets and exchanges. So we have a degree of resilience, and a lot of the variables you just mentioned are the reasons why we're able to stay steadfast and at least be within arm's length of all-time highs. But as this conflict continues, and this certainly bears monitoring, that market participants should be watching this conflict, which I'm sure they are. But as this continues to go, say, another several weeks, another several months, the tailwinds that have helped markets stay resilient in the face of this conflict will start to decay. And that is important. And you're going to want to make sure that you are invested in a way, whether it's to help protect from downside risk or have, again, sector-specific investments that, say, could be resilient from a increase or a higher floor in energy prices, which start to hurt margins.
So then how do you hedge at the same time as capturing some of that opportunity?
Good question.
Right. So there are several ways you could do this. I would say, and this points to a picture where, again, this is really at the core of why we think the markets are off sides in terms of, or maybe being too casual on, hey, energy prices are going to go lower. They're going to go back to $65, $75 a barrel. Why we think it has a higher floor in outside chances of conflict ramps up, where you do see a moderate increase in price. I don't think the story is that energy prices or a barrel of crude in the U.S. is going to jump to $140 per barrel. But just being at 100, 95, 105, 110 over an extended period of time can hurt margins. And one of the metrics, break-evens for tips, generally the tips, interest rates, real yields, have relationships with higher oil prices. And what you've noticed, as oil prices have risen, these break-evens have not moved that much. That speaks to a market that it believes, again, energy prices will continue to come down. So there is a dynamic here where you can go long energy, but have some protection with some of these tips that we believe should be pricing in, or at least providing more of a return than it has so far. Again, market participants have not really sought this type of protection because, again, we believe it's because they believe energy prices are going to come down and come down pretty swiftly soon.
How are you thinking about technology? Because there was a lot of conversations about the 493 heading into this year, but still the conversation seems to be around the fact that we perhaps cannot hit all-time highs again without the participation, or at least the Mag 7 pulling their weight. If GTC doesn't manage to do it, what can?
So, Stan, we've seen so far this year a broadening out of markets, and that is healthy for markets. The reliance on the Mag 7 the last year and a half, that's not healthy. So I think, again, as people continue to watch this market, there are other industries, there are other companies that have been left behind with extremely low earnings multiples, capital profiles that are very strong and resilient. So, again,
tell us what they are.
See a market take another leg higher. It's just going to involve, in our opinion, the other 493 that have been left behind. Now, you have seen some normalization. The tech sector has come back from a valuation perspective, broadly speaking. So again, there are ways to get tech exposure. Our 13F is public. We have to file it every 90 days. We have RSPT, which is a equal weighted technology sector fund that, again, we think is the way to get technology exposure if you don't want to pick individual companies. Certainly, software has been the news for all the wrong reasons. That's an area I think we want to avoid because, Sam, I do think there is some disruption from AI that software still needs to answer. Again, I know that might be hard to say because you have several components of the software space that have done very well. Publicly traded companies have done very well and have showed a degree of resilience. But I still think we need the market to really go through the software portion of the technology sector.
Okay, interesting. I mean, a lot of those people out there have been tempted by the fact that that sector is very much on sale now with that multiple compression we've seen. But yeah, I think we continue to obviously try to wrap our heads around who are going to be the winners and losers and all of that as well. We've got to wrap it up there, Stash. Thanks so much for joining us. Stash Graham there, Graham Capital Wealth Management. Really appreciate your time. Coming up next, we will check in on the airlines, which are flying high today after a guidance update from
32 minutes.
We'll get into the details of that. Coming up next on Market on Close.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 20...
I mean, you seized up on us.
No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
AMD, NVIDIA,
New York Stock Exchange.
reversing.
When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it. To leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
We're back here on Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardis on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's zero in on the airlines, which are having a very nice day after a positive outlook from Delta. Joining me now to discuss this is Andy Wang, Managing Partner at Runnymede Capital Management. Thanks so much, Andy, for joining me. What do these numbers and this CEO commentary suggest to you around the corporate read we're getting on this conflict over in the Middle East?
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, Delta is posting record sales during a war that tells us a lot. One of the things is that affluent consumers are still spending. Demand for the brand remains strong. Delta had 8 of its top 10 sales days in company history this quarter, and 5 of those came after the Iran war started. Bookings are up 25% year over year. When you have customers continuing to buy at higher prices, you can absorb cost shocks. And Delta is not just selling seats. They've built a premium brand around first class, business class, lounges, and loyalty perks. Their core customers are affluent travelers who are less sensitive to price increases. That is pricing power, and right now Delta has it.
Right, it is a premium airline. It doesn't have much of a problem filling the front of the plane. We very much know that story. How much of this, Andy, do you think that it's gaining from basically just a pull forward? I mean, you mentioned some of those record bookings. If you're a business or a company and worried about, you know, what the prices could look like down the road, looking to maybe book your travel arrangements now rather than in 3, 4, 5 months' time when they could be a lot higher than that.
There could certainly be some pull forward here. I mean, it is no... It goes without saying that consumers are seeing headlines about rising oil prices every day. We also see it at the pump. But if you take a step back, the top 10% of earners now account for nearly half of all U.S. consumer spending. And Delta has positioned itself accordingly to capture that segment. Their premier revenue, first class, business class, upgraded cabins, has more than doubled in the last decade. American Express pays Delta $9 billion a year for their co-branded credit card partnership because Delta's customers are spenders who use those cards frequently. Meanwhile, discount carriers serving budget-conscious travelers, they are struggling. They cannot raise prices as quickly without losing customers. So when you hear the consumer is strong, I think the question is which consumer? Affluent consumers are spending, lower middle income households are pulling back.
It's the top of the K, isn't it? And we often talk about that with this particular name as well. How much of this, speaks to the fact that this company is better hedged as far as their exposure to supply chains with respect to also some of that refining as well?
Yeah, I think that the commentary from management here points to how well the airline is able to manage through severely rising fuel costs. And they have been making adjustments in a couple of ways. It really depends on the route. For international flights, airlines can add fuel surcharges directly to the ticket. Those went into effect within days of the oil spike. Domestically, airlines have to raise base fares. We've seen 2 rounds of fare increases in just the last 2 weeks. Historically, the industry recovers fuel costs on a 2 to 3 month lag, but only airlines with strong brands can execute that successfully. As I said, the discount carriers operating at break even, they cannot raise prices without losing customers to Delta and American. And as you said, Delta also has the advantage of owning the refinery called Monroe Energy. It helps them to hedge against spikes in refining costs, which are called crack spreads. That benefit starts showing up in their numbers in Q2.
You mentioned the lower cost airlines perhaps are not as well positioned, but if this is a pricing power test, this Middle East conflict, who do you believe is well positioned to have the pricing power to pass on to the customers or pick up the tab in this environment?
It was interesting. I think Delta CEO Ed Bastian recently said very clearly that
What'd he say?
Carriers at the lower end will have to significantly alter their business plans. That typically means route cuts, capacity reductions, or restructuring. I think here's the context. Delta generates 55% of the entire airline's industry's profits with
I did not know that.
of market share. It's that concentration that tells you how uneven this industry has become. When your largest
I was unaware of that.
doubles and you have no margin to absorb it, your options are limited. I expect consolidation to accelerate. Weaker carriers will either shrink significantly or need to be acquired.
It's certainly an interesting read and a window into the Q1 earnings season, which of course will kick off next month. I'm just wondering, across all the names, all the sectors that you look at, what do you think this is going to tell us about who is emerging as having the best pricing power in a situation like this, and who might be getting those margins squeezed? Because we heard from Honeywell, I mentioned this at the top of the show earlier today as well, which seemed to suggest that it could take a revenue hit, although I know it came out at some point during the day and retracted that or said it wasn't going to take as big of a financial hit from that. But just talk us through what you're seeing as far as any other sort of corporate indications or signals here.
Yeah, I think that, as you mentioned, the K-shaped economy is really going to come into play here. There are so many moving variables at this moment with the war, with oil prices, with Fed policy. Will the Fed be able to lower interest rates? They seem to be quite handcuffed with the fact that oil prices have sent prices up already. So I think that maybe their options are limited. I think everybody's going to be watching earnings season very closely because it's going to come down to corporate earnings. And the big question, as you said, which companies are going to be exceeding expectations, which are going to be struggling. I think whether it's retail, whether it's consumer staples, whether it is, I think across all industry sectors, it's going to be a question of how are oil prices impacting consumers, especially the upper end consumers, and what impact will that have on corporate earnings?
Yeah, and it's the earnings profile which has really helped this market as far as some of the resilience. I mean, some would call it complacency, but I think the Q1 earnings is going to be very much the next big test to see the material impact of this war. Andy, always appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. And capital management. Coming up next, it's Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us to look at options activity on Oklo ahead of its earnings after the bell. That's coming up next.
Oklo, earnings after the bell.
Kick off the morning
running with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for Options Corner. So Rick Ducat is standing by, lead market technician. And today, Rick, we are looking at Oklo ahead of these earnings this afternoon. A pretty volatile high beta stock. Just talk us through how the chart is stacking up against some of its peers in this space.
Sure, yeah. This company is part of the utilities sector, not really known for its high-flying volatility. Typically are more stable companies here. But as you can see, up 118% this year, which is actually significantly down from the highs that we saw earlier, over 500% at one point. But we can see as well, the S&P during that point, during that time frame, only up about 18%. These are some of the companies that are in this kind of nuclear energy space as well. What makes Oklo a little different is that for one thing, they're commercializing nuclear fuel recycling, and they're trying to convert nuclear waste into usable reactor fuel. But the other thing is that kind of obviously a major investment is OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. So OpenAI is very aggressively pursuing this kind of vertical integration strategy where they would own the means of producing the massive amounts of power that their AI uses here. So kind of to take that one step further, keep in mind that this vertical integration idea means that they also want to reduce their reliance on chips like the likes of NVIDIA and kind of develop their own systems. They had this very large agreement with Broadcom recently, so just kind of some food for thought about this space.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's got this sort of partnership with Meta as well. But I mean, that chart really says it all that you're standing next to, Rick. I mean, this stock has had an enormous amount of capital pumped into it on the thinking here that this is going to be this reliable base load power that's going to promise to really power everything with respect to artificial intelligence. So just walk us through the technicals specifically for Oklo.
Right, so here was kind of this big run-up that we were pointing out earlier here. You can see it did sort of materialize into a head and shoulders type pattern here with our neckline coming in around 115 or so. From there, we have moderated somewhat. That
it's oversold.
120, 115 did come back into focus once more. That was a high point after
this could be a breakout.
Attempt to rally once more. From there, though, we've declined once again. Now our shape is a falling wedge type shape here. Our two downward sloping trend lines are converging toward each other here. It's a narrow and kind of tight range here, but it also
two-headed snake.
With a supportive area. If you were to backtrack a little bit here, the 58 level represents some old highs, a low point there. These green lines here also represent some low points after our gap. So between about 44 to 58 was this support supportive zone here. 58 is around where we bottomed out recently. So falling wedge type shape, typically regarded as more bullish actually here. So could be an interesting development here to see what happens after we do get our earnings event. So our two longer term moving averages that we follow are gold 63-day quarterly, our orange 251-day yearly exponential moving averages. Both come together around 73 to 75 roughly. So that provides us with a convenient potential tipping point to keep an eye on in terms of resistance for a breakout possibility here. So when we also look at our volume profile study, we can see that the notable trading areas, one is down here, but that's kind of the first phase of this chart. This area from 22 to 30 has been left in the dust more or less here. Now 50 to about 80, once again a rather broad range, that's kind of the general trading area here, is punctuated by our point of control, this thick red line at 66. That's the heaviest trading area of all. So if we start to work our way above 80, the other kind of standout levels come in near 90 and then around 110, 115 or so. So those could be some other levels to watch from this volume perspective here.
All right, and what about options activity? What are you seeing on that front?
Sure, so expected move, kind of looking forward at the next few expirations here. March 20th monthly expiration is our orange smaller box here, giving us a plus or minus range of about 10.8%. Again, pretty notable for a utility type company here. Today's sizzle, 3.1 times the 5-day moving average of options volume here. That equates to about 80,000 contracts changing hands last time I checked. About 67% were calls today as well. One notable trade, minus 500, January 15th, 60 strike puts. It was about an $868,000 credit received. Unclear though if this was a opening or closing trade here.
All right, great stuff. Rick, thank you so much for the preview ahead of this earnings report later this afternoon after the bell. We will get you across that as and when it comes through. Coming up, it's time for Overlooked Stocks, and Kevin Green will be joining me today. He's got his eyes on natural and venture global heading into the close, so he'll break down the news, what you need to know about that one, coming up next on Market on Close.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com.
How's it going? First day, so...
Sometimes, you know...
Next. Try it again?
You could have done better.
Please?
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bardas, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks. We're looking at the world of natural gas as shares of Venture Global, VG, are on the rise today. So how appropriate that I'm joined by Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for this one today. Obviously, you and I talk about the price of LNG quite a lot on Morning Trade Live. Just talk us through the price action of this stock and the significance of this one.
Well, we have seen Venture Global actually catching a little bit of a bid here over the last couple of weeks because of the war in Iran, as well as the potential optimism for LNG demand to actually increase here in the United States. This is only one of the few producers that could actually export LNG at scale. It's around a $32 billion market cap. And it does have some headwinds when you're looking at the debt to equity ratio as well as the legal problems. But overall, this environment that we are in right now could actually be a tailwind for this company for the future, not only in the near term, but over the long term. Now, this company really focuses on long-term contracts. They also have the ability to sell at market or for spot rates as well, if possible. But overall, they are seeing a ramp up in processing as well as approvals from the administration. And recently they did actually just receive an approval to expand their LNG export capacity in order to meet the needs that we are seeing within the world right now because of this pullback in supply, especially over in the Middle East, which we are seeing around 20% of the global supply actually being disrupted at this point in time. Now, we have to also be mindful there is still a very big legal dispute for this company, and it's actually with some of the bigger players within this space, like Shell, as well as others, where there's a dispute about delivering LNG at a certain time that they failed to deliver. That's the accusation at this point. Some of these legal cases have been resolved. Others are still a little bit more outstanding, which has really put some pressure to the downside on the shares. But this is one of those ones that actually could be a long-term beneficiary because of the readjustment and realignment of supply chains and LNG supplies on the global stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's up like 90% or so year to date. Over the course of the year, it's outperformed as well, up about 20% or so. I'm just looking across some of the analyst consensus. I mean, it's a bit mixed across the sell side. I'm just wondering, what the analysts have been saying around this one, how it stacks up against some of the others as far as its peers are concerned, KG?
Well, the biggest peer and well-known peer right now is going to be Cheniere Energy, which is obviously a little bit of a bigger company, around a $51 billion market cap, and they have more scale, a lot better when you're looking at the fundamentals, especially when you're looking at the equity compared to debt. The biggest concern that analysts have for this name is still the legal challenges that are out there against BP, Shell, as well as others that could take a long time to resolve and could actually eat into some of their cash that they actually have on hand or that's available. But I think the market right now is starting to look towards this name a little bit more because of the long-term demand spikes that we could see because of liquefied natural gas and maybe discounting some of the near-term concerns when it comes to the legal aspect. So it is a little bit more mixed, higher beta trade as well. The stock's up around 6% today. It's not out of the ordinary for it to trade 3.5% to even 4% on a daily basis, just given the share price and the lower float that we are seeing compared to others within this space.
Okay, shares of VG up 6.5% right now, trading at $13 and change. KG, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Coming up next, we are nearing the end of the market session here, so we will bring in Alex Coffey to wrap up today's session. Plus, we have earnings on the other side on the way from Oklo, Lululemon, and DocuSign. We'll get you across those. Market on Close, we'll be right back.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash.
You got an inverse head and shoulders on the SPX. We have 4 minutes left. Night trade the dud. Had 2 bad trades today. I picked up. I can tell the market's doing a little better. Today wasn't a bad day. Yesterday was real clean. Oh, yeah. Oh. Hear them bones popping. Alex, we were really like having you back. Sometimes I have a hard time listening to you.
Even if crude oil prices start to moderate, the conflict ongoing presents the opportunity for negative surprise, and I expect relative to where they had been prior to the conflict, all of those things to remain elevated, with the exception of the equity market, which may remain a little bit more volatile, a little bit more choppy, and a little bit more underperforming from the environment that we had been prior to that. That being said, doesn't mean we're going straight down, doesn't mean that we have to go significantly lower. We can underperform recent history by going sideways and trading in a choppy range.
So we're sagging a little bit as far as the Mag 7 are concerned. I see 3 members are underwater, including NVIDIA. So even that $1 trillion through 2027 didn't seem to help lift the stock. You just wonder why the markets aren't inspired by that. But some of the chip stocks also losing a bit of altitude here. I think Intel's down almost 4% as well. Just speak
it's because they're biased.
Of the market that have stood out to you as far as some of this price action.
Yeah, what stands out to me most importantly, Sam, and it's a good point, the NVIDIA continuing to present really, really positive things, and it just never quite being enough, at least in recent history. That said, though, you still have about 62% of the S&P 500 components higher. It's closer to 2/3 when you look at the Nasdaq 100. So you're starting to see that more broadening of the strength and performance.
They've been excellent.
Maybe you can do without the Oracles and the NVIDIAs and Microsoft some of the time when you have more names there to catch up and do a little bit more of the other 493 heavy lifting. When you look at it from a performance standpoint and you try to pick out what's contributing the most to the upside today, it's pretty clear to look and see, hey, NVIDIA, Eli Lilly, Broadcom, those are the ones that are dragging down the index. But Amazon and Alphabet, as well as Micron and Apple, are providing a fair amount of upside when you look at the S&P 500.
They upgraded MU to 500. And they're telling us to stay away from tech. Oh. I haven't had the hiccups in a while. God. Okay, well, I'm out of here. I wish everybody a good night.